Chapter 1. In the middle of the endless blue ocean, a group of ragged children are on the deck of a large wooden ship. Most of the children on deck were sad and heartbroken. Some of them were staring blankly, looking down at the floor and not knowing what they were thinking. Some of them had red and swollen eyes, and they cried out for their father and mother in their hearts, but they didn't dare to cry out. From the marks of the whip on their bodies, we can tell that they have suffered a lot because of their crying. In the cabin, there was a large group of grown men who were drinking and eating meat, laughing maniacally, and they were happy to be rewarded by the magicians. Inside and outside the cabin, it was as if there were two worlds. "Hello, my name is Gerard Fernandez, what about you?" A blue-haired boy with a strange pattern on his right face came to a corner of the deck, smiling and greeting a girl with crimson hair. In the girl's arms, a dark-haired boy was in a coma. Gerald had been paying attention to this corner for a long time, and since she had been caught on the boat, the girl had not cried or made a fuss, but had put all her attention on the black-haired boy in her arms, with a worried expression on her face. The girl had beautiful short crimson hair, and even though it was darkened by dust, it still attracted attention like a dancing flame. The white face is even more cute, and the pink carved jade is like a porcelain doll, which makes Gerald faintly moved. When he was caught on this ship and saw this girl for the first time, two thoughts sprung up in his heart. One is the idea of being in adversity and wanting to find a companion, and the other is the excitement that Gerald himself doesn't quite understand. These two thoughts drove him to this girl. Originally he wanted to directly hold the girl's short crimson hair and praise her beautiful hair, but after coming to the girl, he lost that courage. Even if she looked at the boy in her arms with a worried face, the girl's body still revealed a cold temperament. This made Gerald not dare to stretch out his hand. After Gerald spoke, the girl didn't even move her eyelids, just stared at the boy in her arms, and didn't pay attention to Gerald, as if she hadn't heard him. Gerald, a little embarrassed by the girl's ignorance, looked down at the black-haired boy in the girl's arms. After seeing the black-haired boy's face, Gerald's heart couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise and jealousy, but it was immediately extinguished. He is a kind and gentle person, and he does not feel jealous of the good looks of other boys and the girl who attracts his attention. Although the girl didn't care about herself, Gerald didn't give up. Be prepared to start with other things, such as the original thought, which is to praise her crimson hair. "Your hair is a very beautiful crimson, and if you don't have a surname, I can give you one." Gerald talked a lot, and he talked endlessly, hoping to talk to the girl in front of him. Moreover, his guess that the girl did not have a surname was not a random guess. With Gerald's astute observation, he discovered that most of the children on the ship were orphans or children of poor families. Because only after the disappearance of such children can they not cause any waves, so the slave traders can have no scruples. Most of these children don't have a surname, so Gerald dared to guess that the girl didn't have a surname. Release the newbie guide task. This little blue hair in front of you wants to talk to the girl who is protected by you and depends on you. How can you, as the owner of the system, tolerate this kind of thing? Success reward, starter pack, B-rank wizard entry-level magic. Failure penalty, none. Xiu felt that his brain was groggy, and his brain seemed to be half asleep and half awake, and in a daze, he heard a mechanical and electronic sound without any emotion and the noisy voice of the outside world. Seeing that the girl in front of him still didn't pay attention to herself, or it could be said that she didn't refute her speculation that she didn't have a surname, Gerald was even more energetic. Reaching out to touch her hair, she kept talking. "Since you have crimson hair, your last name can be..." Gerald's words cut short as his hand reaching for the girl's hair was grabbed. Feeling the tremendous force coming from my hand, my wrist hurt slightly. Looking down, Gerald found that the black-haired boy in the girl's arms, who was unconscious, had woken up at some point, and looked at him quietly, his handsome face full of banter. Chocolatito, her last name, is the color of her hair. Xiu whispered the surname he had given Ilusa, his voice clear and clean, giving people a feeling of comfort. Although this surname was given to her by the little blue fur in front of her in the original book, it fits Ilussa's crimson hair, doesn't it? He doesn't mind giving her this last name directly. Anyway, for now, the surname was given to Ilussa by him. Shummer. You're awake. Seeing that the boy in her arms, who had saved herself when the thugs were attacking the town, finally woke up, Ilussa's cold little face finally had an expression, and her voice was full of surprise. Mission completed, the reward has been distributed, please check. Read books on Friday and have fun, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 2. Hearing Ilussa's joyful voice, Zyumer smiled and nodded. Unleashed his right hand that had grasped Gerald's wrist, propped himself up from Ilussa's arms, and sat down beside her. Between the snorts, it seemed that there was still an elegant fragrance around him, and although Xiumo was a little nostalgic for this smell, he still firmly left Ilussa's embrace. It's okay to stay in the arms of other girls when you're unconscious, it's too tasteless to stay there when you're awake. After Xiumo broke away from his embrace, Ilussa also had a faint sense of loss in her heart. Before Xiumo woke up, Ilussa was able to muster courage in this strange and frightening environment by holding his warm body, so as not to lose faith in the future. Although the intelligent Ilussa knew that her group of children caught on the boat by the thugs would never have a good time in the future. But before, being able to hold this boy who saved her was enough to make her feel at ease. Obviously, before this, the two didn't know each other at all, but after he saved himself, looking at his unconscious face, Ilussa felt a sense of trust in her heart for no reason. Moreover, he is so good looking. Fresh and fluffy short black hair, stiff and slender sword eyebrows. Deep black pupils, as if hiding a sharp essence light. With a handsome face as white as jade, it makes him look so attractive. Coupled with Xiumo's action of saving himself, Ilussa, a girl who has reached the age of early love, can't help but have a trace of affection in her heart. Not only did he save her, but in this heavy ship, he became the pillar of her ability not to collapse. It was just by holding Xiumo that she was able to be so calm. Otherwise, she would have collapsed long ago. In the original book, Ilussa was also brought into her heart by the sunny and kind Jelf at this weakest time, and regarded Gerald as her pillar in the dark times. Now, the man who became her pillar has become Shumer. After all, she is just a young girl, and she can be so calm in this environment, and Ilussa's performance is already good. After the mob attacked the village and lost her adoptive parents, Ilussa, who was already alone, couldn't help but look at Xiumo with a hint of dependence. After sitting up, Shumer leaned against the railing behind him. Looking at Gerald, who was still standing in front of him and Ilussa, he raised his eyebrows, thinking to himself, why didn't this guy leave? Yes, that's a nice last name that fits her hair. Gerald sneered, retracting his right hand, which had been firmly grasped by Shumer. His left hand rested on the wrist of his right hand, rubbing the painful area without a trace, and his face was slightly embarrassed. Gerald clearly saw the meaning in Shumer's eyes to drive him away, and he also sensed Ilussa's dislike of him. Gerald wanted to say that the surname he was going to give Ilussa was Chocolate, but he opened his mouth, but in the end he couldn't get what was in his heart out of his mind, and walked away embarrassedly. After Gerald walked away, Ilussa thought to herself that this annoying creature was gone, and kept talking in her ear, annoying. Immediately after, Ilussa set her eyes on Xiumo, who was leaning against the railing and smiling, and her mouth shook, but she still opened her mouth timidly. Chocolate, can I use this surname? Her big eyes watched Xiumo's reaction without blinking for a moment, and there was anticipation and a hint of timidity in her eyes, like a little beast that longed for warmth. Xiumo was a little surprised, but quickly reacted and smiled brightly at Ilussa. Of course, this is a surname based on the color of your hair, a surname that exists for you. Hearing Shumer say this, Ilussa stared at Zyumer's beautiful eyes as if there was a starlight twinkling. Excitement appeared on the delicate face that was a little immature but could already see the rudimentary shape of the world, and threw herself into Xiumo's arms and hugged him tightly. Thank you, thank you. Abandoned in infancy and adopted by a pair of poor, kind-hearted old people, Elissa has no such thing as a surname. Now that she had received a surname from Shumer related to her hair, the joy in Elissa's heart was indescribable, and she couldn't help herself with excitement. Hummer wrapped his right hand around the soft, thin body in his arms, and reached out his left hand to gently pat Elissa's back. Thank you. Before Elissa could finish her words, she was replaced by the sound of shallow breathing. She has been terrified ever since the mob attacked the village. After helping a little girl escape from the village, a thug who couldn't stop his hand pointed a knife at her and cut her head. It was Xiumo who appeared at that time, knocked away the thug with his body, and saved her from under the knife. After knocking the thug to the ground, Hummer also fell to the ground, then somehow passed out and was captured with her on the slave ship. Before Xiumo woke up, Elissa had been hugging Xiumo tightly, hoping to use her body temperature to revive him. And this kind of situation is really stressful for a little girl at such a young age. On the one hand, he felt hopeless about his situation, and on the other hand, he was worried about Xiumo, and he kept his mind tense. Under the mental tension for a long time, the whole person has long been unable to hold on. At this moment, after being too excited, she threw herself into the comfortable embrace of Xiumo, and could no longer hold back her fatigue and fell asleep. It's just a kid after all. Xiumo's eyes looked at the immature sleeping face in his arms gently, and his heart was soft. When he was fully conscious, he had learned through his system about Elissa's actions to protect herself after she fell unconscious. At that time, the reason why Xiumo was in a coma. It was because he happened to see Elissa being attacked, and after desperately crashing into the person who attacked Elissa, the system was activated. The energy generated when the system was activated was too strong for Xiumo's rejuvenating body to bear, and in order to protect his brain and activate the system smoothly, the system took measures to make Xiumo unconscious. When activating the system, Xiumo is invincible under the protection of the system, and no one can harm him. However, Elissa did not know this, so she could only use her thin body to prop up Xiumer's body and follow the thugs to the ship, so that Xiumer would not be whipped by the mob. This heart, Xiumo understood it. Chapter 3. Did you cross over to the tail of the ferry? Raising his left hand in front of his eyes, looking at the fair-skinned and thin man who was different from the day before the crossing, Xiumo felt a little emotional. Crossing, rejuvenation, system, my own proper protagonist life. Tightened Elissa's body in her arms, allowing her to sleep more comfortably. Immediately after, Xiumo calmed down, summoned his own system, and opened his own newbie gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the newbie gift package, and the Kendo gift package has been drawn, which has been automatically opened. Obtain the basic sword technique, proficiency. Reach the peak, and obtain the mythical sword art Sorrowful 4 styles. First style, slashing the sky and drawing the sword, which has been automatically XI. After completing the task of choosing Elissa's surname and opening the starter pack, Xiumo noticed a drastic change in his body. There was a huge and vibrant force surging in his body, which had been weakened by rejuvenation, and when that power flowed in Xiumo's body, it was still nourishing Xiumo's body, making Xiumo feel that his body was much stronger. This must be the magic of this world. With this bizarre energy, it's no wonder that the people of this world in anime are so powerful. Ordinary blue star people before the crossing, facing the B-level magicians of this world, it is estimated that hundreds of them can be killed with one punch. Totally incomparable. And in Xiumo's mind, all the relevant information about the basic swordsmanship appeared. It is worthy of the basic swordsmanship that has reached the peak of proficiency, making Xiumo, who has never mentioned a sword, feel as if he has practiced swordsmanship for hundreds of years, and has a strong confidence that he can master any sword weapon. Moreover, The Four Styles of Sorrow, which is known as the mythical swordsmanship, is a dick just by listening to the name. Xiu Mo clenched his fists, feeling this power and subtle technique that were countless times more powerful than before the crossing. The system is really strong, and in an instant, Xiu Mo, an ordinary person, has gained such powerful power. No wonder so many people want to become the protagonist of the novel with a system. Now that I have this kind of power, then I can completely defeat the thugs on this ship. Ordered them to return to the sea directly, and they didn't have to go to the Tower of Paradise at all. Xiu Mo glanced down at Alyssa, who was sleeping peacefully, and then looked up at the endless blue ocean outside the boat. His eyes were deep. Xiu Mo, who has watched the anime fairy tale, certainly knows where the ship will go, and he also knows how the children on this ship will be brutally oppressed there. It was a place called the Tower of Paradise, and it was Alyssa's dark past in the books. Now that Humor is here, and has the power to change all that, he certainly doesn't want Alyssa to suffer the same painful memories as the original. Ding! In view of the fact that the host's thoughts will have a certain impact on the little girl that the host cares about, 2 branch choices are hereby given. 1. The host defeats the slave trapping team of the Dark Wizard Order, and the slave ship returns to sail. 2. The host did not make any move, allowing the slave ship to arrive at the Tower of Paradise. According to the choice of the host, the tasks and rewards issued in the future will be different. Please choose carefully by the host. Hearing the sound of the system, Xiu Mo fell into deep thought. Indeed, Xiu Mo had the strength to defeat this group of members of the order, who were just a group of ordinary people in addition to being physically strong. However, if she returns to the sea, it may have an impact on Alyssa. In fact, it doesn't matter if Gerald will be bewitched by Arusha, or if there will be a later plot of the Tower of Paradise. However, if she doesn't enter the Tower of Paradise, Alyssa probably won't be able to awaken her costume magic night, which is extremely dazzling in the original book, showing the heroic and charismatic appearance of a celestial person. Without the magic of dress-up, is Alyssa still the heroic queen? Despite Thummer's belief that with his own existence, Alyssa would be able to become a powerful queen even if she was not a knight in her magic. But imagine that there is no beautiful armor and different costumes, and Alyssa is still missing a little taste. Can you tell me about the tasks of the 2 different choices, and how they might affect Alyssa? Xiu Mo asked silently in his heart. He asks about the possible impact on Alyssa, not on the plot. It's because Xiu Mo knows that now that he has his own existence, no matter how he chooses, the plot will definitely change. That's why he just asked about Alyssa's influence. Ding! If the host chooses Branch 1, the quest Defeat the Members of the Dark Wizard Order will be released, and the thugs on the ship will be rewarded as a wooden ship full of treasures. If the host chooses Branch 2, the quest to arrive at the Tower of Paradise will be released. Go to the Tower of Paradise, witness Alyssa's awakening magic, and get the reward of Costume Magic Night. Branch may first have some impact on Alyssa's future, while Branch 2 will not change in any way. I don't have a choice now. In order not to change the heroic, strong, and brave, and occasionally a little natural Alyssa in the original book, Xiu Mo can only choose Branch 2. Moreover, the task rewards corresponding to Branch 1 cannot be compared with Branch 2 at all. A ship full of treasures, where can there be more than the value of a very practical magic? Coupled with the changes to Alyssa, the weight of Branch 2 is already irrefutably overwhelming. So, let's go for Branch 2. Next, wait to arrive at the Tower of Paradise. Xiu Mo hugged Alyssa's delicate body a little tighter so that she wouldn't feel cold in her sleep. Dragon Boat Festival book discount, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, June 22nd to June 24th. Chapter 4. Alyssa felt like she hadn't slept so comfortably in a long time, as if she was in a warm ocean, bathed in the warm sun, and her whole body was warm. I wanted to stretch my waist, but I found that something soft seemed to block me from my back, making it impossible for me to complete this movement. Ilessa, who had tried several times and couldn't finish stretching, opened her eyes in a huff to see what was holding her back. Then he saw Xiumo's slightly green but already somewhat handsome face. He was looking down at himself, and there seemed to be a faint smile in his star-like eyes. She was leaning into his arms, her hands around his waist. And the nasty thing that blocked him in the dream was Xiumo holding his right arm. Ilessa's little face turned red all of a sudden, and she let out an embarrassed cry, and quickly stood up and got out of Xiumo's arms. "I'm sorry to trouble you." Ilessa felt so ashamed that she fell asleep in someone's arms. "When I stretched out in my sleep just now, I must have writhed in his arms. And, won't it cause him to hate it?" Thinking of this, Ilessa's heart tightened, and she was so nervous that she wanted to cry. Xiumo saw that Ilessa looked nervous, and her crimson eyes, which were as clear as water, had been mist, as if she would cry in the next second, and her heart couldn't help but feel a slight pain. Although the anime only knows that Ilessa's past when she was in the Tower of Paradise was dark, there is no mention of the plot before she was caught in the Tower of Paradise. But seeing Ilessa's reaction at this moment, he knew that before that, Ilessa must not have had a good life. Because of such a trivial matter, it is necessary to look at people's faces so humbly. How pitiful! Although Ilessa's mother sent her to the door of someone else's house because she didn't want to attach it to her body, it is an indisputable fact that Ilessa was abandoned by her own mother at birth. Although he was adopted, he had a bad life since he was a child, and he had to go through the tragic experience of the Tower of Paradise. And even after experiencing so many bad things, she still grew up to be that upright, kind, brave, and strong fairy queen. What a poor, lovely girl! Humor stretched out his right hand to Ilessa again, ready to take her back into his arms. A hint of horror appeared in Ilessa's eyes, thinking that Xiumo was going to beat herself. His body shrank a little, but in the end he didn't dodge. "If I could be forgiven for being beaten, I would be willing," Ilessa thought to herself. However, the imaginary pain did not come, and with the force of Shumer's right arm encircling his body, Ilessa fell back into Shumer's arms. Understanding the meaning of Ilessa's action just now, Xiumo couldn't help but feel even more distressed. Gently holding Ilessa in her arms, she lowered her chin to the top of her head, rubbing her crimson hair. Not only was she not beaten, but she re-entered the embrace that made her feel warm, and there was a faint temperature above her head, which made Ilessa feel very relieved. "It's okay, I didn't care." Xiumo's crisp voice came from above his head, and it was so gentle to Ilessa's ears. Holding the soft body in his arms, Xiumo looked straight ahead with his eyes and continued to comfort Ilessa. "And I want to thank you for not holding me like that before I woke up." Ilessa wanted to say that it was you who saved me from the slave trader's blades, and that I was able to answer that you were already happy when you were unconscious, and that you were bothered. Then I was in a hurry, and there were many fewer words on my lips. And not really. Ilessa wanted to continue to say something, trying to explain it to Xiumo, but was interrupted by Xiumo. "If you don't care that I fall asleep in your arms, how can I care about you falling asleep in my arms?" Xiumo's tone of coaxing a child was very gentle. "Don't worry about it anymore, obedient." In other words, the current Ilessa is indeed a child, and even Xiumo himself has become a child. He had just forgotten about it, thinking of himself as an elder older than Ilessa. Precisely, the young Lori Ilessa really eats this set. For her at this time, humor was like the sun in the darkness and driftwood in drowning. She just wanted to hold on to him tightly, longing for sunlight and the breath of survival. Hearing Xiumo's gentle words and feeling the warmth of his embrace, Ilessa felt extremely relieved. Unable to help but squeeze into Xiumo's arms, greedily breathing in the smell that seemed to be full of sunshine, Ilessa closed her eyes with a satisfied expression. Murmuring and coquettishness, little Lori's very sweet nasal voice sounded in Xiumo's arms. Xiumo chuckled lightly, and hugged little Lori's arm a little tighter. "The atmosphere in this corner is very warm, but there is a little blue hair on the other side looking at this side, feeling very uncomfortable. Gerald couldn't tell why, but he felt as uncomfortable as he saw Alyssa throw herself into Thummer's arms as if she had lost something important. Obviously, the two don't know each other at all, right? Where does this discomfort come from? Gerald racked his brains and couldn't figure it out. Chapter 5. When Alyssa awoke, she and Hummer sailed the blue sea for hours on the wooden boat full of slaves, finally reaching their destination just as the sun was about to set. It was an isolated island with no grass and gravel, and in the middle of the island there was a building that had been built more than 10 meters high. That building is the Tower of Paradise in the original book, also known as the R system, and it is a magic structure that the Dark Wizard Order invested a lot of manpower and money in order to resurrect Jelf. In fact, Xiu-Mo, who had read the original book, knew that Jelf was not dead at all, and everything that this Dark Wizard Order did was just useless, and nothing could be resurrected. Although the organization that captured slaves to build the Tower of Paradise was a dark wizard, it sounded very bluffing. But Xiu-Mo was not worried that he would not be able to leave after coming here. In the original book, just Alyssa, who had just awakened her magic, could become the main force in battle, leading a large number of underfed and underclothed slaves to overthrow the Dark Wizard Order. This shows that the strength of this black demon guiding order is extremely weak, and it is simply a joke that it can only rely on its strength and a bunch of magic weapons to oppress the captured slaves. That's why Xiu-Mo dared to bring Alyssa here, otherwise he would have ordered those people to return when he was on the ship. The large ship docked in a rudimentary harbor, and there was already a large group of people waiting on the shore, and it seemed that the people on board had already conveyed a message to the people of the island through some kind of magic guide before they arrived. Led by several middle-aged men who looked pampered, behind them were a large number of magic guides with magic weapons in their hands and masks on their faces. Looking at the wooden boat landing and seeing the large number of children on the deck, these middle-aged men smiled with satisfaction, and their smiles were extremely ugly. Then, under the rough drive of a group of strong men, the children who were very frightened but did not dare to make any sound lined up and got off the boat one after another, stood on the shore, and looked at the magic guides in front of them with frightened eyes. Xiu-Mo put his arms around Alyssa, who was also in the middle of the driven team, and his face was very calm. It's just a group of weak magicians, and even the garbage that Alyssa, who has just awakened her magic, can kill in the original book, is not worth mentioning at all to Xiu-Mo, who has the magic power of a B-level magician. He could have killed them all if he wanted to. If it weren't for the mission, he would have left here with Alyssa a long time ago. After all the slaves had come ashore, Xiu-Mo realized that the efforts on the ship were not all children, and there were some old people who were not very mobile. The reason why they were not found at first was because the old men were held in the cabin and were released only after arriving at their destination. After everyone disembarked, one of the thieves standing in front of the wizards clapped his palms, attracting everyone's attention. "Welcome to Paradise, and henceforth you will be a part of the Tower of Paradise, laboring to build the great Tower of Paradise. If you work hard, we won't do anything to you, and when the Tower of Paradise is built, we'll let you go back to the outside world." The man with the eyebrows and eyes of the thief tried his best to make a kind look, and Xiu-Mo was disgusted to see. But suddenly, the thief's eyebrows changed, his face became fierce, and his tone became bad. "If someone tries to escape, this is what will happen to them." As soon as the words fell, several magic guides stepped forward and aimed their wands at the ground in front of everyone. The next moment, under the urging of the magic guide soldiers, the wands in their hands flickered. Fist-sized monolight shot out from the tip of the wand and onto the ground in front of the slaves. There was a thudding explosion, and the ground in front of Xiu-Mo and the others exploded into several basin-sized pits of dirt. The slaves who were caught here were just ordinary people, and when they had seen such a scene, they were so frightened that they almost screamed. But he was afraid of the coercion of the magic guide soldiers, and he didn't dare to make any sound. Alyssa was the same, her little face turned pale and trembled with fright. Under the command of the wizards, the slaves who disembarked from the ship lined up in several columns. In order not to be separated from Elissa, Thummer let Elissa stand in front of him. Reaching out and taking her two small hands, crossed them in front of Elissa's lower abdomen, and let her lean into her arms. Feeling the trembling of the young delicate body in his arms, Zyammer hugged Elissa tighter, lowered his head and whispered in her ear. "Don't be afraid, I will protect you and will definitely take you out of this place." Hearing Shiumo's gentle words, and feeling the strong confidence contained in them, Elissa felt that the feeling of fear in her heart suddenly disappeared and became extremely stable. After the fear in her heart disappeared, Elissa calmed down, and then felt the heat spraying on her ears and neck, and her little face turned red. For such a pure little Lori as her, this is really exciting. Elissa bowed her head shyly, blushing. I didn't know what to say, so I could only squirm and let out a lovely nasal sound. Chapter 6. Gently comforted by Schumer, the fear in Elissa's heart vanished, replaced by a sense of stability. After all the people on the wooden boat had been taken off the boat and lined up, the wizards of the Tower of Paradise had taken out several huge wooden boxes from nowhere and threw them in front of the slaves. When the wooden box hit the ground seemed to shake, making a loud noise, and at the same time raising a high level of smoke and dust. This huge movement indicates that the contents of the wooden box are extremely heavy. Under the frightened gazes of the slaves in the front row, the wooden box was opened, revealing the true face of Lushan with the contents inside. It was a large pile of magical handcuffs and shackles, and in the sunlight, it reflected the cold light of Sensen, and the slaves were terrified. As soon as they wear this kind of thing, it means that they will completely fall under the control of others in the future, and it will be difficult to resist again. Although I don't want to be controlled by others, what can I do? They were just a bunch of ordinary children, and they didn't have the strength to fight against this group of strong adults with magic weapons. I could only tear up my eyes and be saddened by the magic guides who took these things that restricted my personal freedom. After the shackles were applied, the faces of the other slaves were filled with fear and despair, but Schumer and Elissa were calm. This also made the two of them a little different from the trembling group of slaves. However, in the case of Zyammer's deliberate suppression of Elissa's head, no one could have noticed this. As a result of Zyammer's comfort, Elissa shivered a little when she was first handcuffed and shackled, and then regained her composure. And Shiumo himself was completely unafraid of the limitations of this kind of thing, and after wearing the shackles, he figured out the principle of this magical shackles. Very simply, the two shackles are each inlaid with a magic prop, and through the control of magic, the two shackles can produce attraction, so that the hands and feet of the person wearing the shackles are restricted. He tugged slightly, and found that with his current physical strength, he could easily break free. So despite wearing shackles, Shiumo's face was still indifferent. Under the satisfied gaze of the leaders of the Paradise Towers, the captured slaves were meekly shackled, and had no intention of resisting. After all the slaves were shackled, the unmasked leaders had a smug look on their faces, and some even let out a rampant laugh, causing some of the timid people to tremble. In the eyes of the leadership of these dark wizards, they came to this place and put on their shackles. This means that these people have become the free labor of their order, and they can no longer resist them, and they have become the tools of their resurrection of the legendary Dark Mage Jerf. After everyone was shackled, they were not given food or water, nor were they able to rest. Directly under the rough drive of the magic guide soldiers, he came to the place of work. In the dim sunset, a large group of slaves were still working at the construction site, and they were in full swing. Shiumo's gaze swept over at a glance, and he took in all the situations on the construction site. In addition to children, the slaves at the scene were only some old people, and they did not find any such strong adults. Whether it is a child or an old man, all of them are yellow-skinned and skinny, and they don't seem to be able to eat at all. Moreover, none of these children and old people have any signs of magic, and all of them are ordinary people. Come to think of it, the strength of this black wizard order is not strong. For them, the weak children and the elderly are much easier to manage. Even if there were ordinary adults, they would definitely be tortured and weakened in this place. All the slaves had tired and painful faces on their faces, but they did not dare to stop their work. This is due to the fact that in every area of the construction site, there are stout men wielding long whips or iron rods as overseers. The overseers were all burly, fleshy-faced, and fierce, with vicious eyes shooting back and forth in their area. Whenever there was a slave, his movements were a little slower, and at the same time he cursed angrily, the weapon in his hand also swung away. And the beaten slave did not dare to make a loud cry, even if the part of the beaten was extremely painful. Instead, in the anger of the overseer, he silently quickened the speed of the work in his hands, so as not to be whipped the next time. Seeing the tragedy that happened all over the construction site, the slaves who had just been caught on the island all trembled, and even the faint-hearted people had already let out low sobs. Ilusa's pupils also shrank, and her delicate body couldn't help but lean into Xiumo's arms, seeking warmth and security. Soothing the small body trembling slightly in his arms, looking at the numb or frightened expressions on the faces of the slaves around him, Xiumo's eyes were extremely cold. Just through the few fragments he had seen in the original book in his previous life, Xiumo actually did not have an intuitive understanding of the darkness of the Tower of Paradise. I didn't take it to heart, I didn't take it seriously at all. But after witnessing this harsh reality, Huma realized that the darkness of this so-called Tower of Paradise was far heavier than he had imagined. Put yourself in the shoes of a young child, or an old and frail old man, who should be growing up happily or raising himself for a long time, but was caught in such a harsh environment and became a slave of others. Not only is there no food and clothing, but he also has to do heavy work every day and face the cruel treatment of the overseers. How can an ordinary person survive in such a place? It's called Paradise Tower, but it's actually a man-eating hell. It really makes Xiumo angry. Chapter 7. At this moment, the anger in Xiumo's chest was high, almost gushing out. As a normal person with a conscience, he will definitely be indignant when he sees the current situation. Although Xiumo is not a virgin, he will not lose anything by helping within the scope of his ability, right? And now Xiumo has the ability to change this situation, and at this moment, he is secretly glad that he came to this place to ensure that Ilusa's personality does not change, and witnessed all this. Xiumo didn't care about the mission rewards anymore, he just wanted to destroy this evil dark wizard order with his own hands and let these slaves regain their freedom. The costume magic is gone, and Xiumo can go to other places to find a xi for himself and Ilusa, but he doesn't want to watch this scene anymore for a moment. Just when Xiumo couldn't hold back the anger in his heart, he bothered with both hands, destroyed the magic props on the handcuffs, and was about to make a move, when a piercing bell rang above the construction site. The sound of the bell was so sharp that it was absolutely uncomfortable to listen to human ears, but the slaves on the construction site showed a look of relief. Tell the day. Finish the work. Queue up and go back to your cells. Prepare for dinner. Out of nowhere, a middle-aged man with a swagger stepped out, giving orders to the overseers and slaves on the construction site, and his voice was extremely wild. You newcomers are lucky, you don't need to go to work on the first day, but tomorrow you won't be so lucky. After commanding the people on the original construction site, the middle-aged man looked at Xiumo and the group of newcomers today. Although his tone was teasing, his eyes were as cold as poisonous snakes. Hearing his words, the slaves who had just arrived today secretly breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts, glad that they didn't have to work today. However, after being swept by his gaze, the slaves couldn't help but tremble, their hearts were cold, and all the happiness just now was thrown out of their minds. They have come to their senses, and when they come to this place, even if they get rest today, the days ahead will be dark, and there is no hope in sight. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts were extremely gloomy. In addition to Shumer and Ilusa, there is also a certain little blue hair. I have to say that the psychological quality of this little blue hair is indeed good, and it is under his leadership in the original book that Elessa and others were able to counterattack the black magic sect. Unfortunately, he was seduced by Arusha's magic and fell into darkness. However, with Xiamo here at the moment, and the current timeline, Arusha has not yet appeared in the Tower of Paradise. Nothing in the original book will be played out again. All were able to return to the outside world with a big smile on their faces. Xiumo secretly assured in his heart. Originally, he was going to attack immediately, starting directly from this construction site, leading these slaves to counterattack the Dark Demon Guiding Order. No, you can't call them slaves, you should call them wretched. But now that today's work is over, and these poor people will no longer be subjected to inhumane treatment, there is no hurry. Let them go back tonight and have a good rest, and have a sweet dream that they can be free and go back outside. And then tomorrow, truly free. Xiumo withdrew his right foot, which had already taken half a step, hugged the young body in his arms, and placed his hands on her waist. Don't be afraid, I'll take you out of here, for a future and for freedom. Thummer whispered in Elessa's ear, the hot breath that stirred the ends of Elessa's crimson hair and tugged at her heartstrings. Although I don't know where Xiumo, who was also arrested in this place, got his confidence, but Elessa firmly believed in him, and believed in him from the bottom of her heart. Feeling Shumer's hands around her waist, Elessa placed her two small hands on top of Shumer's. The next moment, the two small hands that were handcuffed together and placed in front of him touched Xiumo's hands holding him, and the intelligent Elessa realized that something was wrong. Her beautiful eyes widened a little in an instant, and her small mouth opened slightly. Shhhhh. Xiamo's soft voice rang in Elessa's ears, stopping her almost uncontrollable cry. Don't attract attention. Hearing Xiumo's words, Elessa nodded her little head sharply, and a look of surprise appeared on her face and beautiful eyes, and her heart was full of security. After Elessa's two small hands touched Shumer's hands, she realized that Simmer was able to wrap her hands around her waist without any restrictions from the shackles. This undoubtedly shows that Humor is more than capable of delivering on all the words he says. Although he had always been full of confidence in Xiumo for no reason, after he showed his strength, Elessa was still pleasantly surprised in her heart. Although Elessa's current small head could not predict the strength of the enemy and Shumer, it did not affect her confidence that Shumer would be able to defeat all those who oppressed the slaves. Anyway, her heart is full of trust in Xiumo. Later, under the guidance of the wizards, Xiumer and Elessa were taken to a prison cell. In addition to the newcomers in the cell, there are also some people who have been in the Tower of Paradise for a long time. One of them, a thin old man with white hair and two long eyebrows hanging down the sides of his cheeks, attracted Xiumo's attention. Looks like this is the old man who told Elessa about her magic in the original book and the Fairy Tale Guild. The force majeure of the plot is really strong. After the appearance of Xiumo, Elessa's fate has begun to change since the wooden boat, and I didn't expect to meet Rob here. But that's fine. I'll be able to ask him directly later to explain magic and the guild to Elessa and me. Chapter 8. There's no way, although he has the magic power of a B-rank magician out of thin air, Xiumo is completely unclear about such things as magic. In particular, the magic in this world is still very strange, which is very different from the kind of magic in Western magic, but is more like the various cultivation techniques of Eastern fantasy. Unlike the kind of magicians who are very weak in traditional stories, the magicians of this world can also greatly increase their physical strength when they practice magic. Due to the strength of the body, most of the Magus combat is more melee combat. Even those spells with strange abilities, such as space magic and time magic, are not immune. The most prominent users of these two spells are Elessa and Minba, and Timaria and Arusha, who, despite their incredible powers, cannot escape the cycle of melee combat. It's far away, and let's talk about Rob in front of Xiumo. As a young man, Rob was a powerful sorcerer who belonged to the Fairy Tale Guild. At that time, he was very good friends with Makarov, and later Goldman, the head of the Four-Headed Hounds, and Bob, the head of the Cyan Pegasus. Has strong strength and a wide circle of friends, so it is not an exaggeration to say that it is high-spirited. However, in his later years, he lost most of his magic for unknown reasons, and was captured by the Dark Wizards and became a laborer on this island, helping them build the Tower of Paradise. Eventually, she was able to save Alyssa from the wizards in the slave resistance station, and used all her magic power to protect Harris, but later lost her life due to the depletion of her mana. In Mashima's pen, Rob's biggest role in the original book is to tell Alyssa about the existence of magic, protect Alyssa in the slave rebellion, and inspire Alyssa to awaken magic, and finally guide Alyssa in the future. This is why the graceful and heroic dress-up Queen Alyssa in the original book can appear in front of the world. Although it's a bit bad to say this, in Chiumo's heart, Rob is just a tool man living in the memories of the protagonists. As a character who doesn't write much, when watching anime, it is really difficult for Chiumo to establish a deep impression of Rob. But at this moment, this character is intuitively standing in front of Chiumo's eyes. Is a living person, not a tool man who only appears in memories in the original book. Looking at Rob, who was sitting with his back against the wall of the prison, slightly old and weak, Humour's mind was filled with all the information he had about Rob. I don't know why, it's just a supporting character who hasn't appeared a few times, but Chiumo can clearly remember all the information about Rob. Chiumo guessed that it should be related to the crossing and the system. Anyway, he felt that his mind was much clearer, and some questions that were complicated for him in the past only needed to be turned around in his head to appear. Chiumo's eyes were fixed on Rob, and when the thoughts in his mind were flying, the gaze of the little Lori beside him also stayed on him. From the moment she entered the prison, Alyssa noticed that Chiumo's gaze had fallen on an old man, and he had not looked away for a long time. Her little head was full of doubts, and she finally couldn't hold back the curiosity in her heart. Stretched out two small hands and pulled Chiumo's arms, and asked timidly, "What are you looking at?" The arm was suddenly touched by softness, and hearing the young and crisp voice of little Lori, Chiumo returned to reality from his thoughts. Turning to Alyssa with a gentle smile, Thummer answered Alyssa's question softly. "Look at a respectable person. I'll take you to get to know him." If nothing else, Rob's actions in the original book are indeed respectable. Although she didn't understand what Chiumo's words meant, in the face of Chiumo's smile, Alyssa blushed again and lowered her little head shyly. Although she had seen such a smile more than once in the day, every time she saw it, Alyssa's heart fluttered. Although she was very flustered, she still didn't fall into confusion in her little head. Weakly answering Chiumo's words. With a chuckle, Thummer took Alyssa's soft little hand and led her towards Rob. In the prison, all the slaves had their hands shackled closed, which facilitated their free movement. Dinner hadn't been delivered yet, and before that, Zyumer could talk to Rob. Rob, who has reached the age of 78, is resting against the wall with his eyes squinted after a hard day's work. Although he used to be a powerful magician, after losing most of his magic power, he was not much different from an ordinary 78-year-old. What's more, in such a harsh environment as the Tower of Paradise, there is not enough food and clothing, and the workload is still so large. This makes Rob's already old body even more like a candle in the wind, which will be extinguished with a slight blow. I was going to take a break before dinner was delivered, but a young but clear voice suddenly came from my ears. "Hello, Grandpa. My name is Chiumo, and I would like to ask you a few questions." Despite his exhaustion, Rob is eager to help when someone needs help. Holding on to open a gap in his heavy eyelids, Rob's cloudy old eyes reflected the figure of the person who spoke. It was a black-haired boy who looked young, but exuded a very confident momentum. Behind him, there was a pretty girl with short crimson hair that showed half of her body. She grabbed the boy's right hand with both hands and looked this way with a probing look in her eyes full of curiosity. Chapter 9. Evil. Seeing the two immature and unfamiliar faces in front of him, Rob's heart sighed slightly. Anger burned from the bottom of my heart, and my tired spirit was lifted a little. With just one glance, Rob realized that he had never seen these two faces in front of him on the construction site of the Tower of Paradise. The faces of the two children, a man and a woman, are very recognizable. Although they are immature, they can already see a little handsomeness and beauty. If you have seen it, with Rob's powerful memory as a magician, you will definitely not be unable to remember it. Thinking of the new slaves who were brought to the construction site this evening, Rob immediately realized that the two children in front of him should be the slaves who had just been captured in the Tower of Paradise today. These bastards are doing things like beasts. Thinking of the number of slaves he saw this afternoon, and how many of them had lost their families, Rob hated it in his heart. I saw that the old man in front of him had an angry look on his face after opening his eyes, and he looked like he was gritting his teeth. Thinking that it was because the two of them had disturbed the old man and made him angry, Elissa felt a little frightened, and hid her small body behind Xiu Mo's back, not daring to look at Rob again. However, Xiu Mo could know through Rob's eyes that he was not angry that he had disturbed him, but that he was angry at the evil deeds of the group of beasts of the Dark Demon Guiding Order, so Xiu Mo was not panicked at all, and his face was very calm. Rob saw Elissa's movements and quickly realized that his movements had scared her. Immediately collected his emotions and put a kind smile on his face. "Hello, two children, what are you looking for me?" Due to the long-term oppression, Rob's voice seems to be a little lacking in chi, and he sounds very weak. "If you may, I'd like you to tell us a little bit about magic." Hearing Xiu Mo's words, Rob's eyes suddenly widened a little and became brighter. Although he didn't know why Xiu Mo asked this question to himself, when it came to magic, Rob remembered his magnificent career as a magician decades ago, and a look of nostalgia appeared on his face. Later, in Rob's narration, humor and Elissa learned about magic and the wizards, as well as the Wizards Guild. It is a world full of magic, and in this world, people who possess magic and are able to use it are called magicians. Generally speaking, however, only those who have joined an organization called a guild can be officially recognized as a mage. Like-minded magicians gather in the guild and fight for their goals. It is precisely because of this that a large number of wizard guilds were born. All kinds of commissions from the outside world will be delivered to the Wizards Guild, and then the wizards in the guild can take these commissions and receive commissions after completing tasks, and the guild can take a portion of this commission to maintain daily operations. This is the relationship between the Magus and the Magus Guild. After that, it's the magic of this world. In layman's terms, the world divides the types of magic into two broad categories. One is the magic that is embodied by the magic power of one's own cultivation, which is called the ability system by the world. The other is magic that can only be used with magic items and one's own magic power, which is called the holding system. In the original book, for example, the first type of magic is represented by Natsu, Gray, and others, and the second type of magic is represented by Elissa and Lucy. Yes, although the magic used by Elissa in the original book is classified as spatial magic, and her own magic and swordsmanship are also extremely powerful, it is still classified as possession magic. This is because Elissa's magic is only a small branch of space magic, known as the costume magic knight, and her battle is to defeat her enemies through the skillful application of various powerful magical armor and weapons. Also using the costume change magic are Beska and others in the original book, who use gun dress UPS. In other words, the magic of dressing up is really just a road commodity. You can master any magic scroll you buy on the market, and the strength is not high, far from being comparable to the magic of the other members of the protagonist group. Except for Gray's ice magic, the other three's magic is not as tall. Lucy's star spirit magic is a magic that only local tyrants can exert their strength, and after learning it, it has no power at all except for watching. The reason why I say this is because the medium required for astral magic, that is, the key to the astral spirit, is too precious. An ordinary key to a little canine that is useless other than ornamental or pet keeping will sell for thousands of gold coins, and where can the poor afford this kind of magic except for the local tyrants? Not to mention that the keys to the top star spirits like the zodiac will only exist in this world at a time, which is not at all something that ordinary people can have. And Natsu and Wendy's dragon-slaying magic is inherited from the super-powerful magic created by the Dragon Queen Erin more than 400 years ago. Whether it is the final villain or the 7 Dragon Slayer wizards who defeated the villain, they all use this kind of magic, and it can be imagined that it is powerful. Even Grey had mastered the Ice Demon Slayer technique in the later stages, while Alyssa still only had costume magic. But Alyssa is still able to stand tall in the world's top powerhouse with her costume magic, compared to Natsu and Grey. Horror. The reason why Alyssa was able to become so strong with this kind of big road magic was not only because her own talent in magic was extremely powerful, but more importantly, because she was the daughter of the author Majima, and she was opened countless hangings. With so many kinds of armor and weapons that are not only beautifully shaped, but also extremely powerful, it is difficult not to be strong. Not only that, but Alyssa still has an alias of Ai Udeo in the hearts of readers. This is not only the reader's ridicule of Alyssa, but also a recognition of her strength. No matter how powerful the enemy is, no matter how big the disadvantage, all you need to do is change into a chest cloth and make a declaration of determination. With a single sword, victory is already in the bag. He can even take the heavy punches of demonic Natsu and Grey with one hand, followed by a single slash of meteorites and a set of dragon slays. Although the other party is suspected of releasing water, there is no doubt about Alyssa's strength. Deservedly the first person with a demon tail. Funny. P.S. Who's for and who's against? Laughs. Chapter 10. When it comes to magic, Rob remembers his wonderful career as a magician, and the more he talks about it, the more energetic he becomes, and his spirits are much better. Zyumer and Alyssa were also very fascinated by the listen, and Alyssa even leaned out of the body that had shrunk behind Zyumer, staring at Rob with both eyes full of longing and yearning. She longed for the wonderful experience of the magicians in Rob's mouth, and longed for that kind of free life. If she could, she would also like to be able to become a magician after regaining her freedom, learn all kinds of strange magic, and have a wonderful life. 2 small hands grasped the corners of Shiumo's clothes, and thoughts were already flying in Alyssa's little head. Is old, and it has been a long time since he has spoken so freely. It is rare that 2 children today asked about the most proud thing of him, and Rob couldn't stop as soon as he opened the conversation. Until the prison guard who delivered the food opened the prison door, Rob was still a little unsatisfied. At the age of 78, he no longer knows if he will have the opportunity to look back on his life like this. In the original prison, in addition to the 3 Shiumo talking, there were also familiar slaves talking about something in several other corners, and it was not completely silent. But after the 2 fierce-looking jailers opened the door and came in, everyone was silent in an instant, and the whole prison became silent. Rob also stopped talking, and at the same time motioned with his eyes to Shumer and Alyssa to keep quiet. The 2 sturdy jailers looked very satisfied when they saw the slaves looking at the barrels in their hands with expectant eyes after the 2 of them entered. It seemed that they enjoyed their intimidation in the minds of the slaves, and the fear of the slaves. It's really a bunch of people who don't know what to call it, and their faces are really ugly. Shiumo secretly took a sip, very disdainful in his heart. Retracting his gaze, Shiumo no longer looked at the ugly faces of the 2 very arrogant jailers, but at the slaves who quickly lined up to receive food after the jailer gave the order. Alyssa also tugged at Shiumo's hand, and her big eyes conveyed the message that she was also hungry. Humor nodded knowingly, led Alyssa, and followed Rob to the back of the line. Under the rough movements of the 2 jailers, the food distribution was very fast, and the speed of the procession was also very fast, and it was not long before Zyumer and Alyssa arrived. After the food was distributed, the 2 jailers gave an order and walked out of the cell with the barrel. Looking at the food he received in his hand, Shiumo was a little speechless. The standard Western-style hard bread doesn't have much in size, and it feels like holding a brick in your hand. There was also a bowl of water, and then there was nothing. No wonder the slaves are all yellow-faced and thin-skinned. How can they be well fed with just this little thing? If they are not malnourished, there will be ghosts. After receiving the food, Zyumer took Alyssa and Rob back to the corner where they had just been. After sitting down again, Rob immediately began to gobble up, as if he had been reincarnated as a starving ghost, as if he had no feeling at all for the hardness and dryness of the bread. With the exception of Rob, some of the other slaves were even more exaggerated. I couldn't help it, I did a day of heavy physical work. Whatever it was, as long as it was edible, they poor slaves wouldn't care. Looking at the brick-like thing in his hand, Xiuemo was a little distracted. I felt an inexplicable dry hair in my throat, and it was really hard to swallow. Fortunately, after having the magic power in his body, Xiuemo was able to resist the short-term hunger, so he was not in a hurry to eat this brick. At this time, Xiuemo was thinking about a question, and he was wondering if he should just go out and kill all the members of the order. Although he had already prepared to kill those villains directly tonight, he wanted to change his mind when he saw this kind of food at this moment. Schumer was very disdainful of this food, but Alyssa drooled at the hard black bread, and her eyes revealed longing. It's really embarrassing for her, since she was caught on the boat. She hasn't eaten for almost a day and a half. She was just an ordinary 10-year-old girl, and she had been hungry for so long. Just as Alyssa was about to shove the bread into her mouth, a little girl suddenly sobbed nearby. Xiuemo put down the brick in his hand, and Alyssa stopped her movements and looked over. It was a girl with short white hair, and she was sitting on the ground, her delicate face crawling with sadness, rubbing her teary eyes with the backs of her two small hands, and making a slight sobbing sound. Next to her calf was a bowl that had been knocked over, and the water had flowed between the cracks in the floor. Alas! Rob didn't know when he had finished his bread and sighed. Poor boy, too. To be bullied in such a difficult place. Listening to his tone, he seemed to understand what was going on. In fact, there is no need for Rob to say it, and Xiuemo also knows what is going on. Obviously, the little white-haired girl had been robbed of her food by other slaves who were stronger than her, and had spilled her clear water in the process. Although he was wondering just now, Xiuemo probably still sensed the situation in the outside world. This is where a man eats man. The members of the order oppressed the slaves, and among the slaves, the stronger ones oppressed the weaker ones. Sighing slightly, looking at the bread in his hand that he didn't want to eat, Xiuemo decided to let it come in handy. However, when Xiuemo was about to stand up and walk over, he found that Alyssa was moving faster than himself. Chapter 11. Don't cry, I'll give you my food. Alyssa walked up to the white-haired little Lori, bent down slightly, and handed her the bread in her hand. Although it can be seen from Alyssa's eyes that she is also very reluctant, but the movements of her hands are very firm, and it can be seen that she really wants to give the bread in her hand to this white-haired little Lori whose food was snatched. Even though I'm hungry, can I still do this? Is worthy of the kind and strong fairy queen in the original book. Looking at Alyssa's actions and the gentle smile on the white-haired little Lori, Xiuemo couldn't help but admire in his heart. Suddenly, a white and tender little hand reached out in front of him, and the food that was handed over to him was still vital and could fill the stomach, which made the white-haired little Lori, who was still crying softly just now, stop crying and was stunned in place. I can't believe that in such a hellish place, there is still someone willing to share the precious food in her hands with others. Is she an angel? The white-haired little Lori looked at the smiling Alyssa stupidly, her eyes widened, and she felt that Alyssa's jade-like face seemed to be emitting a faint fluorescence, wondering if she was dreaming. Eat. You're hungry, aren't you? Seeing that the white-haired little Lori sitting on the ground didn't make any movement except for looking at herself stupidly, Alyssa couldn't help but remind her again. As soon as he finished speaking, a rumbling sound of her stomach rang out from Alyssa's abdomen. It's okay. Don't look at me, I can stand it. Ilussa's little face turned red at once, but she still held on, and firmly handed the bread in her hand to the white-haired little Lori, motioning for her to accept it. Hearing the sound of Ilussa's stomach growling, and hearing the sound of Ilussa reminding herself to accept it again, the white-haired little Lori finally recovered from her distraction. No, 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 no. After saying no several times in a row, the white-haired little Lori's little face was full of nervousness, and she waved her hands in a panic, and did not take the bread in Ilussa's hand. I can't ask for your food, you'll go hungry. If you are hungry, you will not have the physical strength to work tomorrow, and if you don't work, you will be beaten. It hurts to be beaten, and it's better not to. Although the white-haired little Lori's eyes were very eager for the piece of bread that looked very bad, she still refused Ilussa's kindness. Because she is also very kind in her heart, she is thinking about Ilussa. And the words that came out of her mouth were so distressing, and it made people feel even more resentful of this dark place. Subsequently, one party forcibly demanded to give, and the other party resolutely refused to accept it. The two little Loris are not only not good looking, but also hard to push around like moving bricks, and no one can compete with anyone. Looking at the humble appearance of the two cute little Lori, Xiumo only felt that this picture was so loving. In this world, there is light after all. Even in such a dark place, there is light shining through. You two don't fight around, isn't it good to have one piece each? Smiling knowingly, Xiumo walked over to the two little Lolis' side, stopping them from pushing and shoving, and letting Ilussa clench her own piece of bread. Then, when the white-haired little Lori was just relieved, she forcefully stuffed the bread in her hand to her. Wouldn't that be nice? Everybody could have something to eat. Seeing that the two little Loli had brick bread in their hands, a satisfied smile appeared on Xiumo's face. But what about yourself? Saw that because of his actions, Xiumo gave the piece of bread that belonged to him to the white-haired little Lori. Ilussa couldn't help but feel a little ashamed in her heart, and asked weakly. A loaf of bread was suddenly forcibly stuffed into her hand, and the white-haired little Lori looked stunned and looked at Xiumo blankly. After Ilussa's questioning, she also hurriedly spoke up, and made a move to return the bread to Xiumer. Yes, what will you eat after you give me your bread? I'm really not hungry, so don't worry. I have my own way. Pushing back the little hands of the white-haired little Lori, Xiumo smiled at the two little Lori, and the smile was extremely bright. If you're hungry, eat it, it's not delicious, but it quenches your hunger, doesn't it? Xiumo really didn't lie to Ilussa and the two of them, he really wasn't hungry at all. Although magic can't completely replace food, it can quench Xiumo's hunger and maintain his abundant energy. With his current strength, he won't do anything without eating for 2 or 3 days, just like those immortal cultivators who have just entered the Bigu period. Hearing Xiumo's words that didn't seem to be fake, and his expression was also very confident, Ilussa, who had always trusted Xiumo, didn't say anything more, sat down next to the white-haired little Lori, and silently nibbled on the bread in her hand. Ilussa trusted Humor, and since Humor said he could get her out of here, she couldn't hold him back. Ilussa believes that only when she has enough food and sufficient physical strength can she keep up with Xiumo's footsteps and not cause him trouble. After Ilussa started, the white-haired little Lori's desire to return the bread to Xiumo gradually faded. Although she didn't know why, she also trusted these two people who were willing to give food to herself. Then under Xiumo's gentle gaze, the white-haired little Lori blushed and began to nibble on the bread in her hand. Obviously, the bread in his hand was as hard and bitter as a brick, and the feeling of eating it in his mouth should be the same as chewing wax, but both of them ate it very sweetly. While the two little Loli were nibbling on bread like cute hamsters, Xiumo kept looking at the white-haired little Lori, and her already slightly red face became even hotter. Just now, he felt that the appearance of the white-haired little Lori was very familiar with Xiumo, and at this moment he had completely remembered her identity, which made him a little surprised. Although she did spend some time in the original book, she didn't expect to be able to meet her here. one of the members of the 6 demon generals in the original book, a girl who also appeared many times in the later period. Longing for a free flight like an angel as the villain of the Dark Guild in the early stage, later it regained its kind nature. Codename Angel, real name, Empty Nyagulia. P.S. My pace seems to be too slow, uncomfortable. Chapter 12. The 2 little lorries' small mouths were not big, but they quickly ate the bread in their hands that looked very difficult to swallow. It seems that I am really hungry, and this kind of bread that makes people lose their appetite at first glance can eat so deliciously. After eating, the 2 little lorry licked the remaining crumbs of bread on their hands with a satisfied expression. It's understandable that Angel behaved like this as a person who had already been caught working as a drudger in the Tower of Paradise and was often robbed of food. But Ilusa, a child with adoptive parents, would actually behave like this, which couldn't help but surprise Xiumo. It seems that the lives of the poor people in this world are not very good. Looking at the performance of the 2 little lorry, Xiumo came to such a conclusion. Perhaps noticing Xiumo's gaze, the 2 little loli silently stopped licking their fingers. Nervously put his little hands behind his back, lowered his little head and didn't dare to look at Xiumo, with a blushing expression on his face. It's a joke now, it's a shame. Ilusa felt that her face was almost boiling water, and she was very embarrassed. Have you eaten enough? The bread is so dry, let's drink some water. Xiumo didn't intend to make fun of the 2 of them, but his heart ached, and he handed the 2 bowls of water to the 2 of them respectively, with a warm smile on his face. In his previous life, under the influence of all kinds of strange things on the internet, Xiumo became a gentleman. And as a loving gentleman, whether it's Lori, Otome, or sister, he liked it very much. Very fraternal. So, when 2 sweet little Lori, who had a tragic experience, made such a shy gesture in front of him, of course he couldn't suppress his pity. In the face of Xiumo's action of handing over water, although they were still shy in their hearts, the 2 little loli still took the bowl handed over by Xiumo very quickly. Thank you, X2. The faint sound of thanks, like a mosquito and a fly. If it weren't for Xiumo's good hearing, it is estimated that he would not be able to hear what the 2 of them were talking about at all. This time, the action of the 2 little loli drinking water is very gentle, taking a small sip, and it took a while to drink the little amount of water in the bowl, which is very elegant and educated. However, it can be seen from their red necks that their mood has not calmed down. My name is Shumer, and her name is Ilusa. Nice to meet you, what's your name? Smiling and waiting for the 2 little loli in front of him to finish drinking the water, after they put down the bowl in their hands and lowered their little heads, Xiumo asked for the name of Sora. Although Xiumo, who had read the original book, knew Sora's name, he couldn't say it. In the face of Xiumo's questioning, Kong Nai raised his little head, glanced at Xiumo quickly, and after making eye contact with Xiumo, he quickly lowered his head. Originally, his heartbeat, which was already somewhat calm when he drank water, accelerated again after seeing Xiumo's clear eyes. My name is Korniagulia. Sora, who had been introducing himself with his head down, felt that his behavior was a bit impolite, so he couldn't hold back his shame and raised his head to look at Xiumo. Very nice to meet you. After glancing at Xiumo, in the end, the shyness in his heart prevailed. Sono immediately tilted his little head to the other side again, leaving Xiumo with a cute side face flushed. Seeing Kangnei's performance, Xiumo felt a little helpless in his heart. Like Ilusa, it's clear that Sono has developed strange feelings for Shumer, who treats her gently and gives her back food. This kind of relationship can't be said to be liked, after all, they are both just little girls in their early teens. Even if the love is just beginning, it is impossible to understand what that strange feeling in your heart is. Schumer guessed that this should be a sense of dependence caused by suddenly finding someone to rely on in a difficult environment. It's like the feeling of a desert traveler arriving at an oasis and a drowning person finding driftwood. After all, it's just two little girls, and it's normal to behave like this in this environment. Sora, do you have a dream? After Alyssa and Sora had finished drinking water, the three of them chatted harmoniously, and suddenly Alyssa asked Sora such a question. I don't know why I suddenly talked about dreams, but there's no doubt that Sono is very interested in this topic. Even in this predicament, Sora still has his own dreams. She longed for the blue sky outside, the gentle white clouds, and the birds that soared freely in the sky. Even if everything is so far away and so unattainable for her now, she still looks forward to it every day. My dream is to soar into the sky like an angel and eventually disappear into the sky. When talking about his dream, Sono became excited, and he no longer looked shy just now. The little face became red and fluttered, and the tone was as cheerful as that of a bird. In the dim and damp prison, there was a yearning look on Sora's little face. Is also a child who was caught in the Tower of Paradise, and the empty in the original book is undoubtedly lucky compared to Alyssa, but it is also unlucky. He was taken out of the Tower of Paradise by Brian ahead of time, leaving this hellish place, only to plunge into deeper darkness. Fortunately, in the end, he succeeded in whitewashing, and he really became an angel-like person. The jade is carved into a vessel, and the pearl is completely dusty. In the end, she can be regarded as having fulfilled her dream. P.S. It's uncomfortable, I'm so bad at writing that few people read it at all. Chapter 13. Yes, that's nice. Shiu-mo sighed in admiration and set his eyes on Alyssa. And what about your dreams? The topic suddenly returned to herself, and Alyssa, who was the initiator of the topic, also said her dream after a short period of thought. Before I was caught here, I didn't have any big dreams, I just wanted to be able to eat enough every day and grow up healthy. After being caught on the boat, my dream was to be able to get out of here and be free. And after hearing about the world of magicians told by my grandfather, I hope to become a powerful magician with the ability to control my own destiny. As she said this, Alyssa glanced at Shiu-mo, and some of the words were left in her stomach and said to herself. So what is your dream? After pouring out his deepest prayer to Shumer and Alyssa, Sora gradually let go and happily asked Shumer. This really knocked Shiu-mo down. Dream? Yes, what is my dream? Suddenly crossing into this world, Shiu-mo really didn't know what his dream was for a while. Hummer fell into deep thought, pondering what his dreams were. Shiu-mo, who was just a salted fish in his last life, envied the protagonist in it countless times when reading the novel, and he had incomparably powerful power and a wonderful life. Today's Shiu-mo has rejuvenated himself, traveled to the wonderful magical world, and has also received the assistance of the system, and also has the opportunity to become the protagonist. If this kind of help still becomes a salted fish, Shiu-mo himself looks down on himself. My dream. Shiu-mo paused, the expression on his face was extremely serious, and his eyes were frighteningly bright. I want to be the strongest in the world, yes, the strongest. Despite having a black dragon that has dominated the world for more than 400 years, Shiu-mo also firmly believes that he can surpass it. If you don't even have this bit of confidence, Shiu-mo will wear it in vain. As Shiu-mo's words fell, his body exuded a powerful confidence that was admirable, which made the two little lowly can't help but feel a sense of reverence in their hearts. Under the dim candlelight, Shiu-mo's face was full of spirit. Attracted by Shiu-mo's confident face, the two little lowly were stunned for a while, and after reacting, they hurriedly expressed their support for Shiu-mo's dream. I believe that you can do it, and you can definitely become the strongest in this world. I believe it too. Alyssa said words of support before Sora, and Sorano didn't know what to say for a while, so she could only follow Alyssa's words and echo them. After saying that, Sono lowered his head in embarrassment. I have suffered a loss of no culture. Although Alyssa doesn't actually have any culture. Not long after talking about their dreams, the two little lowly snuggled up to Shiu-mo on the left and the right and sank into sleep. Their faces were smiling in their sleep with the hope of a better future. Sleep. When you wake up, the world will be very different. Xiu Mo rested his head against the hard earthen wall, staring at the flickering candlelight, a faint smile on his face. He was thinking about what he would do to fight the enemy early tomorrow morning. Although the current Xiu Mo has the magic power of the B-rank magician, he does not have any attack magic except for the basic swordsmanship and the first form of the 4 styles of sorrow. Although he can be crushed by his magic power, he needs to find convenient means of attack in order to be more efficient. There were no weapons in the prison, but it was hard to keep quiet. He has read a lot of novels, but he is familiar with many methods of fighting the enemy empty-handed. Flying leaves, snapping fingers and hurting people. All kinds of methods against the enemy can come to his mind just by thinking about it. Although he didn't know the specific principles and operating routes of those exercises or martial arts, it didn't prevent him from using the magic power in his body to simulate these methods. Where no one could see, Xiu Mo's right hand was combined into a sword finger, and a breathtaking silver-white magic power kept spitting on his fingertips. This is Xiu Mo familiar with how to use magic to unleash powerful attacks with his bare hands. With Xiu Mo's current magical power and his proficiency in the use of magical power, he found that he could condense a 3-foot-long sword chi blade between his fingers. If he wanted to let the sword chi attack out of his body, he estimated that he should be able to have a distance of about 10 meters, and if it was farther away, it would gradually dissipate and lose its power. There's no way, there's no specific route of operation, and if you want to forcibly let the magic out of your body, you can only do it to this extent with the magic power that has just entered the B-level magician level. If you learn Xi attack magic, a normal B-class magician should be able to shoot 50 or 60 meters of magic. But that's more than enough, because the opponents are just a bunch of weak chickens who can't even beat Ilusa, who has just awakened her magic in the original books. You must know that no matter how strong Ilusa's talent is, and how big Majima gives her, she will definitely not exceed the strength of a B-level magician at the beginning of awakening magic. So, it's completely enough. The corners of Xiu Mo's mouth rose slightly, outlining a trace of confidence. Moreover, after the fight, he can also take the weapon from the magic soldier. Ilusa in the original book can get a sword, and of course he can too. Although it is said that in Mr. Jin's novel, the sword demon Dogu has reached the realm of not being stuck in things in the way of the sword, but today's Xiu Mo still can't do this. Xiu Mo has only had the swordsmanship of reaching the peak realm out of thin air, but he has not yet undergone any actual combat. Therefore, at this stage, only when the sword is in hand, Xiu Mo can exert all his strength. P.S. Readers, the humble author asked for some flower reviews online, and knelt down. Chapter 14. Damn the guys, get me up and work. In the early morning, the sky was slightly bright. The jailers went to the prison and rudely woke the slaves up. When they arrived, they brought a cart full of tools, woke up the slaves, and began to distribute them. Under the roar of the guards, the slaves who were still asleep woke up instantly. Their faces were bitter, and they got up silently, bowing their heads and lining up to receive the tools. Xiu Mo noticed that when the guards opened the cell door, the delicate body in his arms trembled slightly. He gently patted Ilusa and Corno on the back, soothing them. Then Xiu Mo stood up and looked at the jailer in front of him, who was handing out tools. Perhaps it was Xiu Mo's gaze that was too lethal, and the two strong jailers suddenly felt like a man on their backs, and they were uncomfortable. The two of them looked up, and their fierce gaze began to scan the cell, wondering where this uncomfortable feeling came from. All the slaves who were swept by the gaze of the two of them bowed their heads in fear, trembling all over, clenching the tools in their hands to hide their fear. Eventually, the two jailers discovered where the uncomfortable gaze was coming from. In a corner of the cell, a teenager about 1.5 meters tall was looking at the two of them indifferently, and the look that made them both very uncomfortable came from this teenager. From the perspective of the two jailers, Xiu Mo's eyes seemed to have a fine light, and his eyes were extremely sharp and frighteningly bright. When he looked at Xiu Mo, he even had a faint feeling of stinging in his eyeballs, and a trace of fear appeared in his heart. They had always been accustomed to being powerful in the Tower of Paradise, but today they actually felt a little scared under the eyes of a little ghost, which couldn't help but make them a little annoyed. That little ghost, what's the matter with those eyes of you? In order to hide the fear he had shown at that moment, one of the jailers grinned and asked very unpleasantly. While asking, he also drew the long whip from his waist and walked towards Xiu Mo menacingly. As he walked, he scolded and scolded, wanting to teach Xiu Mo a hard lesson. Seeing his movements, the slaves who were lining up to lead the tools flashed to the side as if they had encountered a flood beast. They were afraid that the jailer would be in a bad mood and would give him a little bit of it. Despite the sympathy for others who might have been whipped, no one dared to stand up to stop this. Staying in this kind of place for a long time, while being enslaved, these people have been beaten to a greater or lesser extent, and their hearts have long been worn out. Therefore, everyone lowered their heads numbly, and they didn't dare to raise their heads to look at Xiu Mo and them. When the tall and strong man with an extremely fierce face walked up to the three of them about 5 meters, the trembling Elisa and Sono took a step forward almost at the same time. Obviously he was already scared and was about to lose his footing, but the two little lowly were still firmly in front of Xiu Mo. Elisa has a brave heart in her heart, coupled with the strange feelings she has for Xiu Mo. It is not strange that he can stand in front of Xiu Mo when the crisis comes. On the contrary, it was Sora's actions that surprised Xiu Mo. Having been starved and beaten in the Tower of Paradise, she knew better than Elisa what it would mean to resist the jailers. Despite the fear in my heart, I was able to overcome my fear and stand up bravely, which is really very valuable. There is kindness in the heart, so after falling into the darkness, you can also wash it again. Although I was very moved by the actions of the two little lorry, how could Xiu Mo, as a man, hide behind a woman? Not to mention that these are just two little lorries who are just in their early teens. Moreover, Xiu Mo deliberately looked at the jailer with such a gaze, deliberately attracting him over. With a flick of his hands forward, he pulled Elisa and Sono back behind him. "It's okay, leave it to me." Dropping this sentence softly, Xiu Mo looked at the jailer who rushed towards him, his eyes staring. In the next moment, the index finger and middle finger of Xiu Mo's right hand were together, and the other 3 fingers were slightly curved, forming a sword finger gesture. Immediately after, Xiu Mo's right hand slashed directly in front of him, and when he swung it, a silvery white light burst out from his fingertips. The air vibrated violently as Xiu Mo's right hand swept across at great speed, making a tiny air explosion sound. When Xiu Mo spilled the silver-white magic sword chi from his fingertips, the originally dim prison seemed to suddenly brighten up at this moment. The silver light suddenly rose and killed silently. The jailer, who was still striding towards Xiu Mo, suddenly stopped his steps, his knees weakened, and he suddenly fell to his knees, and his trembling hands reached out to his neck. There, a bright red line of blood is blooming, beautiful but deadly. Immediately afterward, bright red blood shot out of the jailer's carotid artery, spraying the ground several meters in front of him like a high-pressure water cannon. Fortunately, Xiu Mo saw that the situation was not good, and he had already pulled Elisa and Kong Nai to the side, otherwise it was estimated that he would be bloody. No, to say that these jailers are dogs is to insult dogs, to apologize to dogs. In less than a second, the jailer who had been slain by Xiu Mo fell to the ground, and the blood quickly formed a pool of blood under him, staining the ground red. After the jailer fell, the prison exploded. Elisa and Sono were surprised in their eyes, they couldn't imagine that Xiu Mo had such a powerful power. The other slaves were in disbelief that someone was able to resist the jailer and kill him. Only Rob's eyes narrowed slightly, and he could see that Xiu Mo was using magic to attack. The next moment, a hint of surprise sprouted in his heart. With Xiu Mo here, the slaves may be able to rebel against the Dark Wizard Order. P.S. The current time is X775, Elisa is 10 years old, the protagonist's setting is 12 years old, 1 meter 5 should be normal. The author: I was 158 when I was 11 years old. Chapter 15. After Xiumo's sudden attack, the wide prison suddenly became silent and silent. At first, when the dead jailer scolded and rushed towards Xiaomer, the slaves did not dare to make any sound, and the only sound in the entire prison was Jailer A's scolding. And after Jailer A suddenly died at the hands of Xiumo, they were so shocked that these slaves felt as if a glance had exploded in their heads, and they stared blankly at the corpse of Jailer A, who fell to the ground, unable to say anything. They wondered if they hadn't woken up before they could see such an amazing scene. It can even be said to be terrifying. The jailer who had been oppressing them all this time died in front of them. In just a flash of silver, Jailer A was already lying in a pool of blood. While the slaves couldn't believe their eyes at all, the other jailer was dumbfounded. Just now, he was still proudly watching Jailer A rush towards Xiumo, wanting to see a good show happen. I didn't expect the development of the plot to be too magical, so magical that it made him doubt his life a little. Although magic tools are still quite common in this world, not everyone knows how to use magic. In addition to being a little stronger than these slaves, these jailers are just ordinary people, and they don't use magic as extraordinary powers. So at this moment, facing a person with powerful magic who could easily take his life, this jailer B instantly knelt down. "Please spare my life, please spare my life." He saw that the wind made the rudder faster, and after reacting, he immediately knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing to Xiumo. There was a thud between his forehead and the ground, and in just a few clicks, Jailer B's forehead was already bloody and fleshy. This Jailer B is also a ruthless man. In order to survive, every time he kowtows, he is very desperate. Seeing his appearance, a trace of disdain crossed Xiumo's eyes. When he has the strength to bully others, this kind of person jumps more happily than anyone else, and when he really faces someone he can't resist, he kneels faster than anyone else. It's a pity that no matter how much this Jailer B kowtows, Xiumo will not let him go. Not only him, but all the members of the order on this island are going to die today. Raising his hand, another strong wind struck, and Jailer B fell to his knees and lost his life. After that, Xiumo looked at the frightened slaves around him and spoke softly. "Do you want to get out of this place?" Hearing Xiumo's words, all the slaves seemed to be slightly electrocuted by static electricity, and their bodies shook slightly. "Why don't you think about it?" "I think about it day and night." "But can we really do it? Resist them?" A trembling old man walked out of the crowd and asked Xiumo. The faces of the other slaves were all confused about the future, and the fear of the Dark Wizard Order who had been oppressing them and others. Of course they wanted to get out of here, and it wasn't like no one had tried to escape before, but they were quickly caught and beaten to death in front of them as a warning. This makes their hearts swing. As long as you can unite, then you can. Seeing the expressions of the slaves, Xiumo's tone was indifferent, and his starry eyes were clear. "If you don't dare to resist, you will only die at the hands of these wicked people in the end, and become nameless dry bones under the construction site." It's a bit heavy, but Xiumo can only go so far. It was clear that Xiumo could kill all the members of the order alone, and the reason why he did this was just to stir up hope in the hearts of these slaves. Only by the desire in one's heart, through one's own efforts to gain freedom, these slaves who have been enslaved and endured a lot of darkness can eliminate their inner demons. If they didn't have the courage to resist, even if Xiumo killed all the guards and released them, it is estimated that they would have lived in nightmares for the rest of their lives. Unite, try to resist. As long as everyone unites, then we will be able to overthrow the rule of these people, escape from this hellish place, and regain our freedom. After saying the sentence just now, Xiumo's tone softened a little. "Who wants to follow me and walk out of here with their heads held high?" Even if no one came forward, Xiumo would still free these slaves, but whether they had any scars in their hearts after that didn't matter to him. Hearing Shummer's words, Ilusa and Sora didn't say anything. One left and one right took Xiu Mo's hand, and his little face was full of firmness, indicating his position. Immediately after, Old Man Rob also stood up. I'm willing to follow you to rebel against them and get out of here. He had a smile on his face, and his voice became much more energetic because of his excitement. Although he had lost his strength as a magician, he still had eyesight, and he saw that with Xiu Mo's strength, he was able to defeat all the members of the order. With such a good opportunity to leave this place, he'd be a fool if he hesitated for a long time. After Rob stepped forward, the other slaves exchanged glances with their acquaintances, and their gazes gradually became determined. I do. Good. Xiu Mo nodded in satisfaction, took out a long sword from Jailer B's waist, held it in his hand, and led the way to the prison door. Take your tools as weapons and come with me. After today, you will be free and see the true light again. Oh, XN. The slaves were furious, and their voices rose and fell, and the originally quiet prison erupted in unprecedented cheers at this moment. P.S. To be honest, I originally planned to do the content of these 15 chapters in 5 chapters, but I ended up writing so much. The slow pace is a hard injury. Chapter 16. Although there was a little episode in Xiu Mo's prison, because the movement did not make too much trouble, the Dark Wizard sect was not able to find out about the abnormalities in this prison. The other prison guards had already pressed the other slaves and began to make their way to the construction site, ready to start a new day's work. No, it's supposed to be squeezing, right? No matter what you call it, the oppressed people will never be happy anyway. Today's weather is very good, and the sun is already rising in the east in the early morning, and the sun is shining. In inverse proportion to the bright sunshine, the faces of the slaves carried a cloud of gloom that could not be dissolved. In this place, the warm sun could not reach their hearts, warm their cold hearts and blood. It was as if I was stuck in the abyss, shrouded in darkness and shadows, and there was no hope for the future. Day after day, the heavy work is repeated, like a mechanized robot. Even worse than robots. Because they are just ordinary human beings made of flesh and blood, how can they withstand this never-ending high-pressure load? Fortunately, after today, they will be able to regain their freedom and feel the warmth of the sun again. Because Xiu Mo came. Along the way, all the cells were already empty, and Xiu Mo and his party came without causing any commotion. It wasn't until he came to the gates of all the prisons that he was finally discovered by the guards guarding here. You. What happened for a while? The two jailers could not say the rest of their mouths, and the good heads were separated from the bodies. The last thing they saw was two standing, headless corpses. With a sword in hand, Xiu Mo's basic swordsmanship can exert its full power, and he can easily sway his sword chi out of a range of 100 meters. These two were just ordinary guards, and they had already been wiped out by the fleeting sword before they even saw the person who killed them. The head then fell to the ground, stained with dust. His eyes darkened and he lost all consciousness. Despite the horror of Xiu Mo's method of killing the two guards, none of the slaves felt scared or unbearable. If they could, they would be eager to eat their flesh and drink their blood from these evil parties that oppressed them. Seeing their deaths so tragic at this moment, there was no other thought than to be happy. Even the faces of the two little Lori, Ilusa, and Sora, did not show any unbearability. It's true that they are very kind, but kindness also has to divide people. The other party is a bad guy who captures and oppresses innocent people, and they are not people who do not distinguish between right and wrong, so how can they sympathize with them? Not to mention, it was Xiu Mo who he admired who killed them. Following Xiu Mo, everyone walked out of the dimly lit prison and let the warm sunlight shine on them. On a new day, I once again stood under this blue sky, standing at the familiar prison door. It is completely different from the feeling in the past that I don't know how many days. In those days, no matter how warm the sun is, they can't feel the existence of life and the beauty of the world. I don't know how long it has been, bathing in the warm sunshine, breathing in the beautiful air, and being able to have a feeling that I am still alive. The numb faces of the slaves gradually appeared, and some even cried with excitement. Then, looking at the back of the slaves who walked in front of them, although they were only 1.5 meters long, they felt extremely tall, and the faces of the slaves showed a complicated look of gratitude, admiration, and so on. They felt that Xiaomo was like the dawn of a slow night, their savior. Of course, Xiaomo didn't know what the people behind him thought of him. He just carried the sword in his hand and led Alyssa and Kuno to the construction site. The next thing to do is simple: kill all the members of the Dark Wizard Order, destroy this hellish Tower of Paradise, and that's it. On the way to the construction site, suddenly a piercing alarm sounded over the entire Paradise Tower. It seems that Xiaomo's actions were finally discovered by the Dark Wizard Order. For all this, Xiaomo had actually expected it a long time ago. In the original book, Alyssa and the others plotted to escape, but they were still discovered by the Dark Wizard Order without the informant of the slaves, which indicates that there must be some kind of magic tool or creature watching the place where these slaves live. Xiaomo only has the magic power of the B-level magician level, and he has not learned any detection magic, so it is normal that he has not been able to detect the other party's surveillance. But he had already been mentally prepared and did not panic at all. The expressions on the faces of the slaves who had been following Xiaomo with great ambition couldn't help but become nervous after hearing this alarm that seemed to be urging their lives, and there was a small commotion in the crowd. Although the enemy is just a group of weak chickens, and they don't need much effort from these slaves in the next battle, at least don't collapse before you can start fighting. So Xiaomo turned around and calmed them with an indifferent expression. "It's okay, don't be nervous. Believe me, I'll be able to get you out of here." Infected by the calm expression on Xiaomo's face, the panic in the hearts of the slaves disappeared, and was replaced by inexplicable courage. In order to obtain the hope of freedom, they felt that they had given it all up. Excellent. Xiaomo nodded in satisfaction, smiled at Alyssa and Sora, and turned to move on. "Now, let me see what you can do. P.S. There will be no licking plot in this book, but the protagonist may be more approachable in some times, and please don't understand it as licking. There are 14 chapters at the end of the chapter. I want to write X775, Alyssa was born in X765, but the brain is mixed up wrong, thank you for a reader to point out." Chapter 17. On the construction site, all the slaves had frightened expressions on their faces as the sirens sounded. The last time the alarm was sounded, someone tried to escape, and then after being caught, they were beaten to death in front of their eyes on this construction site, and the scene was extremely tragic. This time, I don't know what happened again. Squat, squat all for me. The guards wielded their weapons and ordered all the slaves on the site to stop their work and squat on the ground. The mana controller was then activated, opening all the mana traps on the shackles on their hands, restricting their movements. Someone resisted and killed the guard, and this was the first time since the construction of the Tower of Paradise began. The leadership of the Black Wizard Order is not all straw bales. After discovering that there are powerful people among the people who resist, and they are leaning towards the construction site, the first thing they think of is that they want to liberate the slaves on the construction site, so they immediately ordered to control the slaves on the construction site first. If the rebels had come here and freed all the slaves on the site, and all the people had revolted together, things would have been really hard to manage. And after the shackles in the hands of all the slaves in the construction site are activated, even if the rebellious slaves come here, it will not be so easy to free the slaves here. And although I don't know why the magic controller can no longer control the shackles on the slaves, with the number of them who are only in prison, even if there is a strong man, under the suppression of many magic guide soldiers, they can't turn up any wind and waves at all, and they can be easily suppressed. While there was nothing wrong with the actions taken by these leaders, they miscalculated one thing. That is, Xiaomo had no intention of relying on the group of slaves on the construction site to complete the counterattack on the Tower of Paradise. From the very beginning, Xiu Mo's plan was to take on all the magic guides by himself. With his strength, he can completely kill all the members of the Dark Wizard Order. The reason why he chose to lead the slaves to the construction site was for only one purpose. That is to let all the forces of the Black Wizard Order be concentrated here, so that he can easily and completely annihilate them. When Xiu Mo and the others arrived at the construction site, the leadership of the Dark Wizard Order had already waited in the construction site with a large number of magic soldiers, while the other slaves were driven to the corner and squatted on the ground. The group of members of the order was led by two strange-looking guys, one fat and one thin, one short and one tall, who had never seen before. Seeing the slaves behind Humor trembling with their tools, the two men let out a rampant laugh. After laughing, the tall and thin bamboo pole even made a gesture of rubbing his eyes with his hands to mock Xiu Mo and them. "Why? You guys want to rebel against us with some broken copper and iron, but you're about to laugh to death." "No, I'm laughing with tears. Ha ha ha." After the tall and thin bamboo pole's voice fell, the other members of the Black Demon Guiding Order and the Demon Guide soldiers behind him, as well as the overseers on the construction site, all let out arrogant laughter. Looking at the group of people in front of him who were still unaware of their deaths, Xiu Mo sneered disdainfully. "Although it may be cheaper for you, I still give you a good time." Too lazy to ramble any longer, Xiu Mo's eyes froze, his eyes bloomed, and he slowly raised the sword in his hand from his side until it was parallel to his shoulder. With a twist of his wrist, the sword glowed silver in the sunlight. Seeing Xiu Mo's actions, the tall and thin bamboo pole was still taunting Xiu Mo frantically. "Why, you still want to use that piece of broken iron in your hand to cut us, and if you can do it, you can try it." Although he said that, after the bamboo pole finished speaking, he immediately waved his right hand forward and gave the order to attack. "It's just a bunch of worthless slaves, and if you rearrest it, it's over." With this in mind, coupled with the intention of killing chickens and monkeys and making the other slaves resist, the Black Demon Mentoring Order decided to directly kill Xiu Mo and their group. The next moment, the magic guides behind him took a step forward side by side, their movements in unison. Then, the magic guides in the front row half-crouched, revealing the space in their upper bodies so that the magic guides in the back row could also release their attacks. They held their wands in their hands in a spear-holding position, and aimed the tip of their wand at Xiu and the others, ready to start attacking. Seeing this scene, Xiu Mo almost couldn't help but complain. "You're from the wizarding world. You're using a wand. How do you pose like you're shooting?" Although it can be known from Biska and others that there are of course such things as guns in this world, this group of magic guides use magic wand-shaped magic guides to pose as they shoot and disobey no matter how they look at it. Of course, the wizards didn't know what Xiu Mo was thinking, but they all launched the wand attack in their hands. The bombardment of Biubiu sounded from the tip of the wand, and the overwhelming magic light shot towards Xiu Mo and the others, so dense that there was no room to dodge, wanting to bombard Xiu Mo and the others directly into slag. The dense sound of breaking the air came from the front, and the slaves behind Xiu Mo looked at these unavoidable magic light bullets, and despair appeared in their eyes. "It's better to end this miserable life." The slaves slowly closed their eyes and gave up resistance. Ilusa and Sono didn't show despair, they just quietly watched Xiu Mo's upright back, their hearts full of trust in him. "I believe he will be able to stop all this." In the face of this wave of attacks, the old Rob's heart sank, and when he was about to burst out with the last magic power of his whole body to resist this wave of attacks, Xiu Mo's indifferent and powerful and confident voice reached everyone's ears. "The first form of the 4 types of sorrow. Slash the sky and draw your sword. P.S. Ask for some flower evaluation, cry." Chapter 18. From the moment Xiu Mo raised his sword, he was frantically mobilizing the magic power in his body, preparing to use the heaven-slashing sword drawing style, hoping to be able to kill all enemies with one move. The surging magic roared through Xiu Mo's body, eventually converging on the long sword in his right hand. As he mobilized his magical power, a powerful wave of magical energy rose from Xiu Mo's body, blowing the hair of Alusa and Sono beside him. It is worthy of a mythical level swordsmanship, and with Xiu Mo's strength now that he has just entered the B-level magician, it is still a little reluctant to use it. But after draining the 8 layers of magic power from Xiu Mo's body, the move was successfully completed. In about a second or so, Xiu Mo was completed. Facing the magic light bullet in front of him, Xiu Mo smiled freely, and from right to left, he waved the long sword in his hand that glowed with strong light due to the infusion of magic power. The next moment, the rainbow runs through the blue sky. Like thunder on the ground, a clattering sound sounded in the field. What followed was the crisp sound of a sword. A huge half-moon-shaped sword 200 or 300 meters long and 40 or 50 meters wide bloomed from the long sword in Xiu Mo's hand, easily crushing all the magic light bullets under the frightened gaze of the members of the Black Demon Guidance Order on the opposite side, and slashed towards them with a majestic momentum. They want to run with their legs, but they can't move their legs at all. After that sword slash out, an incomparably powerful chi machine locked onto them, immobilizing them. In addition to being powerful, this is the horror of mythical swordsmanship. When the user swings the sword, within the range of the sword chi, as long as the strength is less than 70% of the strength of this attack, if there is no special secret method, then there is absolutely no possibility of escape. Xiu Mo drained 80% of his mana attack, and under the increase of the heaven-slashing sword, the power of this blow was no less than the destructive power that an A-rank magician could inflict. If you want to break free from the lock of this blow's chi machine, it is impossible to do it without the strength of a high-level B-rank magician. And even if you can break free from the lock of the chi machine, you can't completely dodge the attack of this blow, and you will definitely be seriously injured. And the members of this group of dark wizards are just a group of weak chickens with a little magic in their bodies, not even a D-class magician. Therefore, it was impossible for this group of members of the Black Demon sect to break free from the lock of the sword chi, and they could only lead their necks and wait to be killed. The speed of the half-moon-shaped sword chi flying was extremely fast, and the distance of tens of meters between Xiu Mo and the Black Demon Guidance Order was fleeting, engulfing the members of the Black Demon Guidance Order in the sword light. Like a typhoon passing through, the sword light not only encroached on the members of the Black Demon Guiding Order, but also wiped out everything that stood in front of it, and even plowed the ground into a deep furrow tens of meters wide and as deep as 4 or 5 meters. After the sword light passed, not even a trace of wreckage was left, even the blood was evaporated, and the members of the Black Wizard sect disappeared into this world along with the magic guide in their hands. The real physical evaporation of the human world. Immediately afterward, the half-moon-shaped sword chi flew unabated towards the Paradise Tower in the middle of the construction site, and slammed into the huge tower body. Under this blow, after several years of construction, the upper part of the Paradise Tower, which was almost halfway through, was directly cut off and began to slide slowly. Then the half-moon-shaped sword chi flew into the blue sky, turning into a flickering starlight. After the half-moon-shaped sword chi disappeared, the long sword in Xiu Mo's hand broke and finally shattered into powder. It was just an ordinary iron longsword, unable to withstand the power of this sword at all, and when Xiu Mo infused his magic power, he also applied a part of his magic power to maintain its stability. But after this sword is slashed, the life of this long sword ends here. What an earth-shattering, terrifying sword! The slaves, who had never seen such power, stared blankly at the deep furrow on the ground that had been plowed out by the sword chi, their eyes full of disbelief. Even the surprise that the Black Wizard Order was destroyed and that he and the others were freed did not rise, and his heart was filled with this shocking blow. Even Rob, a once powerful magician, was almost stupefied when he saw the devastation Xiu Mo had caused. Such an amazing blow, even at his peak, he probably couldn't use it, but it was easily used from the hands of a child like Xiu Mo. How do you not feel shocked? Bang! It wasn't until the top half of the fallen Tower of Paradise fell heavily to the ground, causing the ground to shake violently and raise huge amounts of smoke and dust, that the people who had lost their minds came back to their senses. Without bothering to cover their mouths and noses to block the smoke and dust, everyone turned their eyes to Xiumo, and then a huge cheer erupted. Is this all true? Am I dreaming? He really did it, destroy the Dark Wizard Order. Great! Finally able to get out of here. Thank you, thank you. Whether it was the people behind Xiumo, or the people who were driven aside by the Dark Wizard Order and squatted on the ground. After the Black Demon Guiding Order was wiped out, his heart was full of excitement, and his eyes were full of gratitude and reverence when he looked at Xiumo. At this moment, the image of Xiumo's figure in their hearts was as tall as a savior. Illusa and Sono were also blushing with excitement, their little hands tightly clutching the corners of Xiumo's clothes, and their beautiful eyes were full of admiration and admiration. At this moment, Xiumo's tall figure firmly grasped their hearts. And while Illusa was excited, she inexplicably thought of something. Read books on Friday and have fun, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 19. As Xiumo slashed out the mighty sword and felt the fierce flow of magic in her face, Illusa was suddenly touched and couldn't help but think of what had happened after she had listened to Rob explain magic in her prison last night. Magic comes from the power of the heart, and everything comes from a heart that believes. Only those who believe in the power of magic, in their own power, and in the presence of nature are capable of using magic. It's a miracle power. Last night, Illusa had a yearning smile on her face when she heard Rob's words. Magic? That sounds great. Glancing at Xiumo beside him, Illusa had a hint of playfulness on her face. Me. In the future, you must become a magician and fly in the sky on a broomstick. Looking at Illusa's innocent smiling face, Xiumo's heart was soft, revealing a relaxed smile. You will be able to do it, your dream will be realized, and you will be free to fly to the vast sky. Hearing Xiumo's words, Illusa's big eyes bent into crescent moons, and the expression on her face was extremely happy. When that day comes, I'll definitely fly with Xiumo. Hearing Illusa's words, Thummer put his right hand on Illusa's little head and gently rubbed her hair. Thank you so much. Feeling the warmth of Xiumo's palm, Illusa couldn't help but push the top of her head upward, rubbed it in Xiumo's hand, and let out a comfortable cry from her mouth. Last night, although Illusa knew about magic, her understanding of it was as romantic as a fairy tale. At this time, after witnessing the Battle of Xiamer, Illusa realized that magic, in addition to representing progress and fantasy, also had a side that she had not been able to see last night. That is, it represents the side of strength. The sudden realization made Illusa seem to understand a lot of things. I want to follow him and guard him. That's what Illusa said to herself in her stomach last night when she talked about her dreams. Although he may not need my protection with his strength, I still want it. Illusa strengthened her inner belief, her little face was full of solemnity, and her eyes were extremely serious. Suddenly, a faint wave of magic arose from Illusa's heart and flowed into her lower abdomen, forming a swirling source of magic. Then it continued to flow towards her limbs, growing her body along the way. In the process of flowing, the magic gradually grew from the initial faint and incomparable, and finally almost formed a torrent, surging and surging. After several laps of magic through the magic circuit, a crimson magic circle with beautiful patterns rose from Illusa's feet, enveloping her in the middle. Immediately after, Illusa's petite body rose with powerful magic, and crimson magic power rushed out from under her feet, turning into a wave of chi and sweeping around. The violent waves of mana not only rolled up the rubble, but even caused some of the weaker people to almost stand unsteadily. Although the momentum was much weaker than the momentum that Xiumo had just caused, it was also terrifying. Illusa, magic awakens. As Illusa awakened her magic and waves of magical energy swept all around, through the power that had already revealed its nascent form, Xiumo felt as if he had established some kind of connection with Illusa. Ding! Illusa successfully awakens the magic, and the host's mission is completed. Since Illusa's magic has been upgraded from Costume Magic, Night to Costume Magic, Crimson Night, the rewards that the host will receive will be changed. Obtain the magic Costume Magic, Crimson Night, and you will be able to master it automatically. After mastering this magic, the host establishes a link with Illusa, and when the host and Illusa are within 100 meters, the strength of both sides will increase by 10% at the same time, and when one of them is in crisis, the strength bonus of the other side will be further increased. As the strength of the host and Illusa grows, the range and strength bonuses will gradually increase. Seeing the introduction of this magic, Xiumo was a little stunned. After linking with Schumer, this Crimson Night is completely different from the night awakened by Illusa in the original book. In the original book, it is said that the magic of self-awakening is not necessarily the strongest, but it must be the most suitable for you. In the original book, when Illusa awakens magic, she has a strong desire to obtain magic that can protect her. So she awakened the night, and she can attack by changing into various armors to protect herself and various weapons. This magic is undoubtedly the most suitable for the insecure and self-enclosed Illusa. Although the Crimson Knight was born out of the same desire to protect in his heart, the object of protection has changed. In other words, Illusa wanted to protect Schumer's heart, making her his own Scarlet Knight. That's why there is a special state that increases strength, and when the opponent is in crisis, the strength will further increase the bug ability. Yours, Illusa. Looking at Illusa bursting with magic in the Crimson Magic Array, Xiumo felt a soft place in his heart being touched, and his face and eyes softened. P.S. Continue to ask for flower evaluations, and the few readers will give some encouragement. Chapter 20. Illusa's feelings seem to come suddenly, but they are not. For Illusa before, she seemed to be strong and brave on the outside, but she was actually very weak on the inside, and she was very eager for someone to help her get out of the darkness. Even Illusa, who grew up in the original book, has a soft heart under her strong and bold appearance. Gerald, in the original book, did not do anything too special during this period, that is, he gave Illusa a surname based on her hair color, and cared for Illusa during her enslavement days. In this way, one of Illusa's hearts in the original book was tied to Gerald's body. However, Gerald's gentleness and kindness at that time were directed towards all of his companions, not just Illusa. He may have had strange feelings for Illusa, but he didn't treat her specially, except for forcing Illusa to leave with the lives of Simon and others after being seduced by Arusha. Therefore, it can only be said that Illusa at this stage is really easy for people to enter her heart and identify this person as her pillar. In the original book, it was Gerald, and now it is Schumer. And the impact of Xiumer after entering Illusa's heart not only made Illusa more attached to him, but also changed Illusa's awakened magic, which is the huge gap between him and Gerald. Not just because he's stronger than Gerald, but because he's doing more to Illusa. First saved Illusa's life from the thug's knife, then gave Illusa a surname, and then continued to comfort her and encourage him. And unlike Gerald in the original book, Xiumo's reassurance and encouragement are truly strong as confidence. This undoubtedly made Illusa's sense of security and attachment deeper. That's it, if Illusa can't be allowed to tie a heart to Xiumo's body, then it can only mean that Majima in the original book has eaten books in the later stage of Illusa's character shaping in this period. Anyway, it can't be the problem of Xiumo, the Traverser. Illusa's magical awakening had come to an end, and she felt a strange and warm power in her body, and a faint sense of being able to manipulate objects. As soon as she had the idea, Illusa put it into action, and tentatively unleashed her magic power, reaching out to the various tools in the hands of the slaves behind her. Under the entanglement of Illusa's magical power, the slaves were surprised to find that there was a huge force from the tool in their hands, and they were no longer controlled by themselves, and they came out of their hands. Then, hundreds of hoes, shovels, and other tools circled around Illusa, swirling and floating around her, dancing in a strange path to her heart's content. Seeing all this she had done, Ilusa's little face was full of surprise, and she couldn't believe that she could do it. Then, when she was about to continue to control the movement of these tools, she suddenly felt that her heart was empty, and her body instantly went limp, lost her strength, and fell to the ground. Without Ilusa's magical controls, the tools rained down on the ground, making a crisp clanging sound as they collided with the ground. Watching the ground zoom in on her vision, Ilusa closed her eyes in fear and let out a cute scream. Just as Ilusa's little face was about to make intimate contact with the ground, Thummer appeared beside Ilusa and reached out to take her into his arms. "You stupid girl, do you use magic like that?" Xiuemo laughed at Ilusa angrily. He dared to play like this as soon as he awakened his magic, and directly emptied the magic power in his body, so it was strange that he was not weak. The imaginary pain did not come, but fell into the warm embrace that he loved very much. Hearing the concern in Xiuemo's tone, Ilusa was very happy, and Ilusa, who was very happy after awakening the magic, couldn't help but bury her little head in Xiuemo's arms and arched, and let out a very sweet coquettish sound without a teacher. People don't know. She really liked the warm breath of this embrace, and she couldn't help but take a deep breath greedily, and the feeling of weakness due to the lack of magic seemed to be eliminated. Holding the soft petite body in her arms, I felt her little head rubbing around. As a full control attribute, Xiuemo felt that she was really too cute, like a cute little beast. It was just a hit to the heart. I couldn't help but wrap my hand around Ilusa a little tighter, and the other hand touched the top of her head and stroked it. The boy and the girl hugged each other lovingly, and it was obviously a very harmonious picture, but Kong Nai felt a sour feeling in his heart. She also admired the boy who shared food with her and destroyed the Dark Wizard Order, who was like a nightmare in her heart. And Sono is 12 years old this year, and after being captured and enslaved in the Tower of Paradise for several years, she is undoubtedly more mature mentally than Ilusa. In the lowest period of life, I met the best person, and emptiness was the beginning of a real love. It's not just simple admiration or worship, the feelings of love have quietly sprouted in the girl's heart, and I don't know when it will be able to fully blossom. P.S. There was something just now, and the update came a little late, sorry. I continue asking for flowers and evaluation. Chapter 21. After hugging for a while, Ilusa's body gradually recovered, and she had the strength to stand. Although she is very reluctant to embrace Xiuemo, she will also feel shy when she has been lying in Xiuemo's arms in front of so many people. So after realizing that she had the strength to stand up, Ilusa reluctantly rubbed Xiuemo's shoulder and broke free from Xiuemo's arms. At this time, Sono also came to the two of them, bowed his head slightly, and bowed to Xiuemo. "Thank you, Lord Xiaomer, for freeing the enslaved people." Despite being robbed of food by the other slaves in the prison, Kuno thanked Shumer for all the slaves. Different from last night's casualness, Kangne's face has become much more restrained at this moment. There was no way, at that time, he didn't know that Xiuemo actually had such a strong strength. Slightly different from the innocent Ilusa, the emptiness that is accustomed to seeing the warmth and coldness of human affection and experiencing the suffering of the world is more mature. It's okay when you don't know Xiuemo's strength, but after you know it, it's hard to communicate with Xiuemo with a normal heart. Not only that, but even Ilusa awakened her magic in front of her and burst out with great strength, which made Sorano feel inferior in an instant. That's why he cautiously called Xiuemo an adult. The other slaves were even more unbearable, although their eyes were full of gratitude for Xiuemo, but no one dared to gather around Xiuemo to thank him, just watched from a distance. A single sword destroyed the Dark Wizard Order, and by the way, cut off the Tower of Paradise that they had built for so long. And even the little girl next to him had that much power. In the eyes of these slaves, Humor and Ilusa and their oppressed laborers were completely two worlds of people, and they did not dare to climb high. "Why are you so restrained?" Shimo didn't care about any of the slaves' opinions, but he was very concerned about the restraint that emptiness showed. "We had a great conversation last night, didn't we?" Now that the adult screamed out, it seemed a little rusty. Could it be that both sisters have the XI of calling others adults? In the future, Yukino will be like this, and she will call everyone with great respect. No, it shouldn't be. Although it was only a brief contact last night, Shiumo knew that Sora was much more eccentric than Yukino. The reason why I can't let go at this time is because I feel pressure on Shiumo's strong strength. Thinking of this, Shiumo had a kind look on his face, and smiled kindly at Sora. "You don't have to be so restrained in front of me, whether I have the strength or not. We're already friends, aren't we? You've talked to me and Alyssa about your dreams." After a pause, Shiumo continued. "Moreover, my strength is insignificant among magicians. Sora is you, and you will definitely be able to become a powerful magician in the future, with a strength far beyond my current strength. So, take it easy and have a laugh." Hearing Shiumo's words, Soranai's heart shook slightly, and he raised his head to look at him in surprise. After seeing the bright smile on Shiumo's face, Kongnai felt that his heart warmed slightly, and a warm current gushed out and flowed throughout his body. "So that's what you think?" Sono happily responded, her pretty face flushed with excitement, and the rustiness she felt just now melted away like spring snow in Shiumo's warm smile, and there was no trace of it. After that, humor cut off all the shackles on all the slaves, allowing them to unleash the shackles they had been holding. At the moment when the shackles fell, most of the slaves cried loudly, and their cries were full of bitterness for being enslaved and the joy of regaining their freedom. A small number of people who didn't cry also had red eyes, and they didn't shed tears because they couldn't hold back. The long-awaited freedom has finally come true today. After venting the emotions in their hearts, everyone's eyes turned to Shiumo. Was able to regain his freedom, all thanks to the young man in front of him who was only 1.5 meters tall. After discovering that humor was not so difficult to approach, but very approachable, these people were no longer so inhibited. "Thank you. Thank you." The voices of thanks came one after another, full of gratitude and reverence for Shiumo. Smiling and accepting the people's thanks, after all the slaves were freed, Shumer led them to the seaside harbor and boarded a wooden boat to set out on a journey back to the mainland of Ishgar. "Don't you really want to come with us?" Shumer leaned his back against the fence of the wooden boat and asked Kuno in front of him. Ilusa beside him also looked at Sora with a reluctant and worried expression. For this girl who has talked about her dreams together, Ilusa is still a little reluctant. But there is no way, unlike Shumer and Ilusa, Sora still has a relative. "I have a younger sister who was separated from her when I was taken away. But I'm sure she wasn't caught in the Tower of Paradise, so I'm going to find her and meet her first." There was a forced smile on Sora's face, and there was also a hint of reluctance to part. "After I find her, I will bring her to you. Magnolia, isn't it? I remember the name." She actually wants to follow Shumer and Ilusa to Magnolia, but she is really relieved of her lost sister and wants to return to the village where she grew up to find her. "Then let's go with you." If Kongnai went back alone, Shiumo was still a little relieved, so he proposed. "It's okay, there are a lot of people who are on their way home with me, and I'll go with them without worrying too much about me." Sora smiled and rejected Shiumo's offer, saying that he didn't need to worry about her. Chapter 22. Seeing that Kongnai's attitude was so resolute, Shiumo no longer insisted on it, but repeatedly told Kongno to pay attention to safety on the road. "I hope you succeed in finding your sister and Ilusa, and I will be waiting for you in Magnolia." "I will." Sono smiled, smiling very sweetly, faintly with a hint of the rudiments of an angel. Before landing at the port of Harujian, Shiumo took out a part of the Dark Wizard Order's belongings and distributed them equally to the slaves, which was used as their travel expenses, home and living expenses for the next 2 or 3 years, and it could be regarded as compensation for being captured in the Tower of Paradise. The rest was all given by Shiumo to the system space as his and Ilusa's living expenses in the future. All the slaves got the same amount of money in their hands, but Sora and I, under the favor of Shiumo, secretly got several times as much money as the other slaves. If it weren't for the fear that he would not be able to take away too much Kungne, it is estimated that Xiaomo would have to give Kungne a lot of money. I'm worried that she won't have enough. The savings of this dark wizard order were too much, and after each slave had received a large sum of money, there were still millions of gold left in Shiumo's hands. If it weren't for the fact that he had the system space, he really wouldn't have been able to fit it. At the port of Harujian, Humor dismissed all the slaves and let them go home on their own. He'd rescued them, given them enough money to live on for years, had done everything he could, and he wouldn't bother with them anymore. Then, together with Ilusa, he said goodbye to Sono. Sono and the group of people who went home together rented a carriage, and after buying food and water, they smiled and waved goodbye to Shumer and Ilusa. "Goodbye, Lord Thummer, Ilusa." The carriage went away, and Sora's voice came from the air. There was reluctance to part in her voice, but she didn't know why she called Shiumo an adult again. I couldn't figure this out, but the carriage was already far away, and it was impossible for Shiumo to catch up and ask why Sora was why, right? So he turned around and took Ilusa's soft little hand, and led her to the station in Harujian to take the train to Magnolia. The destination of Xiaomer and Ilusa is the guild in Magnolia, Fairy Tale. They are ready to join the guild that is at the center of all the plots in the original book, where legends are born. I wonder when I'll be able to see Sora again. Ilusa's little face was filled with the melancholy of parting, and she didn't expect that she already had the sorrow of parting at a young age. I don't know if it's because the people in this world are too precocious, or if children like them who have experienced darkness know a lot. Squeezing Ilusa's little hand, Shiumo smiled and said to Ilusa, "I believe that this day will not be far away." Hearing Shiumo's words, the sadness on Ilusa's face disappeared, and a smile appeared. "Well, I believe it too." However, neither of them knew that it would be 9 years before they said goodbye on this day. The reason why he went to Magnolia was because after witnessing the completion of Ilusa's awakening of magic, Shumer's system issued a mission that he would not be able to refuse. "Ding, please go to Magnolia to join the fairy tale, and if you succeed in the mission, you will receive the reward Light Spirit." With the meaning of lightness, the host's reaction speed, attack speed, and movement speed are all increased by 10%. Shumer, who had originally planned to take Ilusa to join Fairy Tale, became even more determined after seeing the rewards of this mission. The reason why I want to add Fairy Tale is that in addition to wanting to see the protagonists in the original book, I also hope to be able to participate in the future plot. Because Shiumo guessed that only when he was at the center of all the plots in this world, his system would be able to trigger more tasks. And only when there are enough tasks can Shiumo become stronger at the fastest speed, and he can complete his goal of reaching the top of the strongest. The two quests triggered on Ilusa, the protagonist of the original book, and the quest that required him to join Fairy Tale invisibly confirmed Xiaomer's speculation. As long as you join Fairy Tale, there will definitely be a steady stream of rewards like this mission to help Shiumo become stronger quickly. The strongest is not just fantasy. And the moment he saw the reward of this task, Shiumo's mind immediately came up with a sentence that was extremely famous in the previous world. "The world's martial arts are invincible, and only fast is not broken." The meaning of this sentence is that any martial arts in the world has its own shortcomings, and no matter how good the defense is, there is always a way to crack it. As long as the speed of awareness, attack, defense, and improvisation is higher than that of the opponent, it is bound to be easy to fight. Although Xiaomo is now in a magical world, the theory is also universal. In actual combat, when two people of similar strength face each other, it is naturally easier for the person with the faster speed to take the lead. Therefore, as long as you can get this light spirit meaning, it will be very helpful for Shiumo's strength to improve. For this light spiritual meaning, which is equivalent to giving away for nothing. It is imperative to cultivate silence. Originally, Shiumo had asked Rob if he wanted to go to Fairy Tale with them. After all, it was the guild he had been in many years ago, and he must have had a deep affection for it. Rob laughed, however, refused. "I'm such an old bone, and I don't have a few of my former companions left, so I won't go back. Now I want to find a place where no one is around, and live my last years." For Rob's thoughts, humor expressed understanding. So after disembarking at the port of Harujian, they blessed each other, and Shummer and they parted ways with Rob. Chapter 23. Sitting on the train to Magnoria, Ilusa lay her two little hands by the window of the train, staring intently at the scenery flying backwards quickly outside the window, and her small mouth let out exclamations from time to time. Ilusa, who had lived in a small village since she was a child, was surprised that such a large tin monster could run at such a fast speed, and looked like a curious baby. However, for Shiumo, the person who had crossed over, the train under him did not make him feel a little moved. Before he crossed, high-speed rail, bullet trains, these means of transportation have been very popular, which greatly facilitates the lives of ordinary people. Compared with the two, this kind of train seems very backward, as if it were a product of his time and the last century. But this is not to say that the world is not as good as the world it used to be, and the two worlds are developing in different directions, so there is no point in making such comparisons. Because of the existence of magic power, what technology can do, the magic guide of this world can basically do. Unlike the previous world, where the energy used by technological products was different, all the magic guides in this world used the same energy, and that was magic. Televisions, telephones, and city-to-city trains in ordinary people's homes, including giant airships like the Cyan Pegasus Christina, are all powered by magic. The difference between these magic guides is the size of the monocrystal and whether or not a power furnace needs to be built. Moreover, the power system of this world is much higher than that of the previous world, and the magicians have the powerful power to open mountains and crack stones, and even can do some things that technology can't do, and the people of this world naturally don't pay so much attention to the ascent of science and technology. Smiling at Ilusa looking out the window like a curious baby, Shiumo felt the surging magic flowing through his body, a powerful force that he once dared not imagine at all. Under the nourishment of this magical power, his current physical strength has gradually increased, and it has reached a level equivalent to 5 or 6 times that of ordinary people. And this is just a B-level magician. If it is a more powerful A-level, S-level, or even the Saint 10 magician level, what will it look like? If it is the immortal Black Wizard Jelf, and the world overlord Black Dragon Akuno Lokia, what level of strength have they reached? Thinking of that degree, Shiumo fell into his own thoughts. There was an emotion called excitement in my heart, and my blood was boiling a little. He wanted to stand at the top of the world and see what kind of scenery it was. What kind of place is that guild we're going to join? Ilusa's crisp voice interrupted Xiaomer's thoughts, pulling him back into reality. The scenery outside the window is indeed very novel at first glance, but after looking at it for a long time, I don't care so much. So Ilusa wanted to know about the tale of the fairy that Shiumo was about to join, and she was still a little concerned about this matter. That guild. Hearing Ilusa's words, Shiumo thought for a moment and paused before speaking. It may be noisy, but it's a very loving and happy place. Although Natsu and the others have not joined the guild at this time, the lively atmosphere has been passed down from the beginning of Fairy Tale's creation. Both Mibis and Makarov treated the members of the guild as if they were their own family. With such a president, the atmosphere of the guild will naturally be harmonious. And in this work under the name of Fairy Tale, this guild plays the most important role. Located in the very center of all the plots, countless legends have been created. All the plots unfold from this guild and end up affecting the whole world. In this process, the deep bond between the protagonists has undoubtedly affected many readers and moved them. Although the fact that the protagonist group never dies has been criticized by some readers, it is undeniable that this reunion-style ending also satisfies the wishes of most readers. Seeing that Alyssa was asking this question because she was a little worried, Shiumo smiled and touched her little head. "Don't worry, the people are very nice to get along with, and Alyssa may make new friends there." Hearing Shiumo's words, Alyssa felt a lot more relieved. Although no matter where Shiumo went, even hell, she would step into it with her. But for the current Alyssa, although she does not have the sad past in the original book, she has not completely closed her heart. However, in addition to Shiumo, he still felt a little uneasy about contact with the outside world. If it weren't for Shiumo, she didn't want to have contact with outsiders very much, and just wanted to stay by Shiumo's side. However, as long as the members of Fairy Tail are as easy to get along with as Shumer says, she will try to make contact with others. Not only for Shiumo, but also for the strong side of Alyssa's heart. P.S. My readers, are there 50? Ask for some flower evaluations, kneel for the masters. Chapter 24. Magnolia is a magical commercial city with a long history. Although it is only a town in name, it has a population of hundreds of thousands and an area of hundreds of square kilometers. There are many passengers who get off the Magnolia platform, and most of them come for the resounding name of this magical city. Shiumo took Alyssa's hand and fought his way through the crowd. As soon as he stepped out of the platform, Xiaomer saw a sparkling river running through the middle of the city. On the river, there are many small boats carrying people. This is the river that is often seen in the original books, flowing from Magnolia's northernmost lake into the city, winding through the town, and finally flowing elsewhere through the southern exit, an alternative mode of transportation for the inhabitants of Magnolia outside of land. Unlike the Chinese architecture that has been exposed to in the past, Magnolia's architectural style is more inclined to the Western style of the Middle Ages. This is due to the fact that Fairy Tail began serialized relatively early, when all concepts of magic were tied to the medieval West. Whether you're a novelist or a cartoonist, they can't help but add Western elements to their stories about magic. Walking down the street holding Alyssa's hand, looking at the buildings around him with a sense of age, Shiumo felt the historical heritage of this town and the different atmosphere of another world. There were a few kind glances around, and when I looked over my eyes, I found that they were a few kind old men sitting in the sun at his door. Maybe it's because I saw the golden boy and girl of Xiaomo and Alyssa walking on the road holding hands at such a young age, smiling kindly for the innocent feelings between them. Although they may have been mistaken, Xiaomer politely looked back with a smile. Alyssa was also aware of these gazes, and as a sensitive girl, she instantly understood the meaning in her gaze. This made her blush, and she was embarrassed to stick behind Shiumo, trying to hide herself. Seeing Alyssa's subconscious cute behavior, a trace of smile and remembrance appeared in the eyes of these old people. Subconsciously looking for support, it is a deep trust in the person who relies on it. The beautiful and innocent feelings of their youth, they also had them. After passing by the old men who remembered the past, Xiaomer and Alyssa continued their way towards the Fairy Tail. There is no need to ask the location of the Fairy Tail Guild, and Shiumo, who has read the original book, knows that the Fairy Tail Guild is located in a corner of Magnolia, and it only needs to be seen through the Chaldea Cathedral. The tallest building in sight is the Chaldea Cathedral. Humor and Alyssa were heading towards it. But there's one more thing to do before reaching Fairy Tail. That is, buy yourself and Alyssa some new clothes. When they were in Harujian, they didn't have time to buy clothes because of the time they were catching the train, and Shumo and Alyssa were still wearing clothes that hadn't been washed in days. Although Shiumo has no habit of cleanliness, it is very uncomfortable to wear dirty clothes all the time, let alone Alyssa, a girl. Once you arrive in Magnolia, you can do some shopping and buy a few new clothes for both of you. With millions of gold coins in the system space, Shiumo is not the kind of person who will treat himself badly, so he will naturally not be stingy in dressing. And Alyssa is so beautiful, of course, she needs beautiful clothes to further increase her cuteness. So Xiaomer took Elisa into a more luxuriously decorated clothing store, ready to dress her up. After pushing the door open, a handsome clerk and a young lady greeted the two of them. There was no bloody plot because Xiaomer and Elisa were both children and dressed very plainly. The clerk was very enthusiastic and introduced the store's characteristic cutting techniques to the two of them, and led them to the children's clothing area. 12 years old and 10 years old, they are indeed two children, and there is nothing wrong with them. Looking at the dazzling array of clothes in front of her, Elisa was a little dazzled. Although she is very masculine and bold in the original book, judging from Elisa's usual clothes, she is also very keen on beautiful clothes. Everyone has a love for beauty, let alone a naturally beautiful girl like Elisa. Although he liked several pieces of clothing, Elisa did not dare to tell Xiaomer, for fear that he would think that he was an insatiable girl and affect his opinion of himself. So I could only turn my little head back and forth, looking between several pieces of clothing, trying to pick out the favorite one. But is Xiaomo the kind of person who is stingy? Seeing Elisa's thoughts, he directly waved his hand and bought them all. No way, not bad money. The destroyed Dark Wizard Order has contributed millions of gold coins to him. Doesn't it mean that in the eyes of women, men who are willing to spend money for themselves are the most handsome? In Elisa's opinion at this time, Xiaomo, who was already very handsome, was a little more handsome. Of course, what she cared about was not Xiaomo's willingness to spend money for herself, but that Xiaomo could see her own thoughts. This made Elisa feel that Xiaomo also cared about herself, and suddenly became happy. P.S. I'm an insatiable author, I have flowers and evaluation votes in my hands, and readers who haven't voted for it should vote for encouragement. Qingming Reading Gift, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 25. Not only does this lavishly renovated clothing store offer a changing room, but it even has a bathroom where guests can take a shower and change into new clothes. Xiaomo and Elisa hadn't taken a shower for several days, and now that they have this condition, of course they won't miss it. Let Elisa pick a change of clothes and enter the bathroom first, go to the cashier to settle the bill, and let the other clothes she chooses to wrap up the little sister of the clerk. Xiaomo also entered the bathroom. Of course, it's two separate bathrooms, so don't think about it. Xiaomo's bath was very fast, and it took less than 5 minutes to get it done, and he changed into the clothes he had just chosen and returned to the store. After taking a shower, Xiaomo felt much refreshed. Moreover, the fabric used in this garment on his body is not extraordinary, and it feels very comfortable to wear on his body, which makes Xiaomo can't help but let out a sigh of satisfaction. Then, he felt a fiery gaze fall on him, followed by a grunt of saliva. When I looked up, I saw the little sister of the shopping guide just now. She was holding a packed bag of clothes in her hand, and she was staring at Xiaomo tightly with very aggressive eyes, which made Xiaomo feel a sense of panic. After packing the clothes that Xiaomo and Elisa had chosen, the handsome young lady waited at the bathroom door, ready to continue serving them. The reason for such enthusiastic service is that in addition to the well-trained staff in this store, this clerk's young lady is actually a very hidden Zheng Taikong. Ever since Shimmer and Elisa entered the store, she had her eyes on Shimmer. Although the clothes on his body were a little messy and his hair was a little messy, it couldn't hide Xiaomo's radiant look. Such a delicious Zhengtai, but it firmly caught the attention of the clerk's young lady. Therefore, her service attitude towards the two is completely different from the professional smirk practiced through training, but from the bottom of her heart. At this time, after taking a bath, Xiaomo, who changed into handsome new clothes, can be called a young man, and his attraction to the clerk's young lady is further enhanced. The messy black hair is slightly wild, but the face has a calm and easygoing expression, and the combination of the two temperaments not only does not look awkward, but has a strange charm. And the tall figure and confident face made Xiaomo's charm rise again, making the little sister of the clerk couldn't help but gasp. Looking at Xiu-mo shrouded in black slim clothes, a hint of infatuation appeared on the face of the little sister of the clerk, and a pair of eyes were very large, staring at Xiu-mo tightly, revealing a kind of fanaticism. Seeing the like state of the clerk's young lady, Xiu-mo felt a little uncomfortable and a little speechless. Of course, Xiu-mo didn't know that this little lady of the clerk had the attribute of Zhengtai control, so he thought a little narcissistically. Is this the downside of being too glamorous? Happiness troubles. After a shameless boast, Xiu-mo still decided to let the little sister of the clerk leave. It's really that the greedy gaze of the clerk's young lady is too aggressive, which makes Xiu-mo a little overwhelmed. He was afraid that he would let the little lady look at him like this again. What if she couldn't hold it back? At that point, she can only come to a beggar's version of the spicy hand to destroy the flower and knock her unconscious. It would be more troublesome to do so, and Xiu-mo hated trouble. So he hurriedly took advantage of the fact that the clerk's young lady's hara had not slipped from the corners of her mouth. Xiu-mo showed that she didn't need help here and waved her away. Reluctantly put the bag of clothes in her hand on the cabinet next to her, and the clerk left the area very uncomfortably. What a pity! The back of the clerk when she left was extremely frustrated, but it made Xiu-mo's heart feel a lot easier. After the figure of the clerk's little sister disappeared into the clothes rack full of clothes, Xiu-mo told himself silently in his heart. I will never come to this store again next time I buy clothes. Such an enthusiastic young lady, it's a little hard to top. Then, as Elisa had not yet come out of the bathroom, a bored humor sat down on a chair by the cabinet and sank into his own thoughts. Xiu-mo. It wasn't until a voice full of shyness sounded that Xiu-mo came back to his senses. Raising his head and looking at Elisa in front of him, who had changed into new clothes after taking a bath, Xiu-mo's eyes showed a hint of amazement. The skin is like condensed fat, the eyes are bright and the teeth are bright, and a red lotus is just coming out of the water. Elisa put her two little hands behind her back, slightly straightened her little bare breast, put her legs together, and stood in front of Xiu-mo with her calves crossed. The crimson hair that had just come out of the bath was moist, and there were even mischievous droplets rolling at the ends. There was a hint of crimson flush on his face, and I don't know if it was caused by the heat of the bath, or if it was due to other reasons. The upper body is a small light white shirt with a red bow tied at the neckline, which adds a touch of agility to the already cute Elisa. The lower body is a blue pleated skirt, and the supple skirt is just above the knee, revealing the white calves like jade. On her feet is a pair of beige calfskin boots, which makes Elisa look more playful overall. Elisa was blinking at Xiu-mo with wide eyes, her beautiful eyes full of hope. The two small hands hidden behind him were twisted together uneasily, reflecting that the master's mind was not very calm. It was the first time since she was sensible that she had dressed so beautifully, and it was in front of the admiring Xiu-mo, and Elisa very much wanted to be praised by him. P.S. Thank you ZDT123321 for the tip, thank you. If I could, I'd like to order flowers and reviews, for free. Chapter 26. Seeing the girl's desire, for such a simple little wish of hers, Xiu-mo was of course very willing to meet it. Not to mention that Elisa dressed up like this was already extremely cute, but when she first met, she surprised Xiu-mo fiercely, and it was impossible for him to spare his praise. It's perfect for you, Elisa, it's beautiful. I can't think of any suitable words to describe Elisa's cuteness for the time being, but that's what Hummer thinks from the heart. Pretty and cute, it's all over. This is also a loss of uneducated. Elisa didn't care about Xiu-mo's short words, but became very happy because she was complimented, her big beautiful eyes bent into crescents, and her pretty face was full of joy. Really, thank you. The sweet voice was full of joy, which was the happiness gained after being recognized by the person you care about. Xiu-mo stood up, smiled and patted Elisa's fragrant shoulder, and whispered. Elisa is so cute. I'm just stating the facts. Let's go. Go join fairy tale. Ilusa nodded softly and answered obediently. Because he had already paid for the bath, Xiumo directly lifted the clothes bag and led Ilusa out of the clothing store. Thank you for your patronage and welcome to your next visit. It was still the young lady who had just opened the shop door for Xiumo and Ilusa, and watched the two of them walk out onto the street, her eyes full of disappointment and reluctance. It's a shame that I couldn't get in touch with such a cute little Shota, and I don't know if we'll be able to see each other next time. She fantasized about meeting Xiumo again, and made a decision in her heart that if they met again, she would forcibly have a relationship with him. No, I won't come again. Feeling the young lady's eyes, Xiumo felt as if a faint electric current rose from the soles of his feet and flowed all over his body, making him tremble slightly. Although the young lady is quite delicate, this fanatical attitude really makes Xiumo a little overwhelmed, and it is not his dish at all. So I can only say goodbye. After walking out of the store, Xiaomer immediately received all the clothes bags into the system space. Then, before Xiumo could take Ilusa's hand, Ilusa took the initiative to put her hand into Xiumo's hand and held his hand tightly. Pinched the soft and tender silk in his hand, Xiumo's heart felt very relieved. Little Lori is really soft and cute. Holding Schumer's hand, he bounced down the streets of Magnolia. Ilusa's little face was full of joy, and her mouth was humming a joyful tune, and she was in a good mood. Wearing beautiful new clothes and walking hand in hand with the person you admire on the road without worrying about anything, of course you are in a good mood. Not long after passing by the ornate Chaldea Cathedral, Thummer and Ilusa saw the tail of the ferry at the end of Magnolia. It is a 3-story building with a height of more than 20 meters, and the eaves of the second and third floors are covered with red tiles, giving it a sense of vitality. On the top floor is a golden dome, and 3 flags are hung under the eaves below this roof, and the flag with the guild logo of the fairy tale is in the center, making it very eye-catching when viewed from a distance. Is this the fairy tale? Looking at the building from afar, Xiumo felt a little excited in his heart. When reading the original book, Xiumo felt that this guild was very magical, and felt that it had incredible power. Because of the lively atmosphere in this guild and the deep bond between the members, it not only has a far-reaching impact in the anime, but even makes many viewers feel very yearning. In fact, the combat power of this anime has collapsed very seriously in the later stages. It was even complained by some viewers, saying that the strongest magic in the anime is not the law of the goblin, the ball of the goblin or something, but the phrase "because we are the tail of the goblin." Because as long as the protagonists shout this slogan, then the enemy will definitely die instantly, and there is no possibility of turning the tables. And there are several battles in which the protagonist group is first hung and beaten for several episodes, and then explodes for various reasons, and in turn kills the opponent in seconds or knocks the opponent with a mouth cannon. Another thing is that there will never be casualties on the protagonist's side, and even if there are twists and turns, it must end with a happy ending, which has been criticized by countless audiences. But it is undeniable that when the familiar BGM sounds, when the protagonists shout that slogan, maybe they will still feel the blood boiling. Although the later collapse was very serious, it was also a work that carried the youth of a generation. No matter what it feels like to come back and watch this anime when you grow up, at least when you were younger, you more or less poured your feelings into it. And the same is true of Xiumo. When he watched this anime, he was exactly the 2nd year old, and because of this, he retained a lot of black history, and he was often ridiculed by his friends in the future. Later, when I grew up, I joined the work, and after experiencing the beating of the society, I really couldn't find the original intention when I looked back at the fairy tale, but I still envied the deep bond of the members of the guild very much about the fairy tale. Now, he has rejuvenated himself into this world and stood outside the door of the guild in the original book that made him feel very good. After calming down the fluctuating emotions in his heart, Xiumo clenched Ilusa's small hand. Let's go. Join fairy tale. Chapter 27. Pushing open the heavy door, Xiaomer and Alyssa stepped into the hall, and the excitement suddenly hit their faces. Because there is only one building in this area, the Demon Tail Guild, the outside is extremely quiet, but the inside of the guild is the opposite of the deserted scene outside, and it is very lively. When I looked up, I found some faces that were still young or immature, but a little familiar. Because of the crossing, his memory was strengthened, and with just a glance, Xiumo remembered the identities of everyone he saw. The most striking thing is the dark-haired boy in front of him with his hands behind his head and walking around. No way, the scene of him dangling around in just a pair of shorts is too dazzling. Grey Foal Pasta. The second male in the original book, using ice modeling magic, exhibitionism and droopy eyes. Its own strength is very strong, and it was forcibly added by Majima to a setting where the strength is always balanced with Natsu. No matter how big Natsu's hangs up, he will always only deserve to be with Grey. At the square table on the left, a flat-headed young man in a long white trench coat was sitting with a squinting young man with an earthy yellow airplane head and a pipe in his mouth, discussing something. Judging by the YD expressions on their faces, the discussion must not be a good thing. Macau Kongbo, Wakaba Min. The fourth-generation president of Fairy Tail and the assistant to the president, two YD uncles, a pair of comics. I can't imagine that they were already so beautiful when they were young, and they are really men. On a small round table on the right, a petite blue-haired girl is holding a thick book and reading with relish, oblivious to the noise of the outside world. Ribima Kugadan. A character who didn't have a lot of ink in the early stage, a girl who has become one of the main characters since the chapter of Sirius Island. Others include Nobu, who likes to stand in front of the taskbar but never takes on tasks, Ritasu, who draws with a sketchpad at all times, and Baijita, who likes to dance in guilds. Except for the three siblings Natsu and Myra, who have not yet joined the guild, it is unthinkable that they have all joined Fairy Tail so early. By the way, there is also the single ponytail lorry with a wheat-colored complexion who walked in front of me. Kana Urubrana. Fairy Tail is the strongest drunkard, a beautiful girl with an exotic style, and the daughter of Kurdosh, the strongest demon tail. At this stage, Kana is not as self-defeating and addicted to alcohol as in the original book, and she is still a quiet little lorry. Incidentally, Kana is now in charge of the registration of new members of Fairy Tail. In other words, she was exactly the person Shummer and Alyssa were looking for. Hello, is there anything I can do to help you both? Walking up to Thummer and Alyssa, Kana looked at the two of them curiously and asked politely. His eyes first fell on Xiumo's body. Because of the strong self-confidence in him, it was impossible for people to ignore his existence. After seeing Xiumo's face clearly, Kana's little face flushed slightly, and she had a feeling of being amazed, and such an idea arose. This boy is so good-looking. In the face of Kana's initiative to ask, Xiumo behaved very politely and showed a bright smile at Kana. Hello, we both want to join Fairy Tail. Seeing the smile on Xiumo's face, Kana's little heart suddenly beat a little faster, almost drumming in her chest. The already slightly hot face heated up sharply again, dyed with a beautiful flush. This person, why is he laughing so foul? Kana thought shyly, measuring her blushing little face, not daring to look at Xiumo's smile again. She felt that the smile was almost magical, and wondered if she had fallen into a kind of seductive magic, so she wanted to resolve the symptoms that appeared on her body by looking away. There's no way, Xiumo's current appearance is too lethal for this kind of little lorry who is in her early teens, although she is a little ignorant but is slowly maturing. In addition, the people in this world are relatively precocious, and they are not as wary of the relationship between men and women as a flood of beasts, so Kana will behave so shyly. Moreover, Xiumo himself underestimated the power of his smile a little, and was a little surprised by Kana's shyness. Are you all right? Xiumo was a little worried about Kana's state, and with a little concern, he asked softly. Even the sound is so good. No, what are you thinking? Kana, Cheer up. Kana secretly hated her incompetence, and originally wanted to throw away her shyness by not looking at that smile, but she became more shy because of this gentle voice. Damn it, why do you look so good looking and have such a gentle voice? Kana, who thought she was making a fool of herself, took out a small notebook in her heart and wrote it down for Shiumo. Although she doesn't know Shiumo's name yet, she has written down this hatred and will return it one day. Of course, whether this mental activity is insincere or not, only Kana herself knows. Well, your smile affected her. Illusa shook Shumer's hand, understanding Kana's performance. After all, she and Kuno didn't behave much better than Kana when they first faced Zyumer's concern. And when the two of them faced Shiumo was still wearing dirty clothes, covering most of his charm, and he was not at the same level as Kana. While understanding, Illusa felt a little pantothenic acid in her heart. It's okay, why are you smiling so softly at other girls? Thinking of this, Illusa angrily withdrew her little hand from Shiumo's hand, and the sides of her little face bulged slightly, making her pink face look like a small bun. Suddenly, she heard a nice girl's voice again, and Kana finally recovered a little from that shy state. Then she saw a beautiful girl sulking. P.S. It's not Kana ha, the setting of the protagonist is the charm max. So, the brazen author continues to ask for some flower reviews, hoping that readers who have not voted can vote a little. Let me see how many people are reading. Chapter 28. It was a beautiful girl half a head taller than herself, with bright crimson hair and a delicate face. Although he is angry with his face, he has a unique charm. Kana is very confident in her cuteness, and when she sees Illusa's face clearly, she can't help but feel a trace of envy for Illusa. What a beautiful girl! But thanks to Illusa's voice, Kana finally let go of her shyness. As the fairy tale receptionist, Kana has a lot of people in contact with and does a very good job of dealing with people. Just now he was just a little stunned and a little flustered, but now he has calmed down his emotions a little and returned to his usual down-to-earth and generous appearance. I'm sorry, I was a little rude just now. Very generously admitting her gaffe, Kana stuck out her tongue and showed a playful smile to Shumer and Illusa, which directly turned the page of the episode just now. Do you want to be a fairy tale? Please come with me. I'm going to put you to a little test. After motioning for Shumer and Illusa to follow, Kana walked ahead and led the two of them to a room in the hall. He took Illusa's little hand again and smiled at her. Shiumo didn't understand why Illusa suddenly looked a little unhappy. Humph! Seeing Shiumo's smile, Illusa snorted in her heart, turned her head sideways and stopped looking at Shiumo, and also let the slight redness on her face not let him see it. Symbolically, he twitched his little hand, but without pulling it out, he held Shiumo's hand again with his backhand. It seems that Illusa is also a tsundere little lorry with a bad mouth. As Thummer and Illusa followed Kana through the hallway, the other members of the guild looked at them both with friendly smiles. They had just heard that the two little children, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, wanted to join the fairy tale. If they have the qualifications to become magicians, they may be companions of the same guild in the future, and their attitudes are naturally very friendly. Yes, fairy tale is not accepted by everyone, and if you want to join the guild, you must have sufficient qualifications. The qualification here is not just magic, but the magic power in the body must at least have the level of a D-class magician. In this way, he can be recognized by the guild and become a registered regular magician. People in this world have more or less magic power in their bodies, but not everyone has the qualifications to become a magician. There are indeed many magic scrolls circulating in the market, and yes, ordinary people can buy them as long as they have XI money. However, only a very small number of people can learn magic and become magicians, and many more are just ordinary people. Although it is said that you can use magic items with magical powers, not everyone has extraordinary talent and powerful equipment like Mr. Gang, that is, Gerald of the other world. This is not a world of silence and peace, but in some places, there are all kinds of powerful demons and monsters. And the work of the magicians includes the dangerous work of exterminating the demonic beasts. If your own magic power is not strong enough, and all your strength is used with magic items, it is very likely that you will fall in the mission. Although the magicians who use the magic of the possession system also rely on items to fight, the magic power in the human body is very strong, and not only the power of the magic is great, but the strength of the body is also increased many times. It is very different from weak chickens with weak magic power. Attack power is only linked to the level of magic items, and physical strength is not much different from ordinary people. Not every sorcerer can support himself without taking a job, like Nobu. Every year, many underpowered mages die in missions, and this is a very cruel reality. If you don't have the qualifications to become a strong person, you might as well be an ordinary person or engage in work related to the production of magic guides. At least as an ordinary person, as long as there are no accidents, it can definitely make a person spend a dull life. Therefore, everyone who wants to join the guild will first conduct a qualification judgment to determine whether they have the qualifications to become a real magician. It's not just Fairy Tale that does this, almost every regular large and medium-sized guild has such a program. Because the failure of the mission does not only mean that the lives of the people who accept the mission are in danger, but also that it will affect the credibility of the guild. Therefore, the major guilds not only test when they accept people, but also have strict standards for taking on tasks. No matter what level of mage you are, you can only take on tasks of your level at most. If at least 3 mages of the same level form a squad, they can take on a higher level of mission. If you want to take on a higher level mission, you can only do so if you pass the level assessment. Just because these facts aren't stated in the original book doesn't mean it doesn't exist. After Thummer and the others followed Kana into the room, Kana pulled out a crystal ball-like object from the cabinet and placed it on the table in the center of the room. Come on, take turns pouring your mana into this crystal ball and measure your current mana. If you can reach half of the low-level D-rank magician, which is 500 mana, you can join the Fairy Tale. Kana informed the 2 of them about the purpose of the crystal ball in front of them, as well as the minimum required to join the guild. Because Zyummer and Alyssa were neither very old, they lowered their requirements by half. If a person over the age of 15 wants to join a guild, they need to meet the minimum standard of a D-class magician. P.S. This is only talking about the regular magicians recognized by the Magic Council and the major guilds, not that there are no powerful magicians in the people. After all, there is such a thing as a dark guild. Chapter 29. Hearing Kana's request, Shiumo's heart was not panicked at all, but wanted to laugh a little. He himself has the magic power of the B-rank magician level, although I don't know what the specific value is, but it must far exceed the standard in Kana's mouth. And Alyssa's mana value is very easy to break through 500. Although Alyssa is now 1 year younger than when she joined the guild in the original books, the gap in magic power should not be too big. Moreover, the magic awakened by Alyssa today is different from the Scarlet Knight in the original book, and her strength can be increased by 1% when she is by Shiumo's side. This increase and decrease have almost smoothed out the magic gap caused by the age gap. In the original book, Alyssa can add the tail of the fairy, but Shiumo doesn't believe that the current Alyssa can't. She is one of the heroines of the original book. Even if she has just awakened magic, she definitely has more magic than a D-class magician, and Shiumo is not worried at all. Alyssa, come first. Releasing Alyssa's hand, Thumb motioned for the lady to take precedence and let Alyssa test first. With seriousness on her little face, Alyssa clenched her 2 small fists around her waist to cheer herself on. With Shiumo's strength, he can definitely join the Fairy Tale, and he can't fall behind in this place. I don't want to lose. I can't lose. Success, not failure. With this in mind, Alyssa stared at each other and decided that she would be able to infuse all the magic power from all over her body into the crystal ball later. With a small face, Alyssa walked to the table on 2 short legs, staring at the crystal ball on the table as if she was looking at an enemy, as if she wanted to eat it, and her momentum was very fierce. Kana, who was standing next to the crystal ball, was a little frightened by Ilusa's expression and momentum. The corners of her mouth twitched, and a drop of cold sweat slipped down her forehead. That "Can we get started?" is worthy of the fairy queen Ilusa in the original book, although she is still young, but that powerful momentum has begun to take shape, which makes Kana feel a little pressure inexplicably. While feeling the pressure, a hint of anticipation also rose in Kana's heart. Ilusa's aura is so powerful, her magic must be very strong. She agreed very imposingly, but in Kana's expectant gaze, Ilusa didn't make any moves. She felt like she wasn't ready to brew again. The corners of Kana's mouth twitched, and she couldn't help but be a little speechless. "You're not ready for a long time, don't look confident." Seeing Ilusa's serious appearance as if she was facing a great enemy, Shiumo couldn't help but feel a little funny. In the original book, Ilusa probably wasn't so nervous when she was measuring her magic power. At that time, her heart was full of sadness and defense, and it was estimated that she did not have such a big psychological fluctuation, and she could not make such a vivid expression. Thinking of this, Shiumo couldn't help but sigh a little. Today's Ilusa is obviously much more cheerful than the same period in the original book, without the dark memory of the Tower of Paradise, and sure enough, the mental state of the whole person is different. "Don't be nervous, Ilusa, you're fine." Shumer's voice rang out behind Ilusa, full of encouragement. "I can do it." Hearing the feeling of trust in Shiumo's tone, Ilusa felt as if she had taken a shot in the arm, and her state instantly rose to the top. Placing her hands on top of the crystal ball, Ilusa closed her eyes and sank her mind, beginning to recall the sensation of using magic when she awakened her magic. From the swirl-shaped source of magic in the lower abdomen, a wave of magic was mobilized as the original power, pushing the originally gentle flow of magic in the body to start accelerating. In just 0.1 s, the majestic torrent of magic power has been rushing in the magic circuit, letting out a violent roar. Eventually, under Ilusa's control, this magic power was transported to the palms of both hands, gushing out of the palms and infusing into the crystal ball. After receiving the magic infusion, the crystal ball began to glow slowly, projecting a magic screen above it, and changing numbers appeared. 356, 684, 984. Ilusa's mana is still rising, and it shows no signs of stopping. Kana covered her mouth in disbelief and watched in amazement as the crystal ball continued to rise and finally freeze at the 4-digit number. 3167. "It's amazing, I didn't expect Ilusa, who seemed to be the same age as her, to have such a huge amount of magical power, and she had already broken through the D-class magician and reached the level of a C-class magician. When Kana joined Fairy Tail 3 years ago, she only had more than 300 mana points. It was Makarov who let her join the guild and help with the reception when she was too young and qualified for her age. Even after 3 years in Fairy Tail, Kana's mana value is now worth more than 1,000. As far as Kana knows, among the children who are about the same age as her in the fairy tale, Grey is the only one who has exceeded 1,000 magic powers. The other children are all in the range of 700 or 800, and there is still a long way to go from the magic value of 1,000. Therefore, at this moment, seeing Ilusa's magic power break through the threshold of 3,000 as a C-level magician, Kana was already so shocked that she was about to close her mouth. "Yes. Is that okay?" Because of the large amount of magic power that was withdrawn from her body, Ilusa's forehead was covered with thick fine sweat, her pretty face was also dyed red, and her voice asked with a hint of apprehension, panting. Because of the magic injected with her eyes closed, Ilusa couldn't see the values on the crystal ball that were far above the standard. And she was a little afraid that she wouldn't be up to par and didn't dare to look at that number with her own eyes. "I can only ask questions, and I want to tell myself through the mouth of others." "When?" "Of course you can, stop." If you don't stop after the tester meets the standard, Kana doesn't make such a low-level mistake in normal times. It was Ilusa's test results that surprised her so much that she made such a mistake that she shouldn't have made. After reacting, Kana immediately declared Ilusa qualified and congratulated her. Congratulations, you're qualified, you're a member of Fairy Tale from now on. Read books on Friday and have fun, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 30. Hearing Kana's words, Ilusa opened her eyes excitedly, and after seeing the numbers on the crystal ball in front of her, she let out a cheer. Oh! I'm qualified! Then he immediately turned around and threw himself into Shiumo's arms, jumping and jumping with him in his arms, his little face full of excitement. I'm qualified! Shiumo, I'm qualified! Ilusa was happy that after she passed, she would be able to join Fairy Tale with Shumer, so that she would not be separated from Shumer. Because in her heart, it is absolutely impossible for Shiumo to be unqualified. Actually, Ilusa has some gains and losses. Not to mention that it is impossible to be unqualified with her talent. Even if she is really unqualified, Shiumo will definitely not leave her. Therefore, the worries in her heart are completely unnecessary. Looking at the happy girl in his arms, Shiumo showed a warm smile to her, stretched out his right hand and gently patted her beautiful back. Congratulations, Ilusa, I knew you could. Nodding her head vigorously, Ilusa tightened her grip on Shiumo's hands, wanting to feel more of his warmth. Seeing this scene, Kana at the table turned into a dumb look again. You two, what's going on? Thinking indignantly, Kana felt like she was being stuffed with a handful of dog food. Why did I think of the term dog food, and what does it mean? Kana, who was very angry, took out a small notebook in her heart and wrote it down again. When Ilusa's excitement had almost calmed down, Shiumo gently patted her on the back again. All right, Ilusa, it's time for me to take a magic test, let me go. Oh! There was a slight reluctance in her voice, but Ilusa obediently let go of the hands that held Shiumo. However, before leaving Xiaomer's embrace, Ilusa rubbed his chest hard with her pretty face, and then left satisfied. Walking to the table, the crystal ball has returned to its original appearance due to the lack of mana infusion, and the magic screen and values have disappeared without a trace. Can I start? Hearing Shiumo's words, Kana came back to her senses and rolled her eyes at Shiumo angrily. Kana's slightly angry pretty face was extremely cute. Humph, you still know that you have to do a magic test. If you hold it again, it will be dark. Although she was slandering Shiumo in her heart, Kana still did her job. That's it, let's get started. Suddenly attacked by a white eyeball, Shiumo felt a little inexplicable. But he didn't pay attention to it, and immediately pressed his right hand on the crystal ball in front of him after hearing Kana say that it was okay to start. However, he only needs to reach 500 mana to join the Fairy Tale and complete the tasks issued to him by the system. However, Shiumo did not want to hide his clumsiness. Because Shiumo wants to take on a little more tasks and go out to accumulate combat experience, he also wants to try his luck by the way to see if he can trigger as many tasks as possible in the system. And only by showing enough strength can Shiumo be able to obtain the qualification to take on tasks and go out at this age. So, Xiaomo is in full swing. A surging torrent of magic power rolled through Shiumo's body, eventually concentrating on the palm of his right hand and gushing out. The next moment, the room was full of light. When the intense light lit up, Kana quickly turned her head sideways and held her hands in front of her. At the same time, an even more exaggerated surprise rose in her heart than when Ilusa had tested it just now, and her small mouth opened widely, forming a cute O shape. Kana, who had been tested many times, certainly understood what it meant that the crystal ball bloomed with such a strong light, and it was precisely because she understood that she showed this exaggerated expression. This means that the magic power injected into the crystal ball by Xiumo has exceeded the limit of 50% of the crystal ball's holding. Thinking of the limit value that this crystal ball could hold, Kana couldn't help but shudder, and didn't dare to look at the numbers displayed on the screen above the crystal ball. Because Xiaomer and Alyssa are not very old, the quality of the test crystal ball that Kana took out is not high, and at most it can only hold the magic power of a B-rank magician with medium magical strength. When converted to a numerical value, it is about 9,000. A boy in his early teens with over 4,500 magical powers? It was so terrifying that Kana wondered if she was dreaming. In fact, Xiumo's magic power far exceeds the value of 4,500. What Xiumo obtained from the system was the magic power of the first B rank, which was the value of 7,000. Coupled with the mana value that he has naturally grown in the past few days, the number that appears on the crystal ball has reached as much as 7,018. This value is almost 7.7% greater than the apex that this crystal ball can hold, which makes the crystal ball bloom with such a strong light. Is it okay? I like surprised little beauties. Seeing the values on the crystal ball, the corners of Xiumo's mouth hooked up a trace of satisfaction, and there was a hint of ridicule in his tone. Ignoring Xiumo's teasing of herself, after the light stabilized and became less dazzling, Kana quickly turned her head to look at the numbers on the crystal ball. Although it is a sure thing that Xiumo will pass the test, the results of this test must be recorded and handed over to the president, so there must be no mistakes. After reading the numbers on the screen, Kana was shocked again. 7,018. This number is far more than she imagined in her heart. Looking at Xiumo with a monster look, Kana's tone was full of suspicion. Do you really have to be in your early tens? Kana wondered if she had lost her eyes, maybe Xiumo was just more tender, but in fact he was in his 20s. Of course. Xiumo answered the question without blushing or beating his heart. Although he was already a runner in his previous life, he was indeed only in his early tens. No problem. P.S. I do seem to have written several chapters with the guild, so is this water? I'm sorry, I'll try to speed up the pace. Chapter 31. Hearing Xiumo's answer, Kana also felt that she was not too careful. After all, Xiumo's appearance was like a child's appearance no matter how she looked at it. After calming her shock a little, Kana gave a friendly smile to Shimo and Alyssa. Welcome to Fairy Tale, my name is Kana Arubelina. It's a pleasure to meet you guys, and I hope to give me more advice in the future. Hello, my name is Xiumo, and I'm glad to meet you too. Me too, I'm Alyssa. The last name was Chocolito, and Hummer gave it to me, and he said it was the last name that represented the color of my hair. Alyssa also responded to Kana's friendliness, and by the way, she revealed the origin of her last name as if showing off. She likes the surname given to her by Xiumo from the bottom of her heart, and wants everyone to know its origin and meaning. It's a nice surname. Alyssa, the meaning is also very beautiful. Hearing Alyssa's affection for the surname, Kana praised it very politely. Yes, yes. After receiving Kana's compliment, Alyssa happily stood up her little bare breast, and was in a very beautiful mood. Now, let me stamp you with the tail of the fairy. Then, Kana took out a magic seal from the cabinet and turned to Shimo and Alyssa to ask. Where are you going to cover it, and what are you going to do with it? Hearing this, Alyssa was a little confused. Wrinkling her little face and tugging at the corners of Xiumo's clothes, Alyssa chose to ask him for help. Where is the print? What color do you choose? There is a slight hint of coquettishness in the look, and the voice is extremely sweet. In the original book, Alyssa's seal is located above his left arm, and Xiumo directly suggested based on this, and he also intends to seal the seal in this place. How about printing it on the top of my left arm? I'm going to print it here, too. I'll choose black, so you can pick your favorite color. Yes? That's great. Then I'll go black. Being able to imprint the seal in the same place as Shummer, and being able to choose the same black color as Shummer, Illusa was very happy. He reached out and hugged Chiu Mo's arm and let out a cheer. Seeing the interaction between the two in front of her, Kana's hand holding the seal trembled slightly, and her heart was extremely resentful. You two, can you pay a little attention to the feelings of others? I'm very uncomfortable. Kana felt like she had eaten another mouthful of dog food, a little stretched. In his heart, he once again took out a small notebook and once again made a note for Shiu Mo. Why is it Xiamo every time? Thankfully, Shummer and Illusa quickly separated, sending their left arms to Kana, asking her to imprint herself with the fairy tale guild seal. Kana breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down the urge to hit someone. Aside from Kana, there are only two people here, Shummer and Illusa. As a beautiful girl, Kana is very good to her senses, how could she want to hit her? So the person she wanted to fight was naturally Shiu Mo. After gently stamping Illusa and saying welcome, Kana looked at Shiu Mo with a slight coldness in her eyes. Shiu Mo, who has already been written down 3 names in the small notebook, must make him look good. So, unlike the gentleness when she stamped Illusa, Kana took Shummer's left hand with her left hand, and her right hand holding the seal quickly stamped on Shummer's left arm. She seemed to want to use this seal to teach Shiu Mo a hard lesson, and her momentum was very fierce. After a pop, a black fairy tale guild seal appeared above Shiu Mo's left arm, indicating that he was already a member of the Demon Tail. And Kana's insignificant attack this time was like an itch for Shiu Mo, and he didn't care at all. Even he didn't know that Kana was holding her breath and trying to make herself feel a slight pain. Seeing that there was no fluctuation on Shiu Mo's face, Kana couldn't help but puff up her little face, and secretly slandered herself in her heart. Damn fellow, the skin is so thick. Welcome to Fairy Tale. Kana gritted her teeth and greeted Shiu Mo word by word. Kana herself felt very strange, obviously she didn't have such a big mood swing in front of anyone, why was it difficult to control her emotions in front of Shiu Mo today? After both of their seals were stamped, Kana led them back to the hall and introduced them to the members of the guild. After the members welcomed and cheered, Shummer and Illusa introduced themselves. He didn't tell everyone about the test values of Shiu Mo and Illusa, because these 2 values are too big for this age, which means that Shiu Mo and the 2 of them are extremely talented, and they should report to President Makino first. So, after talking to Shummer and Illusa, Kana found Makarov, who was sleeping in a room. He drank too much yesterday and hasn't recovered from his hangover yet. A powerful magician can use magic to dispel alcohol, but doesn't that take away the joy of drinking? So Makarov never did this. So when Kana arrived, Makarov was snoring with her mouth open, and saliva was running down her mouth and onto the pillow. Yikes! Seeing this, Kana shuddered. But the work that needs to be done still has to be done, so she began to wake up Makarov. President, President, President. The volume gradually increases, representing a change in the mood of the owner of the voice. No way, Makarov slept too dead and it was hard to wake up. Kana felt that today was really her unlucky day, first meeting Shiu Mo, and then meeting such a president. Patience wears off, and a little demon appears in Kana's mind. Reaching Maklov's ear, Kana let out a yell. President. P.S. I just want to write a little bit of interaction, just give a little setting, if you don't like it, I'll speed up the progress later. Chapter 32. Kana let out an unexpected shout in Makarov's ear at such a loud volume that it almost lifted the roof. Of course, the roof will definitely not be lifted, and Kana is not some kind of sonic magic. Instead, Makarov felt his skull about to be torn open and woke up from his dream. I said, "Little Kana, can you be gentle with me, an old man?" Makarov sat up from the bed and complained to Kana as if in a joking. Whoever let the president sleep so dead can't wake up no matter how he screams. Kana crossed her hands on her hips with a smug smile on her face, as if she was happy to see Makarov's startled appearance. "Is it important to wake me up?" Makarov had a kind expression on his face, and his eyes were full of love when he looked at Kana. Kana then told Makarov about the results of the test on Thummer and Alysa's magic. Hearing Kana's words, Makarov's eyes instantly showed a gleam, and his heart was happy. In today's guild, the older generation of S-class magicians has left, and the new generation has not grown up, and it is the era of green and yellow. And these two children in Kana's mouth have such amazing magic power at this age. These are two good seedlings. They can definitely grow into the top combat power in the guild. The top combat power, of course, refers to the S level. In fact, in this magical world, most of the magicians who are really the backbone are B level and A class, and although there are many S ranks, there are not as many as imagined. Many people are extremely poor all their lives, and they are just an A-level magician. I want to know that although in the later part of the original book, whether it is the enemy or the protagonist group, the strength is a mess. But in the entire fairy tale guild, there are still only a few magicians with S-level strength. And now, in the entire Goblin Tale, there are only two S-class magicians, Makarov and Kildas. Although the strength of both of them is far superior to that of ordinary S-class mages, Makarov is the leader of the guild and has no time to complete S-class tasks. Not to mention that Kildas is still free and easy, and often runs away from nowhere with his duffel bag full of photo albums. This has also led to the fact that the number of S-class tasks completed by Fairy Tale in the past 2 years is not ideal. If you can't complete S-class tasks for a long time, the allocation of mission resources on the Magic Council's side will gradually decrease, which is not conducive to the long-term development of the guild. Now, with the addition of these two children, coupled with the growth of his grandson Laxus, the guild's strength will soon return to its peak. At that time, it will definitely be able to regain the honor of Fiori's first guild. Makarov jumped out of bed, and the magic instantly flowed through his body, dispelling all the alcohol. In his short body, he slightly revealed the momentum of his Saint 10 Demon Guide level, and he was not angry and arrogant. "Let's go meet our new family." In the hall, Humor and Alyssa were surrounded by a large group of children in their early teens, asking them this and that. While dealing with the children's problems, Shiumo thought about the task mechanism that the system had just said after the task was completed. Just now, at the moment when the seal belonging to the symbol of the Demon Tail Guild was stamped on the left arm, the electronic tone of the system sounded on time. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest, join the fairy tale and receiving the reward Light Spirit." Added Fairy Tale, the task release mechanism has been determined, fixed to release a weekly task every week, and randomly trigger the task on guild members, and the mechanism will be implemented from after 12 AM tonight. Sure enough, as Shiumo expected, as the central point of all the plots in the original book, after adding Fairy Tale, it is very helpful for the system to release tasks. Although he had done 3 tasks before, he didn't know the rules of the system to release tasks. Now, in addition to the beginner bootstrap quest, the other 2 quests are the personal quest triggered on Alyssa and the pre-quest to join Fairy Tale. After joining the guild, the system's task release mechanism is determined. Weekly quests for 1 week, plus random quests triggered from different members. Well, with these constant quests, it's only a matter of time before you become the strongest. Thinking of this, Shiumo exuded a powerful momentum, and the expression on his face was extremely confident. Feeling this sudden and powerful momentum, the children around Shiumo and Alyssa couldn't help but feel suffocated and a little out of breath. With their strength, it was indeed unbearable to face the momentum of a B-rank mage at such a close distance without defense. Fortunately, Shiumo found a little bit in time and regained his momentum. The children felt relieved, and after a long sigh of relief, they looked at Shiumo with adoring eyes. "You're so strong, do you really have to be 12 years old? What was the result of your mana test just now? You must be over 2000 if you're so strong. And Alyssa, what about you? Seeing the surprised and adoring expressions of these children, Gray on the side pulled the corners of his mouth disdainfully. "Cut, what's so surprising about this? My Uncle Gray can do it too." At this time, Gray was very stinky and proud, and he was very unhappy that Zyumer and Alyssa had just joined and were sought after by so many people. Just as Gray was about to jump out to find trouble with Zyumer, a slightly old but majestic aura came from the depths of the hall. "Does a goblin have a tail? After all, do goblins really exist? It's always a mystery and an eternal adventure." Following the words, Xiu-Mo saw an old man who was short in stature and had white hair, but he was in good spirits. He looked at Shumer and Alyssa with a smile on his face, and continued. "That's what this guild was all about. Welcome to Fairy Tale, Two Imps." Chapter 33. At this time, Xiu-Mo was in the dormitory specially assigned to him by the guild after joining the Demon Tail. Alyssa followed Kana to the girls' dormitory, which was next to the boys' dormitory. Although her eyes were reluctant when she left, she stopped talking. But in the end, he didn't say anything, and honestly followed Kana away. The dormitories provided by Demon Tail are for children like Zyumo and Alyssa who don't have parents, and many of the children live in the dormitories. The guild will not take any money from these children until they are 15 years old, as long as they can help the guild a little bit in their capacity. That's what makes the fairy tale so warm, and it's what makes it so powerful. Treat each member as a family, and the cohesion of the entire guild will naturally become strong. Even though the full moon was already high, Xiu-Mo had no intention of sleeping, but was waiting for the system to release the task. When all three hands of the quartz clock on the wall pointed to the number 12, the electronic tone of the system's machinery rang out on time. "Ding! Release the weekly quest, the beginning of the Magus. Please go to the guild's quest bar to pick up a quest of at least C and at most B level, and complete it within the specified time. Depending on the level of the mission, the rewards will also change. Reward: Basic Mana Refining, Ultimate Mana Refining." Seeing this reward, Xiu-Mo was overjoyed. Today's Xiu-Mo's combat power is quite good, with 7,000 plus magic power, and the combat methods also have basic swordsmanship and a very powerful slashing sword drawing. What is missing is the method of refining magic power. Refining mana is what every magician needs to do, and it is the way for them to become stronger. The cultivation rules of this world are similar to those of the Naruto world. Refining magic and chakra is the foundation for strengthening oneself, and all kinds of powerful magic and ninjutsu are the means of attack. Even if a person masters no matter how powerful magic and ninjutsu are, if he does not have the magic power to match it, then it is like a good woman who is difficult to cook without rice, and she can't do anything. Therefore, mana refining is a crucial point in every magician's cultivation path. By refining the magic power and expanding the magic source, the magic power in the body of the magicians can be increased. When the magic power increases, not only the power of the magic will increase, but the endurance and physical strength will naturally increase. And that's what makes you stronger. After all, a B-rank mage with 10,000 mana in his body and very good at fighting may be strong, but an S-rank mage with 20,000 mana in his body will definitely not be weak. Originally, Xiu-Mo planned to sleep and go back to the guild's library during the day tomorrow to read about the magic of magic refining. Once this task is published, there is no need to do so. Without considering any other rewards other than the ultimate mana refining technique, all of Xiu-Mo's attention was focused on the highest level reward. The ultimate version of the magic refining technique. This ultimate two words are very strong as soon as you hear it, okay? The effect is definitely better than ordinary magic refining, I don't know how much. After seeing the reward of the mission, Xiu-Mo felt very satisfied. In the early morning, Dongfang had just turned a little white with a fish's belly, and Xiu-Mo had already come to the guild. "Good morning, Xiu-Mo, you're so early." It was the guild's waitress who greeted Xiu-Mo, because there might be the kind of people who had to pick up the commission and leave the guild early in the morning, so they would come here early every day. But with the exception of one person, no one came to the guild so early. And this morning, in addition to the regular visitor in front of the quest bar, she actually saw this newcomer who had just joined the guild, which made her very surprised. "Good morning, Miss Akel." Responding politely, Xiu Mo smiled at the waiter's young lady and walked straight to the task request column. Left behind Miss Akel, who held her hands in front of her chest and had some girlish hearts. "I'm so handsome at such a young age, I really don't know which girl will be so blessed in the future." Of course, Xiaomer didn't know what was going on in Akel's mind, but almost laughed when he looked at the short figure hovering in front of the bar. It was a boy dressed as an Indian, muttering as he checked the tasks on the task bar. No, none of these tasks are unique, and they are not the only ones I can do. Why? Nobu came to the guild so early to see the mission." Xiu Mo walked up to the commission bar and teased Nobu. Notice that he used the word look instead of receiving. Because this guy is the same age as Xiu Mo, only 12 years old, with his current strength, even if he sees a flower in the commission column, he is not qualified to take the task. And even after Norbu's strength became stronger in the original book, no one had ever seen him take on any tasks. I really don't know how he, as a magician, can support himself without relying on commissions. It's Xiu Mo. I'm just looking for a task that only I can do. This guy Nobu, although his strength is not very good, is quite powerful when he talks big. Yes, then I wish you to find such a task soon." Replying lightly, Xiu Mo no longer paid attention to Nobu, but looked at the various commissions on the task bar. According to the rules set by the Council of Magic, there are 3 levels of missions for each level. For example, A-level missions are divided into 3 levels, A+, A, and A. In addition, although the highest rating of the Magus is only S level, the level of the commission is higher than the S level, and the difficulty is more terrifying: 10-year missions and 100-year missions. Of course, none of the tasks above the S level are qualified for Xiu Mo to access now, so he just searched for the B-level orders on the commission bar. The cultivation of the ultimate version of the magic refining technique must take a B-level mission. Philo 18th anniversary brand upgrade to give back to readers, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 34. Exterminate the Bandits, Heart of Warcraft, Investigation of the Deep Valley. After glancing back and forth over the delegate bar, Xiu Mo saw several B-class quests. I didn't rush to take a certain task, but carefully observed the content of the task attached to the power of attorney. In order to ensure that he could obtain the ultimate magic refining technique, Xiu Mo naturally had to choose his tasks carefully. In the end, Xiu Mo chose the task of Heart of Warcraft. The reason why I chose this is because the mission commission has a more detailed introduction to the monster that needs to be killed, unlike the other B-level commissions, which are a bit vague. There's no need to risk dealing with an unknown number of bandits and exploring ruins without any information. Only need to kill a monster designated by the client and have the strength of a B-level magician, obtain its heart and give it to the task client. Without a doubt, this task is the most suitable for Xiu Mo. Although the magic power of Warcraft is definitely stronger than that of Xiu Mo, the battle is not just a competition between magic powers. When the difference in strength is not large, the means and strategies of the two sides against the enemy become even more important. Human beings, as the spirits of all things, are best at using their brains to do all kinds of things. Dealing with a B-level demonic beast that has not yet been fully civilized, as long as Xiu Mo is not too careless about the enemy, then he will definitely be able to catch it. After tearing off the task mandate and registering it with Miss Akel, Xiu Mo hurried out of the guild. Because of the strength he showed yesterday, he was allowed to take on B-class missions from Makarov. That's why he was able to take on this B-class mission, which was not very difficult. If you are a child, you are not qualified to take on the task at all. In addition to Alyssa, even Kana and Gray, who have more than 1000 mana, are still a little short of fire. Ding! The host picks up the task and completes, and according to the level of the task, the reward is determined to be ultimate magic refining. Please complete the task within 2 days, and if the task is not completed after the time is up, the task will be judged to be a failure and the task reward will be cancelled. Now the countdown to the mission begins, and the remaining time is 47 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. From the moment the registration was completed, the system's countdown to the task began, so Xiumo left the guild so quickly. In just 2 days, not only do you have to go to the mission location, but you also have to find a designated monster in an area and kill it to get its heart. In addition, the criterion for the completion of the commission is not to end from the moment the heart is obtained, but to the task is completed only after the task client receives the heart and determines that it is over. This made Xiumo feel a sense of oppression. Hurrying to the weapons shop in Magnolia Town, after purchasing 10 steel longswords, Humor boarded the train to his destination. It was a dense forest, and Shumer was speeding through the forest, searching for the whereabouts of the mission's target. According to the mission client, the mission target he designated was located in this dense forest, and it was the Overlord-level magical beast in this area. Because the area of this dense forest is not large, a small B-rank demonic beast is allowed to dominate in this dense forest. But this happened to be convenient for Xiumo to find it. Tapping the ground with his toes, Xiumo was more than 10 meters away from the last time he retouched the ground. Shumer had already traversed the forest twice from 2 different directions, searching nearly half of the area. At the current rate, it shouldn't be long before we meet the mission target. Sure enough, during Xiumo's third journey through the dense forest, he heard the sound of a roaring mountain forest, and at the same time, a powerful wave of magic power came from there. Feeling this magic that was a little stronger than himself, Xiumo was overjoyed in his heart, and instantly changed the direction of his progress, flying in the direction where the roar came from. After more than 10 seconds, Xiumo finally saw the goal of his mission. In this day and age, it is difficult to see real dragons, except for the occasional appearance of Akunolokia in front of the world, but various worm species and allosaurs are still very common. And the goal of Xiumo's mission this time is one of the worm branches. It was a monster that looked like a velociraptor that had long since perished in Xiumo's previous life, but its appearance was more hideous than that of a velociraptor and its size was several times larger than that of a velociraptor in size. On the Warcraft illustrated book, this kind of warcraft is called talon worm. Its body is covered with hard black scales, its front and rear limbs are very long, with thick claws and fangs that flicker with cold light, and the whole body looks full of viciousness. At the moment, it is playing after a large black wild boar that is nearly 3 meters tall. As the overlord-level creature in this dense forest, the mighty clawed worm is used to playing with his prey before every meal, and today is no exception. Looking at the panicked appearance of the little wild boar in front of it, a trace of joy appeared in its little brain. Of course, with its intelligence, it will not understand what this emotion is, but it only knows that after this emotion appears, its appetite will become better. Just as it was about to end the life of the little boar and begin to eat, a sudden change of life occurred. A silvery white sword light struck it from its side, striking it straight at the back, shattering several scales and making the area a blur of flesh and blood. P.S. I'm going to eat wine after sending this chapter. I'll use a mobile phone code later. It may be a little slower but the update will definitely follow. Chapter 35. Talonworm was enjoying playing with his prey, but was suddenly attacked by an unknown sword. The wound was dripping with blood, and the hard scales had been shattered by the powerful sword, revealing the pink flesh inside. Talonworm has reigned supreme in this forest since its birth, and has never been so badly injured. Feeling the intense pain in the wound, the anger in the clawworm's heart instantly burned to the peak, and the bronze bell-like eyes were full of tyranny, and he looked sideways in the direction of the attack. Then it saw Xiumo, who had opened 100 meters, holding a long sword in one hand, and smiling at it playfully. Although he didn't understand the meaning of the expression on the dwarf creature's face, the clawed worm felt a hint of anger in his heart for no reason. Moreover, the sword that attacked him came from this side. Elias' not-so-bright brain could have imagined that it was Xiumo who attacked him. Thinking of this, the clawworm's anger grew even greater. Such a dwarf creature is not enough to even plug between the teeth in normal times. At this moment, he dared to attack himself, and he hurt himself. This made the clawworm feel that his dignity as the overlord of the forest had been challenged, and he raised his slender neck and let out a howl of rage. A loud roar resounded through the forest, and along with it was the mighty Wea of the talon worm. Frightened by the roar of Wea, the other creatures in the woods instantly exploded in fear, running around like a fly on the house, praying to avoid the clawed worm. At this moment, the clawed worm was not hunting as these creatures thought, but attacked a human child. Just after the clawed worm let out a loud roar, the powerful sound caused it to shake violently with the trees near Shumer, and the leaves fell in a flutter as if it were raining leaves in the forest. After roaring, the clawworm launched a high-speed charge towards Shumer. It wants to eat the little worm that hurt itself alive to relieve the hatred in its heart. So, while sprinting, it used its natural magic. Swift charge. The surface of the clawed worm's body was covered in an earthy yellow magical glow, making its already rapid speed even faster. The monstrous drake sprinted through the forest with great speed, and the ground shook violently as it ran, as if a miniature earthquake had been generated here. And when the speed of its sprint reaches its peak, it is like a heavy locomotive galloping, extremely fast. During the sprint, it also opened its mouth wide and drooled disgustingly, and the whole scene looked very terrifying. Full of loopholes. When he comprehended the basic swordsmanship of the peak creation realm, Xiumo found that his eyesight was also much stronger. Many subtle things that were previously undetectable can now be clearly perceived. Xiumo speculated that this should be an invisible reward that was given along with basic swordsmanship. And this guess is correct. After all, if you only have swordsmanship, and you don't have the corresponding eyesight, no matter how strong the swordsmanship is, you can't exert the power of swordsmanship. The role of eyesight is not only to find the opponent's attack loopholes, but more importantly, to see your own shortcomings when attacking. So the system was very humane, and when Xiumo obtained the basic swordsmanship of the peak, by the way, his eyesight was also raised to the level of the peak. With this level of eyesight, you will not only be able to find out the flaws in your own attacks, but you will also be very good at finding the loopholes in the enemy's attacks and countering them. This also made the fierce attack of the clawworm seem to Xiumo's eyes full of loopholes and flaws. Originally, he thought it would be a bitter battle, but after seeing the seemingly powerful and easy-to-crack charge of the clawworm, Xiumo stood in place and shook his head. After all, it's just a brainless beast who will only use this kind of rough tricks. In fact, it is easy to understand that the clawworm has lived in this dense forest since birth, and has not been in contact with any powerful creatures in the outside world. And relying on the powerful magic brought by itself, no creature in this dense forest is its opponent, and naturally it has not honed any combat skills, and it is all based on brute force. If the strength can form a crush, the straight dash attack of the clawworm can achieve very good results. However, the difference in strength between the clawworm and Xiumo before is not large, even if the physical strength and magic power are stronger than Xiumo, but it has not yet reached the level of crushing. Looking at the clawed worm that rushed towards him with a fierce momentum, Xiumo's face was calm, and he stood in place without dodging or dodging, waiting for it to rush in front of him. And the clawworm thought that the short guy in front of him was frightened by his powerful posture and couldn't move, and there was a trace of pride in his heart, as if he had seen Xiumo being torn to pieces by his own claws. Finally, the distance between the clawworm and Xiumer was erased by it. Raising its claws that shimmered with cold light, the drake beast aimed at Xiumo's head and swung its claws fiercely. The claws made a cracking sound as they fell, and swooped down on Xiumo with a powerful wind. Just as the claws were about to hit Xiumo, he moved. P.S. Uncomfortable, I was going to come back at 12 o'clock, but I was pulled to sit all night, and I didn't get home until 4 o'clock. It's 5:27 now. I can only make up the last chapter now. The chapter that's still missing will start to be sent after the author wakes up in the afternoon. I'm very sorry, kneeling for the masters. Chapter 36. Shiu-mo, who has the blessing of light spirit, has a reaction speed that is much faster than that of the clawworm. This made the swift charge of the clawworm look little threatening in his seriousness, and he could dodge the move with just a slight leap. Therefore, in the face of the culling of the clawworm, Shiu-mo stood in place and did not make any movement. It wasn't until the attack was imminent that he reacted unhurriedly. Lifting his left foot, he took a step to the left, and at the same time twisted his body to the right back, dragging the steel longsword in his hand behind him. There was no big opening and closing movement, just a light flash, and Shiu-mo dodged the clawworm's attack, causing it to pounce. Feeling the strong wind blowing in his ears, Shiu-mo sneered disdainfully in his heart. That's it. Swing your right arm forward and rotate your wrist. Through his extraordinary eyesight and superb swordsmanship, the blade of the long sword in Shiu-mo's hand accurately touched the gap between the scales of the clawed worm. Then, Shiu-mo stopped swinging his sword forward. Instead, with the help of the momentum of the clawworm that could not be stopped due to the fierce sprint, he turned his wrist along the lines of the clawworm, cutting and prying its scales. As adept as cutting's solution to a bull, Shiu-mo was able to inflict massive damage on clawed worms with just a twist of his wrist. After the clawed worm rushed past Shiu-mo's side, most of the scales on the right side of its body had fallen off, leaking out the dark red veins and pink muscles inside, and blood splattered everywhere. Whew! After sprinting forward for more than 10 meters, the clawed worm stopped his momentum of rushing forward, and then immediately let out a cry of pain. Although the damage this time was not fatal, it did cause great pain to the clawworm. Most of the scales on the right side of the body were peeled off, and this pain was really unbearable for the clawed worm, who had never experienced a bloody battle of life and death. But after the howl of pain, the clawworm grew even more ferocious. The soles of both feet stomped heavily on the ground, and the clawed worm lunged towards Shiu-mo again. It didn't believe that the little man could continue to dodge his attacks. Then, the same scene as before was played out again. Talon worms were once again teased by Shiu-mo and repeated the mistakes of the past. And this time, the scales of the entire right side of the worm's body were gone. One side is protected by scales, and the other side is directly exposed to the blood vessels and muscles, and at the same time, blood is ejected. This makes it look very weird and terrifying. Holding his foot again, the clawed worm glared at Shiu-mo. The brass bell-like eyes were bloodshot, and in addition to the bloodthirsty rage and tyranny, there was also a hint of deep jealousy. Although his brain is not very bright, the clawworm is not completely stupid. I haven't even touched the body of the little man opposite, but I have already suffered 2 heavy blows, and no matter how I think about it, I know that continuing to touch hard is not the way. So, the clawworm decided to unleash the magic. There was a heavy gasp in its mouth, and white rays erupted from its mouth and nose. Immediately after, the magic on the clawworm began to fluctuate violently. The earthy yellow magic light began to condense around the mouth of the clawed worm, and as it swirled, it gradually grew stronger, and the magic power contained in it gradually increased. It decided to use all the magic power in its body to condense the most powerful magic projectile and blast Shiu-mo into slag in one fell swoop. Don't you dare to rush over! Shiu-mo stared at the clawed worm with an indifferent expression, a little amused in his heart. This is the strength of B-rank warcraft? Because of the poor performance of the clawworm, Shiu-mo felt very disdainful of the B-level demonic beast in his heart. What Shiu-mo didn't know was that even if they were both B-level demonic beasts, their strength was strong and weak. A warcraft like Talon Worm, which only bullies the weak, is undoubtedly a shame among B-level warcraft, and its combat power has only crossed the B-level line. However, at this moment, Xiumo didn't think so much, but was bent on completing his task. Then, I'm in a hurry, so I'll ask you to die. Looking at the clawed worm in front of him, which was accumulating strength, Xiumo's eyes were scolded. A powerful sword intent like Changxia was generated from his body, forming a powerful wave of qi that spread out in all directions. The leaves within 15 meters of him were blown away by this wave of air and flew in mid-air, adding a strange artistic conception to this forest. Xiumo lifted the steel longsword to his left waist, stepped forward with his right leg, bent his knee slightly, and made a sword-drawing motion. The fierce magic power rolled inside and outside Xiumo's body, and finally all flowed to the longsword in his right hand, causing an ordinary steel longsword to emit a dazzling cold light and an incomparably sharp sword intent. Sadness for style. Xiumo's expression became extremely cold, and the name of the sword move was gently spit out from his mouth, like an ice fountain cracking, and the chill was overwhelming. Slash the sky and draw the sword. The next moment, a silver-white horse suddenly bloomed, and the shining woods were a little brighter. Wherever the sword light passed, all the leaves were shattered, and all the trees were broken in unison, and the fractures were extremely smooth. At this moment, the clawworm's moves in front of him have also been condensed. The earthy yellow magic light bullet burst and fired, like a cannon being ejected, and rushed towards Xiumo with a terrifying sound. The distance of more than 10 meters was fleeting, and in the middle of Xiumo and the clawworm, the sword light and the magic bullet were in short contact. There was no such thing as an even match, and under Xiumo's sword, the magic light bullet of the clawworm was directly cut in half from the middle. Immediately after that, the explosion broke out. P.S. This chapter is still yesterday. Apologize again and kneel. Philo 18th Anniversary Brand Upgrade to give back to readers, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 37. Cutting the sky and drawing the sword, in addition to drawing the sword, the first to be chopped. The most important thing in this style of swordsmanship is a chopping character. This slash contains the true intention of the sword to move forward bravely, and it carries the indomitable belief in Xiumo's heart. If the mountain doesn't come, I won't come to the mountain. If there is an obstacle in front of us, we will not avoid it. With only a sword in his hand and faith in his heart, he will cut it all. This is the domineering way of cutting the sky and drawing the sword, and it is also the sword path of Xiumo. That is to say, Xiumo's current strength is not enough, and he is not able to exert the power of 1/10,000th of this mythical swordsmanship, which makes the pearl temporarily dusty. When he grows to a certain level, this sword can really cut the world. That's when the sword shines in this magical world. And today, it's just a small test. The steel long sword broke after slashing out the moon-white sword, turning into powder and floating between heaven and earth. These ordinary long swords can't withstand the power of slashing the sky and drawing swords, and they can only slash out with one sword, and they will be successful and retreat. However, a sword is enough. It's just a small clawed worm, and the magic light bullet it emits is like the light of a grain of rice. The sound of the sword groaning filled the forest, crisp and beautiful. In the midst of such a moving sword roar, the half-moon-shaped silver-white sword light was indifferent to the powerful power in the magic light ball, and cut the earthy yellow magic light ball horizontally from it. It had no qualifications to confront this sword at all. After the internal mana stability was destroyed, the mana light ball exploded, the mana of the riot roared, and the forest resounded with a terrifying explosion. Huge black smoke and dust rose from the place where the explosion occurred, spreading outward like a tornado, blowing so that the trees that had been broken by Xiumo's slash fluttered in the air and flew farther away. The blast blasted the ground down, causing the ground to cavern into a crater with a radius of several meters. The edge of the pit spread out like a spider's web, and cracks spread all the way to Shumer's feet. Unconcerned by the strong wind blowing through his hair and the violent vibration under his feet, Xiumo took out a stainless steel longsword from the system space and swung it again. It's not to attack again, it's just a small clawed worm, and it's not worth Xiumo's second sword at all. Not to mention, with Xiumo's current demonic power, being able to slash the sky and draw the sword once is already the limit. Therefore, this sword was just an ordinary sword chi slash, and the purpose was just to blow away the black smoke and dust that obstructed the view. Under the strong sword wind, the black smoke and dust were cut open and blown away, and a clear scene instantly appeared in front of Xiumo's eyes. After seeing the scene in front of him, Xiumo secretly said that it was okay. After he deliberately controlled the sword pressure, there was no such thing as the expected evaporation of the claw worm. Otherwise, you won't be able to get the heart of the monster required by the mission. It's not a big deal that the commission received in the guild can't be completed, and it's really uncomfortable to not be able to get the ultimate magic refining technique. But thankfully, everything went well. Ahead, the clawed worm was prostrate on the ground, his head in a different place. Under Xiumo's intentional control, the sword chi was compressed into a thin layer. Therefore, this sharp sword did not vaporize the clawworm in, but only split the clawworm in half. The head and body fell to the ground, 2 or 3 meters apart, and the ugly dragon face of the clawworm still had the very human expression of horror on the last second in front of him. Bright red blood was still dripping from the fracture of the wound, and a dark red depression flowed from the ground, and the smell of blood was in the air. Seeing this bloody scene, Xiumo's heart did not have any waves. It's just a monster, and if it's dead, what can it do? Those members of the Dark Demon sect in the Tower of Paradise were killed by Xiumo with a single sword, and he didn't feel any discomfort. Except that after they died without any scum left, it was more that Xiumo didn't say that they were human beings at all, and completely treated them as scum. Getting back to the point, time waits for no one, and the top priority is to get the heart of the clawworm in hand, and it is the right thing to complete the commission as soon as possible. The long sword in Xiumo's hand exuded sharp sword chi, like cutting paper, and easily disemboweled. After seeing the huge heart with a radius of nearly 20 centimeters, Xiumo was overjoyed. That's the goal of this trip, the heart of Warcraft. The client seems to say that he wants to use it for medicine, although he doesn't know what function it can have, but that is no longer a matter of cultivation. As long as the client acknowledges that Humor's task has been completed, Humor's goal has been achieved. Ultimate mana refining. A sword severed the blood vessels around the heart, and then with a gentle flick, it was lifted into the air. After gently slapping the heart with the blade of the sword, draining all the remaining blood inside, Xiumo reached out and caught it with his left hand. This kind of filthy thing, he didn't want to put it into his system space. And this steel longsword can also be discarded, it is not a valuable thing anyway. With a flick of his right hand, the steel sword came out of his hand and landed next to the clawed worm's head, sinking a foot into the ground. Then, Xiumo turned and left. P.S. There are no readers who haven't commented on it, give some flowers to evaluate and encourage. Qingming Reading Gift, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 38. After Xiumo left, the hunters who often hunted in this dense forest came here. What's going on? Did there be a battle here? When several hunters in a group saw the tragic situation of the dense forest in front of them, they were all stunned. Most of the trees had lost their upper halves, and judging by the smoothness and direction of the port, it must have been a huge slash that had been completed in an instant. The thought of that level of attack made the hunters shudder at the same time. They were just a group of ordinary hunters, and when they had seen such a big battle, their hearts were shocked. After arguing for a long time outside the forest, at last, in order to find out what had happened in the forest, the hunters dared to enter the forest in the direction from which the slash came from the broken trees. Although they were afraid of the overlord in the dense forest, the clawworm, they couldn't hold back the curiosity in their hearts, and they always wanted to find out what was going on. Then they were in the middle of the jungle and saw the overlord of the jungle that they had been afraid of. At this moment, the clawed worm no longer has the mighty image in their minds, and the body is in a different place, and it is already a dead corpse that can no longer die. Seeing this corpse, the eyes of several hunters all bloomed with surprise. Although Xiumo didn't look down on the corpse of a B-class demonic beast at all, it was undoubtedly a windfall for these hunters. After selling to the merchants who collect the materials, their lives will be much better. While discussing how to distribute the corpse, one of the hunters finally spotted the steel longsword that was embedded deep in the ground next to the carcass of the clawed worm. Because the sword was so deeply embedded in the ground, it took a lot of strength for the hunters to pull it out of the earth. As hunters who often deal with wild beasts, they still have relatively high requirements for equipment, so they are very familiar with the texture of weapons. Therefore, after seeing that this steel longsword was just a very ordinary mass-produced product of the weapon shop, they fell into shock again. Did you defeat the ferocious clawed worm with such an ordinary weapon, and what amazing demeanor did that magician Sama have? Thinking of the power of the man who slew the claw worm, several Orions were convinced. As for what happened after he left the jungle, Xiumo didn't know anything about it. Even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. It's just a group of unrelated people, and it won't have any impact on his life or the demon Dao. At this moment, Xiumo has already met with the task client. After handing over the huge heart of Warcraft in his hand to the task client, after the task client confirmed that it was indeed the item he needed, Xiumo received a task reward of 20W gold coins and a certificate of mission completion. Immediately after that, the task of system release was also completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The beginning of the Magister, and the level of the host to complete the task is determined to be the highest B level, and the reward is Ultimate Magic Refining Technique, which has been automatically XI. At the moment when the prompt for the completion of the task sounded, Xiumo felt that a large number of words and images were suddenly reflected in his mind, and he instantly understood a lot of knowledge about magic refining. In this world, the only way to become strong is through the method of constantly refining the magic power, and there is no other shortcut. Refining magic power is to accumulate one's own magic power. Magic is extracted from countless cells in the body and combined with the magic absorbed by the outside world. In the process of merging, these two magical powers will flow through the body non-stop. In the process of circulation, the magician's mana circuit will gradually grow in tenacity, broadening the maximum amount of magic that can pass through the magician's magic. The more laps you circulate, the more thoroughly the two mana powers are combined, and the greater the improvement of the mana circuit. After the combination is completed, the two magical powers will merge into the same kind of magic power and store it in the magic source of the magician. Each time the inner and outer mana is combined, the maximum amount of mana the sorcerer can possess increases. This is the accumulation of magic power, and it is also the path to becoming stronger. The method of mana refining is simple and universal, and all the magicians in the world use the same magic refining method, and there is no difference. Speaking of which, here comes the problem. Since everyone uses the same refining method, why is there such a big gap between strength and weakness? Some people can cultivate to an S-rank mage in a short period of time, while some people can't reach a D-rank mage no matter how much they refine their magic power. The reason for this is that refining magic varies from person to person. Each person's aptitude, the ability to extract magic from cells, the ability to absorb magic from the outside world, and the number of times the two magic powers circulate in the magic circuit when combined. All of these factors affect a person's ability to refine and become stronger. Some people can easily make the two magic powers inside and outside the body flow in countless circles in the body when they are combined, but some people can't make the two magic powers together. Even if they are barely combined, they may not be able to withstand the magic circuit after half a circle. This leads to the fact that if the former and the latter have the same magical power in their bodies, the latter will have to exert an unknown number of times the effort of the former. This is the innate gap. Chapter 39. If a person is compared to a water tank, then the magic in the body is the water in the tank. The magic circuit is the equivalent of a pipe and a faucet. When using magic, the magic flows through a magic circuit and is eventually released through an exit. This process can be seen as releasing water from a tank, and the water in the tank passes through the pipes and is released from the tap. If the pipes are wider and the faucets are larger, more water will be able to be released at the same time. As a result, even if the same type of magic is used by different people, its threshold is different. A stronger person has a wider magic circuit in his body, and the more magic power he can pass through at the same time, the more powerful his magic will naturally be. Therefore, after there is a gap in the innate level, people with higher talents will not only be much easier to cultivate, but also more destructive. This is only about the simple destructive power of magic and not about the overall combat effectiveness, because it is something higher than this basic quality, and it needs to be considered in combination with many factors, and it cannot be reflected by such a simple thing as talent. I just want to tell you why there is such a big gap between magicians even though they use the same magic refining method. This is because there is a natural gap in qualifications. And this ultimate magic refining technique obtained by Xiu Mo in this mission can erase part of the gap for those with poor qualifications, and make those with good qualifications stronger. Ultimate mana refining: when using this magic to refine mana, the refining effect is fixed to be doubled. After learning about the knowledge of magic refining, and seeing the introduction of the ultimate version of magic refining, Xiu Mo called out the bull. After having this method, it is equivalent to directly doubling the cultivation speed, which is terrifying. According to the method of mana refinement, Xiu Mo observed the size of the magic source in his body, as well as the width and tenacity of the magic circuit. Subsequently, Xiu Mo found that his qualifications were not bad, and could even be said to be very good. Although it is not filled, it is as vast as a sea of magical sources. Thick and tough, it can make the magic circuit in Xiu Mo's body burst out at one time. Under the transformation of this body, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the most top-of-the-line body in this magical world. With the already gifted and powerful body, coupled with the assistance of this ultimate version of the magic refining technique, Xiu Mo's magic power will usher in an explosive increase in a short period of time. After all, magicians below the S rank do not need to involve the condensation of magic power, and the magic power required for promotion is not high. Very good, in line with expectations, Xiu Mo is very satisfied. Ilusa's tail rested, Ilusa with her hands on her cheeks, staring blankly, as Kana spoke beside her with a worried expression. After waking up in the morning, Ilusa happily ran to Xiu Mo's dormitory, ready to find him to practice together. Only the neatly folded sheets on the bed were found, and the person who Xiu Mo was no longer in the dormitory. Ilusa, who thought that Xiu Mo had come to the guild, hurriedly ran to the guild again, but she couldn't find Xiu Mo's figure. After questioning Itcher on duty, Ilusa learned that Hummer had taken up a mission early in the morning and left the guild. Was suddenly abandoned, which made Ilusa's mood instantly fall to the bottom and become extremely lost. Why didn't Xiu Mo take me with him on the mission? Ilusa pondered for a long time, and finally came up with an answer that she thought was the right one. My strength is too weak, and Xiu Mo doesn't want to take me with him. But I really want to follow and protect you. Ilusa sat in the guild in a daze for a long time, not even eating. When Kana came to the guild, she found Ilusa sitting alone in a daze, and although she was puzzled, she didn't bother to ask about Ilusa's condition because she was busy with something to do. It wasn't until after the matter was over, and after questioning Ikel, he learned that Ilusa hadn't eaten for half a day, and hadn't even drunk a drop of water. Although Ilusa is a person with C-class magician-level magical powers, she is still just a child who is just beginning to develop. So Kana hurriedly ran to Ilusa's side and persuaded her. Eat something. Ilusa, now is the time for you to grow your body, and it's not good for your body to go on like this. Yesterday, seeing Ilusa's dependence on humor, Kana instantly understood the reason for Ilusa's loss after learning from Ichir that Humor had taken the task and left the guild. Shiumo has taken on a B-class mission, which is still a little too reluctant for you now. He must have been worried that you would be hurt in the past, so he didn't bring you with him. Kana is very good at persuading people, and she is very patient. If you don't eat, you don't have the stamina to refine your magic. In this way, your strength will improve very slowly, and the strength gap between you and Shiumo will become wider and wider, and you will not have the opportunity to carry out missions with him in the future. First of all, he exonerated Shiumo and let Ilusa know that Shiumo did not look down on Ilusa's strength, but was worried that she would be harmed. If you understand it this way, Ilusa will definitely be in a much better mood. Then it hit Ilusa's soft underbelly with a sharp hit. What Ilusa fears most is that she can't keep up with Shiumo's footsteps. I have to say that although Kana is slightly younger than Ilusa, she is much more mature than Ilusa at this stage after taking over many things in the guild. Speaking is not only very caring for people's feelings, but also quite insightful. Chapter 40. At Kana's suggestion, Ilusa finally cheered up and was willing to eat. Before, she behaved like a child who suddenly left a parent she could rely on, completely lost her backbone and was at a loss. But after being stimulated by Kana with Zyumo, she immediately found what she should do. I could have endured the darkness if I hadn't seen the light. Although this sentence is not entirely appropriate to describe Ilusa's current situation, it still has a little bit of fit. Humor became Ilusa's pillar in times of distress and has always been gentle with Ilusa, becoming the warm sun in her heart. This caused Ilusa to become extremely dependent on Zyumer, and just because Zyumer did not take her with her to go on a mission, she became troubled and lost, and she was afraid of being left behind. Even if she was stimulated by Kana's words, she thought all about being able to keep up with Shiumo's footsteps, and didn't think about herself at all. What a pitiful and humble girl. If Shiumo knew about this situation, he would definitely feel very sorry for Ilusa and find a way to correct her attitude. If this goes on for a long time, Ilusa will definitely grow crooked. It didn't change because of the mission, but because of Shiumo's kindness to her, it was affected. It's so sad. Fortunately, because of today's incident, the wrongness of Ilusa's mentality was exposed early. Just as Ilusa was serving her meal, an exhibitionist boy wearing only a pair of shorts appeared at Ilusa's table. A pair of drooping eyes squinted at Ilusa like a dead fish, his hands on his hips, and Gray's expression was very arrogant. "Where's Shiumo? I'm going to duel that kid." Gray, who slept until 3 o'clock in the morning and didn't wake up, had just come to the guild, and didn't know that Shiumo had already taken a B-rank mission and left the guild. Gray, who had scanned around the guild and couldn't find Shumer, saw Ilusa, who thought Ilusa must know Shumer's whereabouts, so he decided to ask for the news from her. Gray's personality at this time is relatively bad, and he thinks that every newcomer who has just joined the guild should greet him Uncle Gray. Although there is no malice, it is very inadequate. In the original book, there was also a plot to provoke Ilusa, although in the end it was very miserable to be hammered by Ilusa. Yesterday, Zyumer and Ilusa, who joined the guild at the same time, were very popular, and they didn't say hello to him Uncle Gray, which made him very upset, and decided to teach them a lesson. Gray's first target is Humor, not only because he is more handsome than himself, but also because he is a man. Real men, if you want to fight, you can beat men. And Ilusa, who looked like a little follower, was not taken seriously by Gray at all, so his attitude of questioning was very arrogant. In fact, if Gray directly asks Ilusa to duel, with Ilusa's current personality, the most he can do is to teach him a gentle lesson. Unfortunately, Gray happened to touch Ilusa's scales. At this moment, Ilusa was already in a low mood because Shiumo didn't take him to do the task with her, and this guy Gray ran to Ilusa and said so arrogantly that he wanted to trouble Shiumo, and anger instantly surged into his heart. "What qualifications do you have to duel with Shiumo?" With this in mind, Elissa directly put down the bowl in her hand and raised her eyes to glare at Gray, her face full of anger. Then she saw Gray's hanging face, and he didn't take Xiumo seriously at all. Well, Alicia, who was originally a little scruple because Gray was a fellow of the guild, was completely blown up. Standing up suddenly, Elissa punched Gray directly. Originally, she was going to kick with her feet, but when she was about to move her feet, Elissa remembered that she was wearing a dress, so she temporarily changed it to using her fists. Gray, who was still posing for pose, would have thought that Elissa's reaction would be so fierce, and he would do it when he said it, and the speed was so fast. Without reacting at all, Gray received a punch directly to the left side of his face. Elissa looks like a delicate girl, but this punch has a powerful magic power, and it is not an exaggeration to call it an iron fist. Gray flew straight into the air, his face distorted exaggeratedly, and his gums seemed to be crooked. Bang bang bang! After knocking over 3 tables in a row, Gray's body stopped, and he collapsed into the smashed tables and chairs, his eyes rolling in circles. Oh, good fight, little Elissa is amazing. I knew that this kid Gray was going to be beaten up one day, so that this guy was so arrogant. Perhaps not shocked by this situation, the members of the guild gloated over what had happened to Gray. Keeping her punch stance, Elissa thought triumphantly. Let you dare to look down on Xiumo again, and beat you next time. Kana, who was beside her, stared blankly at what had suddenly happened, and her little head was still a little unable to turn around. After reacting, Kana looked at Elissa with adoration in her eyes. If you don't agree with each other, it's really wanton revenge, a heroine among women. It's a role model for my generation. What is this doing, so lively? The entire guild hall was still in a joyful and lively atmosphere because of Gray's beating, and suddenly a clear male voice full of doubts came from the door of the hall. It's broken. When she heard this voice, Elissa was overjoyed and prepared to throw herself into the arms of the voice's owner. Then he immediately reacted that he had just hit someone, and I don't know if he would hate a girl who used violence. The person who can make Elissa care so much is, of course, Xiumo. After completing the task, he rushed back to the guild without stopping, but as soon as he walked into the hall, he saw a commotion in the guild, and several tables and chairs were smashed to the ground. If you look closely, isn't the person lying on the table and chair Gray's kid? Xiumo, who was full of question marks in his heart, directly asked questions. P.S. Sitting in front of the computer and falling asleep. Chapter 41. Oh, Xiumo, you're back from your mission. It was Macau, one of Uncle Sei's duo, who spoke, and he smiled gloatingly as he relayed what had just happened to Xiumo. Gray, this guy wanted to trouble Elissa, and was beaten up by Elissa. In fact, they didn't hear what Gray said in front of Elissa, but they saw that Gray was knocked out of Elissa's side, so they guessed that Gray was beaten for provoking Elissa. But no matter what the reason is, it doesn't affect them to watch the show. Oh! Hearing Macau's words, Xiumo felt a little amused and slightly angry. The laughing thing is that Gray dares to go to Elissa for trouble, and it is also Gray who is angry for running to find Elissa's trouble. This guy, what's the matter of running to provoke a girl? Thinking like this, Xiumo looked at Elissa, wondering how she was reacting at the moment. As a result, I saw Elissa on her little face full of grievances and her eyes slightly moist. It turned out that Elissa had been observing Shumer's expression from the moment she heard Marco tell him the reason for the incident, wondering what he thought about the fact that she had beaten Gray. As a result, he saw Xiumo's slightly angry expression. Elissa didn't read minds, and of course she didn't know that Hummer was angry with Gray, but thought that Humor was angry with herself. Originally, the joy when he saw Xiumo come back instantly cooled. Elissa felt so wronged. Because Xiumo was not in the guild, she was in a bad mood all day. Obviously just decided to cheer up, but because Gray looked down on Xiumer, he started beating him. As a result, he came back just after beating Xiumo, and he knew all this. Will he hate me because he thinks I'm a violent girl? Thinking of this, Elissa felt sad from her heart, and her eyes turned red in an instant. That's why Xiumo saw that she was about to cry. What's going on? Aren't you the one who hit someone? Why are you still crying? Seeing Elissa's performance, Xiumo felt a little funny. Walking up to Elissa, and just as Humor was about to say something, Elissa moved. Wiping the backs of the two little hands from her eyes, wiping away the tears that were about to fall, Elissa walked directly past Xiumo's side and ran towards the guild gate. Because Xiumo didn't have any intention of guarding against Elissa, he didn't react to Elissa's sudden escape. Just as her right hand was stretched out to grab Elissa, she had already run out of the doorway. I can't understand why this girl's mood is suddenly wrong, and I really don't know how she can run so fast. In a hurry, Xiumo was directly about to chase out, and then was stopped by Kana. After that, Kana told Xiumo all about Shemer's performance in the past half a day after Xiumo left the guild, along with the reason why Ailu Sha beat Gray. As Kana spoke, Shemer's face gradually became serious. She really cares about you. After finishing speaking, seeing Xiumo's serious expression, Kana said something to Elissa with a hug. During the half-day that Xiumo was away, she saw all of Elissa's performances. It is no exaggeration to say that Kana can see that in Elissa's heart, Xiumer's status is even more important than herself. I see, thank you. After nodding to Kana, Xiumo chased after him directly, feeling a little heavy in his heart. After listening to Kana's words, Xiumo, who also has more than 20 years of life experience, of course understands why Elissa suddenly behaved like that just now. Because the most important person in her heart suddenly left without telling herself, Elissa's already sensitive heart became fragile. Later, when he beat Gray while defending Xiumo, he happened to see Xiumo's somewhat angry face, and mistakenly thought that Xiumo was angry with himself. Obviously beating people to defend Xiumo, but not only did he not get praise, but he was angry, which made Elissa, who was just in her early teens, feel not wronged. Silly girl, I'm not mad at you. While secretly blaming himself, he quickened his pace, and Xiumer soon caught up with Elissa, who was running aimlessly. Elissa. After seeing the figure in the shirt and skirt he had bought for her yesterday, Xiumer let out a soft cry. The small body in front of him did not stop because of Xiumo's voice, but after trembling slightly, it ran faster. As she ran, Xiumo saw the crystal sparkling in the wind under the sun. Fortunately, Elissa's current two small short legs could not outrun Xiumo, and he was soon chased after him. Directly hugged her into his arms, and Xiumo softly called her name in her ear. Elissa. Like a child sulking at her parents, Elissa did not respond to Xiumo, but looked down at her little leather shoes and said nothing. In other words, she was originally a child. Seeing Elissa's awkward performance, Xiumo felt as if he had an extra daughter. Obviously, whether it was in his previous life or now, Xiumo had never been married, but he had such an illusion. Silly girl, I'm not mad at you, why are you running? Embracing Elissa tenderly, Xiumo asked such a question softly. Elissa still didn't speak, not angry at Xiumo, but didn't know how to answer. In fact, at the moment when Xiumo hugged him, all the grievances in Elissa's heart melted away because of the warm embrace behind her. Then, faced with Xiumo's question, she became entangled. In the end, Elissa still mustered up the courage to ask Xiumo such a sentence. Isn't Xiumo really angry with me? Will Xiumo leave me alone like he did today? Chapter 42. Hearing Elissa's words, Hummer pressed Elissa's shoulders with both hands, causing her to turn to face her. Elissa's eyes wandered, and she didn't dare to make eye contact with Xiumo. Then, Hummer answered her question with a firm voice as he stared into Elissa's eyes. I'm not mad at Elissa, and I've never thought of dropping Harris. Holding Elissa's pretty face full of tears, looking at her crying red eyes, Xiumo was very distressed. When Elessa awakened the Crimson Knight because of him, he was still happy for her. Because when she is with herself, Elessa's strength will become stronger, and her usual strength will not be affected in any way. He really didn't expect Elessa to think so much about himself, and he didn't think about the reason why Elessa awakened the Crimson Knight. Fortunately, because of today's incident, Elessa's abnormality was discovered in time. Then Xiumo must not leave me. Hearing Xiumo say that he would not leave himself, Elessa's wandering eyes finally met Xiumo's pupils. Looking at the deep black eyes that seemed to contain stars, Elessa's voice was crying. If it weren't for Xiumo, I really wouldn't know how to live. Hearing Elessa's words, Xiumo felt warm at the same time, but also felt a slight headache. This child is really too dependent on himself now. Maybe it will change gradually when she gets older, but Shumer decides to correct Elessa's thoughts now. No one is gone, no one is going to live. Shumer denied Elessa's words and said earnestly. Elessa should be an independent individual, and should not be attached to others. You have to live for yourself, you know. Hearing Xiumo's words, Elessa thought that Xiumo would leave her in the future, and as soon as her small mouth was flattened, she was about to cry again. Seeing that Elessa was about to start shedding tears again, Xiumo hurriedly said. However, as long as Elessa doesn't leave, I won't leave Elessa. I will never leave Shumer. Unable to cry or rejoice, Elessa immediately pointed out that there was something impossible in Xiumo's words. She would never leave Shumer. This was questioning her determination. Okay, well, I was wrong, it's just an example. Seeing the little girl's serious appearance, Xiumo hurriedly admitted his mistake and expressed his thoughts. Elessa and I will not be separated. So it's agreed. Staring nervously at Xiumer's face, Elessa hoped to get the answer she wanted. It's agreed. After receiving an affirmative reply, Elessa burst into tears and laughed, happily threw herself into Shumer's arms, and let out a soft cheer. Xiumo is the best. Holding his hands around the soft body in his arms, which was not at all restless and rubbing back and forth, Xiumo let out a satisfied sigh. I really can't imagine that Elessa in the Lori period still has such a delicate side, but it's good. Compared with the paper man seen in the original book, this crying and laughing Elessa is a flesh and blood, real person. It can touch Xiumo's heart even more. If you want to practice swords, how can you not even hold the sword in your hand? Xiumo's expression was very serious, and he issued a stern rebuke in his mouth. At this moment, Xiumo was standing in the open space by the river, with his left hand behind him, and his right hand casually carrying a wooden stick sharpened into the shape of a long sword, teaching the little Lori in front of him. Draw your sword and strike at me again. Across from him, the petite Elessa was panting, her hair sticking to her sideburns and already sweating profusely. With her hands pressed on top of her knees, her mouth letting out a rapid gasp, her legs trembling slightly, Elessa struggled to get herself to her feet. Beside Elessa, a wooden sword stabbed diagonally into her land, waiting for her to pull it up. Although she felt that her hands were about to be lifted and her feet were so weak that she couldn't stand anymore, Elessa still straightened up with the belief in her heart that she didn't want to admit defeat. Then, he stretched out his hand to the wooden sword that had been knocked away by Xiumo and stuck in the ground, with determination in his eyes. It was she who took the initiative to ask to practice the sword with Xiumo. How could she give up so easily in such a place? In this case, even if Xiumo doesn't say anything, even she herself will look down on herself. After talking to Xiumo last time, Elessa also realized that she couldn't always hide under Xiumo's protection, and she had clearly said in her heart that she would protect Xiumo, so how could she always rely on Xiumo's protection? I want to become stronger, become able to take charge of myself, and be recognized by Xiumo. Therefore, no matter how hard and tiring it is now, it is all for the sake of being able to harvest in the future. So, what is this suffering? Grabbing the hilt of the wooden sword with both hands, he pulled it out with a strong upward lift. Turning her wrist to grasp the sword, Ilusa rushed towards Xiumo again, her face awe-inspiring. This is the innate strength of Ilusa's character. Seeing that Ilusa had become a decent money-taking posture and offensive rhythm after this period of training, Xiumo smiled with relief. The appearance of the fairy, the flower of the precious kaolin, and now Ilusa has gradually revealed the prototype of her future fairy queen. One day, it will bloom with a dazzling crimson light that will shock the world. P.S. I'm going to speed up the progress. If you want to see the daily life, please ask in the comment area. For example, write about Kana or something I really want to write. Chapter 43. Under the scorching sun, a man and a beast stand opposite each other. The human being is a young man, and his face looks relatively immature, but the confident expression on his face and the powerful momentum exuded from his body are very eye-catching. The beast was a huge demonic beast that was on all fours and almost more than 30 meters tall. It has huge fangs and sharp claws, as well as thick scales that cover its body, and its aura is extremely heavy. This is the S-class Warcraft beast with a great reputation on the Warcraft illustrated book formulated by the Council, the Crazy Tooth Beast, which is extremely powerful. An immature teenager faced a powerful demonic beast, and people couldn't help but sweat for this human teenager. The size of the two is not proportional at all, but the situation in the field is not judged by the disparity in size. The giant tooth had lost one of its front paws and was standing on only 3 legs. The fracture of the front paw was bleeding like pulp, and the wild tooth looked at Xiumo with a trace of unconcealable fear in addition to blood and brutality. This human being is so strong that it frightens the hearts of beasts. The young man was relaxed, and he couldn't see any excitement on his body after the battle, and his hand that seemed to be holding the long sword casually was actually so stable that it was impossible to be attacked and swing the long sword away. Such a free and easy figure is Xiumo. Looking at the tooth beast in front of him, which was already at the end of the crossbow, Xiaomer decided to give it the final blow. Putting the long sword in the middle of his body, his left hand was also held on the hilt, the tip of the sword pointed to the sky, and Xiumo's body exuded a fierce aura and sky-high sword intent. Outside his body, a silver-white almost transparent magical aura shrouded him, and Xiumo's black hair was wantonly blown by the chi waves, and his eyes were terrifying. Lean sideways, bend your knees, with your right foot in front and your left foot behind, and move your feet slightly on the ground to create 2 small semicircles. In the process of completing this action, Xiumo crossed the long sword in his hand in front of him, and aimed the tip of the sword at the already scarred giant beast in front of him. The sword of killing. With a soft shout, Xiumo stepped back with his left foot, and with a slight touch of his right foot, his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Like an arrow from a string, Shumer's form shot swiftly towards the massive toothed beast in front of him. In the process of sprinting, the overwhelming momentum pressed against the huge wild tooth beast, and the chi locked onto it, making it unable to move. Even, the sharp magic and arrogance on Xiumo's body plowed a shallow and long trench on the ground. Suddenly, the sand and rocks are flying, and the smoke and dust are blind. The long sword in his hand reflected a strong silvery white light in the sunlight, piercing a straight and graceful streamer. The wild tooth beast witnessed the young man rushing in front of him, and felt the fierce sword intent, and an extremely suppressed despair rose in his heart. The most terrifying thing for both humans and living beings is the despair of death. This blow will die. It wanted to escape, but after being locked by the chi, it couldn't move its body at all, and could only let out a roar full of fear. The voice was mournful. It is really sad for those who hear it, and tears for those who hear it. But there was no intolerance or pity in Xiumo's eyes, and the sprinting figure was still moving forward. This Moniadon is not only the goal of Xiumo's S-level assessment mission, but also the mission goal released by the system. From the very beginning, Xiumo wanted this life, and it was impossible for him to change his mind because of any external factors. The sharp blade pierced into its body, and the sharp sword Qi instantly sliced through the thick scale armor of the wild tooth beast, and directly split the hardest front sternum on its body in two, making a crisp clicking sound. Without stopping his steps, the arrogance on Xiu Mo's body suddenly skyrocketed, and the surging magic power further focused on the long sword in his hand. From the blade of the sword, from the double blade, Xiu Mo's magic power turned into sword Qi, bursting out from every part of the sword body. Originally, it was just an ordinary long sword 3 feet long and 3 fingers wide, but at this moment, it evolved into an extremely powerful giant sword shadow. The sharp sound of the sword resounded through the heavens and the earth, and the sword shadow that suddenly surged from the upper and lower places, directly stretching the body of the huge fierce beast apart. Immediately after, Xiu Mo completely penetrated the beast, and a figure appeared behind the beast. With a downward swing of the sword, flicking off the non-existent blood of the beast, Xiu Mo put the long sword into the space of the Crimson Knight, and then slowly turned around. And at this time, the body of the fierce beast began to crack. The two-petaled body slowly fell from the air, and blood spilled on the ground as if it had rained blood. Eventually, the massive body of the tooth beast slammed to the ground, making a loud noise that caused the ground to shake. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest S-level advanced and obtaining the task reward mythic level swordsmanship 4 styles of sorrow 2nd style shattered star sword style. Hearing the system's electronic voice without any meaning and emotion, the corners of Xiu Mo's mouth curled a little. The second form of the mythical swordsmanship that I have always dreamed of. At this time, more than a year has passed since Xiu Mo obtained the system, and the time has come to December 15 of X776. In the past year or so, Xiu Mo's strength has grown rapidly with the help of his own cultivation and systematic tasks. Although not every quest rewards attacks, and there are few quests triggered on guild members, most quests are still of great help to Xiu Mo. For example, the rushing sword released by Xiu Mo when he had just killed this S-class fierce beast was rewarded when he completed the first A-level task, and the power and effect were extremely powerful. It triples the sprint speed of Shumer, and is able to firmly lock onto the enemy, allowing the move to hit. This is due to the fact that during the sprint, a powerful Qi engine can be released to deter the enemy, which is twice as powerful as a normal momentum attack. An opponent whose strength was weaker than Xiu Mo would never have escaped from the lock-in of this blow's Qi machine. Although the effect of the Qi machine locking seems to be similar to that of the sky-slashing sword drawing style, the consumption of the rushing sword is much smaller, and it is very easy to use when facing enemies who are not too strong than Xiu Mo. Chapter 44. Due to the lack of strength of other people, Fairy Tail was the only contestant in this year's S-class assessment, Xiu Mo. Therefore, from the time Makarov announced the start of the annual S-class mage assessment, Xiaomer had no competitors. As long as he passes all the exams himself, he can be promoted to Fairy Tail and another certified S-class magician. Therefore, after the Tooth Beast fell as the final assessment item, Xiu Mo only needed to collect his loot from it and submit it to Makarov, so that Xiu Mo could become an S-class magician who was promoted to Fairy Tail this year. If others want to pass the assessment and become S-class magicians, they will have to wait until next year. However, according to historical development, no one will pass the S-level assessment next year. Because in recent years, the tail of the fairy has really withered in talents, and including Xiu Mo, who has just passed the S-level assessment, there are only 3 S-level magicians in total. Except for Makarov's grandson Laxus, who is very close to the S-class, the highest is only the A-level strength. Although these 3 S ranks are not ordinary S levels, and their combat power is not bad, but in the eyes of the outside world, this number is indeed a bit small. As the first guild in the Fiori Kingdom, Fairy Tail has now entered a period of downfall. It was only from the year after that is, in X778, that after the 17-year-old Laxus was promoted to an S-class magician, the younger generation gradually grew up. At that time, Fairy Tail can be regarded as ushering in a glorious era again. Of course, these are all later words, so I won't mention them for now. Sitting in front of the tombstone of the first generation, watching the figure of Zyumer walking over with huge fangs, Makarov had a satisfied smile on his face, and his heart was very relieved. The kid who was shocked when he joined the guild at the beginning, although he had already decided in his heart that he would definitely be able to become the top combat power of the guild one day, but he didn't expect this day to come so quickly. Congratulations, Shumer! From today onwards, you will be able to take on S-class missions and take charge of your own magician. Makarov's words were not only congratulatory to Shumer, but also a point of praise and joy for him. Xiumo's efforts in the past year or so were seen by everyone, and the level of hard cultivation, the frequency and efficiency of taking tasks at least once a week shocked everyone. There will always be a reward for the effort, and Xiumo's efforts in the past year and a half have made him the youngest S-level magician in the history of fairy tale at the age of less than 14. Thank you, President. In the face of Makarov's praise, Zyumer was neither humble nor arrogant, and did not get too excited. Even when he was promoted to this S-rank magician, Xiumo's heart did not fluctuate much. As a person with a high starting point and a systematic traverser, isn't it natural to do this level? He's too slow. In fact, at the beginning of the year, Xiumo's strength had already reached the S level, but at that time, it was not long after last year's S-level assessment, and the S-level assessment was only conducted once a year, so Xiumo had to wait until the end of the year. At that time, although Xiumo really wanted to take the S-level task, the guild's rule was that he could not take the S-level task without passing the S-level assessment. At the guild level, Xiumo is not allowed to take S-level tasks, and the system will naturally not release assessments about S-level tasks. That's why Xiumo had to do another year of A-level or higher tasks. Even so, Xiumo still formed a crushing situation against the Mad-Tooth Beast in the last level of the assessment. If he can take on the S-class mission from the beginning of the year, his strength will definitely be stronger than now. But fortunately, it's not too late, he is only less than 14 years old, and there is still time to get stronger. After Doga's words, Makarov pointed to Mebiza's tombstone and told Xiumo the story of the founding of Fairy Tale. Xiumo, who had seen the plot, of course knew these stories, but he still pretended to listen to them for the first time, and he looked very surprised. Subsequently, in front of Mebiza's tombstone, Shumer was officially awarded the qualification of an S-class magician by Makarov. Where neither Shumer nor Makarov could see, a barefoot, fairy-like blonde girl secretly watched Shumer. Looking at Zyumer's more immature appearance than she remembered, and the solemn look on her face when she accepted the qualification at her tombstone, the blonde girl couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, like a little fox who had stolen a chicken. It's finally time for you. Her expression was filled with joy, remembrance, and love. And so on. My teacher, my love. However, in order not to change the history and the future, now is not the time to meet. Therefore, no matter how deep the longing in her heart was, and how fierce her lust was, the blonde girl still resisted the urge to meet Xiumo. Watching Shumer and Makarov, who had completed the qualification award, leave Sirius Island, the girl's eyes were deep, and her cherry lips opened slightly. I'm looking forward to the day when we see each other again, it's not too far away. Also, congratulations, you have been promoted to S-rank magician. At the moment of leaving Skywolf Island, Xiumo seemed to hear a sweet voice lingering in his ears. There were many strong feelings in it, which made Xiumo's heart move. After turning around, he found nothing. An inexplicable feeling of emptiness appeared in my heart. P.S. The day after tomorrow exam. This chapter uses a mobile phone code on the highway. I'll try to ensure 4 more tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Chapter 45. On December 16, X776, the members of the guild who received the transmission of Makarov's magic all stood at the gate of the guild residence in anticipation to learn the results of Zyumer's S-class examination. Makarov only told everyone in the magic transmission that the assessment was over and that he would return to the guild today, but he was disappointed with the results of the assessment. This made the hearts of the guild members feel as if they had been scratched by monkeys, and they couldn't bear it. Finally, as the sun was about to set over the horizon and night was approaching, Thummer and Makarov returned to the fairy tale. The moment she saw Shiumo's figure appear, Ilusa was the first to rush forward. "You're not hurt, are you?" As for whether Shiumo can pass the S-level assessment, Ilusa firmly believes that Shiumo will definitely not fail. So after rushing in front of Shiumo, he just watched his body with concern, wondering if he was injured. "I'm fine, Ilusa." Seeing Ilusa's worried eyes, Shiumo smiled and relieved her heart. After receiving Shiumo's answer, Ilusa let out a cheer and threw herself into his arms like a milk swallow throwing herself into the forest. Just now, he was worried that Shiumo was injured, so Ilusa didn't dare to throw herself into his arms. At this moment, after knowing that Shiumo was fine, she finally didn't have to suppress her excitement. "Shiumo, how is the result of the S-level assessment? You must have passed it easily, right?" The second to arrive was Kana. For some unknown reason, her little blushing was as cute as a reddened apple. After Kana asked this question, the members who arrived one after another also began to discuss it. "It must have passed. Shiumo has completed at least one A-level task every week. His strength must have reached the S-level a long time ago. Also, Shiumo is much stronger than Marco, an old guy who has been stuck in the A-class mage for several years. Wakaba, you're no better, are you? Norris is the same, he can't even compare to a child who is less than 14 years old, it's a shame." Originally, he was discussing whether Shiumo passed the S-class assessment, but unexpectedly, the topic suddenly became weird because of Wakaba's mockery of Macao's words. It has become a group of uncles who have been stuck in A-class magicians for a long time to taunt and expose each other, and a lot of fierce information has been exposed. Seeing the way everyone teased each other, Shiumo thought it was funny, so he just hugged Ilusa gently, and didn't plan to blow up the fact that he had passed the S-level assessment so quickly. With such an interesting picture in front of him, the history of these people, he still wants to see and listen to it for a while. However, a short old man who had been snubbed was not happy. "Ahem." With his right hand clenched into a fist to his mouth, Makarov coughed pretendedly. It's a pity that because everyone is arguing too loudly, no one notices him. Ahem, ahem. Ahem. Seeing that there was still no one to take care of him, the old horse was reluctant and coughed vigorously again. As a result, the first few sounds were fake coughs, and the back coughed too quickly, accidentally choked on my own saliva and became a real cough. "Old man, take it easy." Seeing Makarov's uncomfortable cough on his face, Shiumo was speechless. Let go of Ilusa and give Makarov a pat on the back so that he could be smooth. "You said that you are a Saint 10, but you can be choked by your own saliva, is it a shame?" Shiumo's movements in his hands did not stop, but he was frantically complaining about the old horse in his heart. Finally, with the help of Shumer, Makarov recovered and returned to normal. "Little ones." Feeling palpitating about the cough, Makarov raised his arms and shouted directly in order to attract the attention of the members. Hearing Makarov's voice, everyone stopped arguing and turned their eyes to him. Enjoying the gaze of everyone, Makarov had a smug look on his face, and his two white mustaches jumped and jumped, showing that their owners were in a good mood. To celebrate Fairy Tale, there's another S-class magician, party tonight. Oh, XN. In the lively guild, everyone took turns to congratulate Shiumo and congratulate him on becoming an S-class magician. After almost everyone had been there, Kana, the first girl that Shiumo had met when he joined Fairy Tale, finally came to Shiumo. "Congratulations on becoming an S-class magician, Shiumo." Kana came to Shumer's side and congratulated him, a pair of large eyes that seemed to be shining with starlight. Seeing that Xiuemo had passed the S-class assessment at such a young age and became the youngest S-class mage ever in the history of fairy tale, Kana felt admiration and yearning in her heart. Because of an unknown secret, Kana is desperate to become an S-class magician. Because she thinks that only by becoming an S-class magician can she be qualified to recognize that person and stand by his side. Kana in the original book has been working towards this goal, and at the age of 12, she had the strength of an A-level magician, and then participated in 6 S-level exams in a row, all of which ended in failure. After many failures, Kana lost confidence and thought that she was not qualified to let that person know that she was his daughter, so she used wine to drown her sorrows. This is the reason why she gave up on herself, indulged in alcoholism, and her strength has been stagnant. P.S. Let's start with a change. Chapter 46. Thank you, Kana. Xiaomer smiled slightly at Kana, a gentle smile that dazzled her. For more than a year, Kana has been the one in the guild who has had the most contact with Elissa outside of Schumer. In the process of getting along with Elissa, he heard a lot about Xiaomo from Elissa's mouth, and planted a seed of curiosity in his heart. In his contact with Xiuemo, he also found countless highlights and advantages in him, which confirmed what Elissa said. Although he was sometimes bad, so that Kana's little book wrote a lot of his name, but unconsciously, it was also written on her heart. At this moment, facing this smile, there was a throbbing in my heart. The devil sent the gods, Kana said this. Can you guide me to become stronger? After saying that, Kana regretted it a little, thinking that it was too presumptuous. Although he is a magician of the same guild, he still can't do anything for people who are not close to him for strength guidance. Kana thought that she was quite close to Xiuemo, but she didn't know what Xiuemo thought. Expectant and scared, Kana looked at Xiuemo and wondered what he was thinking. After seeing Xiuemo stunned in place, Kana secretly said that sure enough, there was some loss in her heart, and she was covered with a layer of haze. It turns out that he overestimated the relationship with Xiuemo. It's so sad. Yes. Kana lowered her head and pouted, ready to apologize to Xiuemo. Okay, of course. At this time, Xiuemo's voice sounded like heaven in Kana's ears, and she raised her head in surprise and looked at Xiuemo's face blankly, and Kana was overjoyed in her heart. A bright smile appeared on the face of Xiuemo on the other side, like the sun shining through the clouds, dispelling the gloom in Kana's heart. Tomorrow afternoon, let's go to the river and train with Elissa. Kana nodded her little head, her face flushed, very excited, and Elissa on the side was also very happy for her. Great, Kana, we can get stronger together. If someone else wanted to insert themselves into the cultivation space between themselves and Xiuemo, Elissa would be very unhappy. But if this person is Kana, then there is no such thing. For more than a year, when Xiuemo was not in the guild on his mission, Elissa had the most contact with Kana. The relationship between the two is very good, just like little sisters. Seeing the happy faces of Kana and Elissa, Xiuemo also laughed. When Kana asked him just now, he was stunned not because he didn't want to teach Kana, but because the system issued him a task. Ding! Trigger Kana's personal quest, the Dream S-Class, and ask the host to help Kana become an S-Class wizard within 5 years. There are 3 tiers of rewards for this mission, which are divided into the following 3 levels. At the 3rd level, Kana's strength is less than S level, and the host, as a partner, has 3 assessment opportunities to help Kana pass the S-level assessment and get the reward rock meaning. At the 2nd level, Kana's strength reaches the S level, and the host acts as a partner, and has 2 assessment opportunities to help Kana pass the S-level assessment and obtain the reward Sharp Intent. At the 1st level, Kana's strength reaches the S level, and the host does not act as a partner, and with a chance to pass the S-level assessment alone, Kana will be rewarded with the Unbroken Sword Body Cultivation Method. In fact, without this task, Xiuemo would have guided Kana, but when the task was released, he took a cursory look at the 3 rewards, and was a little surprised, so he was stunned. The meaning of the rock can make the owner's magic circuit more tenacious. In addition to the increased mana defense, the maximum mana output per unit of time is also increased. The meaning of sharpness, as can be seen from the name, can make the owner's attack sharper and more penetrating. If you explain it in the game terms before Xiom are crossed, it is equivalent to a part of the real damage in the attack hit. And the highest level cultivation method of this unbroken sword body is even more powerful. This is not a single universe level cultivation method that should appear in the small world of fairy tale. If Xiumo can get this reward, then he can use the sword intent to wash his body according to the way it works, removing all impurities from the blood vessels, veins, and even magic circuits, so that the body can be sublimated. In the process of cultivation, Xiumo's comprehension and mastery of the 10,000 swords will become stronger, and his physical body will gradually become extremely strong. Although the gradual process is painful and difficult, it is just like the name of the sword body. If it is not broken, it will not stand, and it will stand after it is broken. After cultivating to the end of the sword body will not be broken. Even if it would be very difficult to cultivate this kind of cross-plane technique in this demon world, as long as it could be achieved, then there would not be any creature in this world who would be the opponent of Xiumo. Not even God. This reward is bound to be won by Xiumo. Xiumo's eyes became deep, and he began to think about how he could let Kana have the strength of an S-class magician within 5 years, and pass the S-level assessment alone after only participating in 1 assessment. Now Kana has just stepped into the B rank, and she will definitely not reach the S rank within a year. 2 years later, in X778, Laxus will pass the S-level assessment, and in the next 3 years, Ilusa and Myra will pass the S-class mage assessment one after another. In the middle, only X779 Kana has no competitors. If you want to be safe enough to get the cultivation method of the unbroken sword body, it is the most promising to let Kana choose to participate in the assessment this year. However, Xiomr does not intend to do this. P.S. The second chapter, the next 2 chapters will be a little later. And although I wrote this kind of fantasy-like cultivation method, please rest assured, it will not become a fantasy text, it is still the magic world. Chapter 47. In the original book, Kana is evaluated by Mabis as someone with a lot of potential magic. Although Kana's talent has not yet been fully activated, she has become a B-rank magician at the age of less than 11, and is at the same level as Ilusa. He is the strongest of all his peers in the guild except for Xiumo. Come to think of it, Kana's father, Kildas, is the strongest of fairy tale in the original books, and the only one who can survive the 100-year mission. As his daughter, Kana has his genes, how could she not have talent? The reason why I have not been able to pass the S-level assessment in the original book is probably due to my own psychological pressure being too much and unable to completely let go, right? Kana is a person who has already participated in 5 S-level assessments at the age of 18, that is, Kana has had close to S-level strength since she was 13 years old. Do you dare to say that she has no talent? However, despite Kana's talent, she is still less than 11 years old, and it will be a bit difficult for her to reach the S rank in a year. Then X777, that is, next year's S-level assessment, will not be considered. And X778 was the year when Makarov's grandson, Laxus, passed the S-class examination. If Kana is allowed to avoid Laxus, practice for 1 more year, and participate in the S-class assessment in X779, then it is indeed a foolproof way. But if you do this, it will take too long, you will need to wait 3 years, and Xiumo does not want to wait. The sooner you get the cultivation method, the more time you can spend cultivating in Xiumo. Not to mention that it's a whole year off. Although Laxus is a Thunder Slayer Dragon Slayer, his strength is very strong, and it will be a very big challenge for Kana. However, Shumer believes that with Kana's talent, combined with his own help and 2 years of hard work, it is not impossible to defeat Laxus. Actually, if he could, Xiumo would love to pass on the ultimate magic refining technique to Kana. In that case, Kana may be able to be promoted to the S rank next year. Unfortunately, any item produced through a system task cannot be shared with others until the relationship is confirmed. So, this path doesn't work. After all, Kana is almost 1 year younger than Alyssa, which is too ghostly. Can't do it, can't do it. So, what Xiumo has to do at the moment is to let Kana grow in magic as soon as possible, and at the same time, the combat power must be raised. Compared to the magic power that takes time to accumulate, the improvement of combat power in the early stage is much faster. Therefore, even if Kana's magic power cannot reach the level of S rank within 2 years, the combat power must reach this level. Kana seems to be using card magic, right? Xiumo pondered, trying to find a way to quickly increase Kana's combat power, and a serious expression appeared on his face. What Xiumo didn't notice was that the pair of little sisters next to him, who were talking about something at first, had stopped talking, but stared at him in unison. Their beautiful eyes kept blinking, and a blushing flying cloud floated on their faces. It is said that a man is the most handsome when he is serious. Although Xiumo is still only a boy, his handsome face and temperament have begun to appear, and his expression of serious thinking at this moment is very eye-catching. Not to mention that Alyssa and Kana already have admiration for Xiumo, and of course they think he is full of charm. After pondering for a long time, Xiumo finally thought of a solution. If Kana's magic is as he thinks, then he can increase Kana's strength in a short period of time. But if he does, he may have a hard time before Kana really grows up. However, in order not to break the cultivation method of the sword body and the wish of the little beauty Kana, let's be bitter. After thinking of a way, Xiumo had a happy smile on his face, which made the two little fangirls, Alyssa and Kana, blush. I really don't know what is going on in their little heads all day. The river crab beast that is not old enough is in front of it. By the river, Shumer and Kana stood face to face, and Alyssa swung her sword a little farther away. Show me the card magic you've mastered and are proficient in wielding. Once in instructor mode, Xiumo becomes very harsh. With a straight face, with his hands behind his back, he gave orders to Kana in front of him in a tough tone. Yes. Not aggrieved or frightened by Shumer's stern attitude, Kana also took out the cards that were her magic medium from her bag with a solemn face, and prepared to start displaying. Looks like she's getting into the groove pretty quickly. On the other hand, Alyssa was not affected by the two of them. Instead, his eyes were straight ahead, meticulously completing the sword-swinging action. Swing the sword 1,000 times a day. This is the task assigned to Xiumo since Alyssa began to practice swords with Xiumo. Movements that must be completed before XI moves and magic can be practiced. From the original wooden sword, advanced to the iron sword, and then to the current stainless steel long sword, Alyssa has also made a lot of efforts this year, and the progress is also very fast. Is already talented, and with several times the hard work, Alyssa is about to step into the strength of an A-level magician. And Kana, who is showing off her magic next to her, is not far behind. Flashing thunder, scorching flames, and cold ice picks. The fate of the thunder, the flames of the sun, the icicles of death. At a young age, Kana has mastered 3 attack methods, which further confirms Xiumo's speculation that Kana has not been able to pass the S-level assessment in the original book is entirely because her mentality has collapsed. After seeing Kana's attack, Shumer discovered that it was a magic similar to summoning, just as he had thought. These different attacks are not evolved from Kana's magic, but are summoned from a different dimension with the help of her magic and the medium of cards. Since there is an alien space, then, the method of meditation can be used. P.S. I didn't go back to the hotel until after 8 o'clock, and I'll see if I can get another chapter before going to bed. Chapter 48. Kana uses card magic to summon all sorts of lightning and flames, just as the Star Wizard summons them from the Star Realm after signing a contract with the Star Spirits. But unlike the living Star Spirits, all the cards in Kana's hand summoned were dead things, and even she didn't know where they came from. This magic was only seen on a book she found in the library of Demon Tale, and she just followed the instructions taught in the book to make cards, and then used magic. Never cared why these different effects were produced. In fact, Thummer speculated that in the process of making the cards according to the method described in the magic book, Kana had unknowingly signed a contract with these items and stored them in her card. Then, after flipping through the card magic guidebook that Kana had brought, and having Kana demonstrate the magic again, Shiumo came to such an inference. Astral magic can be used because there is already a group of creatures in the astral realm, and these astral spirits can appear in the present world by signing a contract with a magician. The costume change magic can be used because after learning this magic, the user will open up a different space of their own, and can put in the props that need to be changed in case of emergency. And if card magic can be used, there must be one or more unknown different spaces. When making cards, users of card magic will summon dead things that exist in these different dimensions, sign contracts with special means, and seal them into cards. So, although it's different from the astral magic and the costume magic. However, the use of card magic is undoubtedly a kind of space magic, and there is also a different space of its own. After having a guess, Shiumo can actually learn XI card magic to prove his guess, but there is obviously a person in front of him who has already mastered the production of card magic. Why should he go far? In order to confirm his thoughts, Shiumo walked behind Kana, put his hand on Kana's shoulder, and reached out his magic power to enter Kana's body. Make a card once, whatever you want. After the command, Shiumo closed his eyes, felt the flow of magic in Kana's body, and at the same time opened the spatial force field of the Crimson Knight, putting all his mind on the rhythm of exploring the space. As long as there is a fluctuation in the space, then it proves that the card magic is indeed a kind of contract-type space magic similar to the magic of the Star Spirit, which means that Shiumo's idea is correct. Suddenly, Shiumo's hand was placed on her shoulder. Feeling the hot temperature, Kana was a little overwhelmed. With a red face, his mind was a mess, and he didn't hear what Shiumo was saying at all. But Shiumo did speak, and in order not to affect the progress of the training, Kana could only bow her head in embarrassment and ask. "No, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you're talking about, can you say it again?" "You, be serious when you're training." Hearing Kana's words, Shiumo couldn't help but be a little speechless. When he opened his eyes, he glared at Kana in annoyance, and the hand on her shoulder rubbed her brown hair hard. The tone was angry and funny. "I'm sorry." He didn't care that his hairstyle was messed up, and there was no anger in his tone when he heard Shiumo. Kana playfully stuck out her tongue and knocked her little head on the spot to make a mo. After repeating his request, Shiumo calmed down again. Kana also took out the blank card and began to write the magic words needed to make the card. When the magic words were finished and Kana's magic began to be consumed, Shiumo sensed the rhythm of space. Kana wrote the words of flames, so in Shiumo's perception, what broke through the space and entered the card in Kana's hand was a raging fire. Very good. When he opened his eyes, Shiumo's eyes flashed. Props made overnight can come in handy, and there is no wasted time. Taking out a crystal longsword containing powerful magic power from the system space, Shiumo handed it to Kana. This is the magic guide sword that he has personally injected with magic power and sword intent, and when used, it can shoot at the target extremely quickly, and burst out with an attack that is equivalent to A-level magic. The method used is very simple, just like the magic guide, just focus on the target with your magic power. It sounds convenient and powerful, but it has its drawbacks. First of all, it was difficult to make, and Shiumo managed to make 10 in one night. The other is that it consumes a lot of mana when using it, and it costs almost 1/3 of the mana of a B-rank magician. Try to make a contract with it and receive it in your card. Today, Kana doesn't have the magic to seal people or things into cards, so if you want to put something on the card, you can only do it through a contract. In fact, even if Kana could directly include the sword in the card, Shiumo would not approve of it. Because this is just the equivalent of storing the sword in the card, when you really want to use it, you still have to take it out before using it. Not only is it a waste of time, but it also takes a lot of magic. But if it is through contract income, then there is no such problem. Because in the process of the contract, Kana's magic has established a connection with the longsword, and she can manipulate the longsword to attack instantaneously just like any other card magic, and it only costs very little mana. If there is enough magic power and enough stock of longswords, it can even detonate hundreds of them at a time. You must know that not every S-class magician can release magic with A rank power in an instant, or 100 times in a row. Kana's card magic can do just that. As long as Shiumo, who is the prop provider, is powerful enough, Kana can even attract 10,000 or even tens of thousands of longswords to attack at the same time when he has enough magic power. Realize the card version of 10,000 swords return to the roots. P.S. This chapter is rushed out, but tomorrow, because of the reason that I have to go home, the update is estimated to be later than today. By the way, I would like to explain 2 more points. 1. I didn't say that Kana's talent is stronger than Laxus. I didn't compare the talents of the two at all, I just wanted to highlight the role of the main character. 2nd, Kana, who was qualified to participate in the S-level assessment at the age of 13, is her talent really not good? If you have different opinions, you can put them forward in the comment area and discuss them together. Chapter 49. Under Shumer's guidance and encouragement, Kana's progress was far faster than he had ever imagined. Just over the age of 11, he reached the A-level magic power, only 1 line behind Ilusa. Even with the help of the Shumer magic sword, Kana's combat power at the current stage is stronger than Ilusa's. Although Shiumo also made dozens of swords for Ilusa to put in his dressing space. However, the current Ilusa can't do the low-cost continuous triggering like Kana. In a short period of time, Kana can improve her combat power a lot with these long swords, but as the two of them grow further, Ilusa will eventually be stronger than Kana. After all, the long sword made by Shiumo is just a one-time magic guide item, and its power is constant depending on the magic power and sword intent injected into his craft, and has nothing to do with the user's magic power. When combined with card magic, the lower limit is high, and the upper limit is also high. Although it is said that the height of the Shiumo is not too bad. But relying too much on Zyamo is the problem. However, this kind of thing can be considered later, and for now, it only needs to make Kana have the strength to pass the S-level assessment in a short period of time. It can both complete the task and fulfill Kana's wish, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Time passed slowly in a calm cultivation and task, without a trace of waves. Until that day came, the plot of this world finally got on track. On July 7, X777, the power to disrupt time was born. Anna Hatphilia, in order to destroy the Black Dragon, walked out of the Eclipse Gate with 5 children who had mastered the magic of dragon slaying across 400 years. But the moment the Eclipse Gate opened, the 5 children turned into 5 rays of light and flew to the 5 corners of Ishgar. At this point, Anna embarked on a journey to find the 5 children. Then, after confirming the safety of the children one by one, she embarked on a journey alone to find a way to kill the Black Dragon. But what is puzzling is that it is the 5-headed dragon led by Ignir who pinned the hope of killing the Black Dragon on these 5 children, so that Anna took them to cross over. Why would Anna go alone to find an ethereal way instead of raising them herself? It can only be said that because Anna is a character who only appeared in the late stage, in order to round the plot in the early stage, it was forcibly set up like this. The plot needs it, the plot needs it. Western continent, Albarez Empire, royal capital. Walking on the bustling streets, walking through the bustling crowd, Shiumo felt a little emotional. As an empire that integrates all the mage guilds across the continent, the Albarez Empire is much more prosperous than the Fiori Kingdom. Even the basic quality of the people is much stronger, and any pedestrian on the street has at least the level of a C-class magician on the side of Ishgar. With such a strong base and level, it is no wonder that the top combat power of the monster level of the 12 shields of the Protector can be selected in the original book. If Ishgar's side didn't rely on the protagonist group, there would be no way to compete with the Albarez Empire. After feeling a sigh, Xiu did not forget the business of coming to the western continent. Find Glame's daughter, one of the 12 shields of the Protector in the original book, Brantish. Why did Thummer's mission have anything to do with Brantish? This is because after Zudur backstabbed Graham in the back and took away the key to Aquarius, Humo happened to pass by Graham because of the quest and found Graham lying in a pool of blood. Graham was just a character who only appeared once, so Xiu didn't know Graham's identity at the time. But her daughter Brantish still has a lot of scenes, so she happens to trigger a quest in the system. Help Graham. Unfortunately, due to Graham's blood loss and the fact that he didn't know how to heal magic at the time, Humor couldn't save her life. So the task became fulfill Graham's last wish. The most reassuring thing for Graham is her young daughter, who originally had only one relative, but she could only live alone in the world in the future. For this strange boy who took the initiative to come to his rescue, Graham felt that he could be trusted, so he wanted to entrust his daughter in the western continent to him. Xiu, who likes to help others, is of course willing to fulfill the wish of a dying man, and agrees in one go. It's definitely not because of the system's reward for the big and small sword and a cute green-haired little Lori. He was a gentleman and a man of integrity. Straight to the point. According to Graham, before returning to Ishgar, she entrusted Brantish to a hotel. Based on this information, it didn't take much effort for Hummer to find Brantish. Looking at the green-haired little Lori in front of him who was looking at him with vigilant eyes, with a vicious expression on her face, like a little tiger, Xiu felt a little different. This doesn't quite match the cute character you see in the anime. P.S. The first chapter, it's still on the highway, and I'll speed it up when I get home. Chapter 50. In one of the hotel rooms, Humor was crouching on the floor, smiling and talking to Brantish in front of him. Brantish, don't be afraid, brother, I'm not a bad person. When he said this, Xiu always felt weird. Isn't that the line of those standard soy sauce villains? However, in order to shorten the distance, he could only choose to say this. Brantish hid behind the pillar, revealing only a small head, looking at Xiaomer warily. Although I don't know why the person in front of me knows his name, my mother said that I should be wary of accosting strangers. It seems that Graham's education was very good, and Brandish was so obedient to his teachings. Seeing Brandish's vigilant appearance, Xiu sighed and took out the necklace that Graham had given him before he died, with a gentle smile on his face. You know this necklace, right? It's your mother's. She gave it to me and asked me to take you to Ishgar. In the original book, before returning to Ishgar, Graham originally thought that he would not be able to go for a few days, so he only paid for 7 days. But she didn't expect that this would be a farewell, leaving Brantish alone in the world. One can imagine what Brantish's situation will be after the room expires and Graham has not returned. It's Mommy's necklace. Recognizing Graham's necklace, Brantish leaned out from behind the pillar with joy on his face, ready to rush over. After running 2 steps on his short legs, Brantish stopped again, a little puzzled. Mom gave you the necklace and asked you to pick me up, so where did Mom go? The expression on Xiumo's face froze slightly, but it quickly disappeared and his smile reappeared. Your mother, she's been to a faraway place. Until she returns, you can live with me. Brantish was only 10 years old, and in any case Schumer could not tell the story that her mother had died. Let's deal with it first. There was an ignorant expression on the cute little face, and Brandish seemed to understand. However, she did not doubt what the big brother in front of her said, and in addition to the fact that he was holding his mother's necklace, his warm smile also made Brantish feel warm in his heart. "So, what's the name of the big brother?" Brantish was very polite, and the person holding his mother's necklace in front of him gave him a very comfortable feeling, and there was no trace of reluctance in his heart to call his big brother. "My name is Shiu-mo, you can call me brother." Although Alyssa and Kana are only 1 or 2 years older than Brantish, they also belong to the category of little Lori, but they have always called Xiamo by their first names. This is the first time that Shiu-mo has been called a big brother by such a soft and cute little Lori, and he has a feeling in his heart that he wants to soften. "Okay, big brother." Brantish was still expressionless with a cute face, and he looked strangely cute. After giving Brantish directions, Humor led her to her and Graham's house. There are memories and items belonging to Brantish, and after leaving the Western continent this time, I don't know when I will come back. Of course, I have to take it with me. After watching Thummer pack everything into a large package, Brantish volunteered to help him carry the package. However, with a wave of his hand, Shiu-mo received the package into the system space, and then touched her head with a smile. "It doesn't have to be that much trouble, but thank you very much." However, Brantish's face showed a loss that Shiu-mo couldn't understand. "Why are you unhappy?" "Because I couldn't help my brother." Brantish lowered his head and said in a sullen voice, with a hint of unhappiness in his tone. "That's because my brother can carry these things out of his own hands." Schumer thought that Brantish was unhappy because he couldn't imagine such a trivial matter. "But in that case, I'm a useless maid." The words were not shocking and endless, and Brantish's words startled Shiu-mo. "Maid, Brantish, you're not my maid, you're my sister. Wasn't my mother entrusting me to my brother? I'm my brother's maid." Brandish looked at Humor in surprise, as if suspecting that something was wrong with Humor's brain. "Why do you think that?" "Because every time my mother goes out and entrusts me to my sister Akia. Sister Akia would ask me to call her master and say that I was her maid." Brandish looked serious and reasonable. "In that case, I am now entrusted to Brother Xiamer, then I will be Brother Xiamer's maid." After being slightly surprised, Xiamer remembered the maid game that Aqua played with Brantish in the original book. "Maybe Brantish is taking this as a game, right? Akia, you're there." Although he doesn't really regard Brantish as his maid, but suddenly a cute little Lori who thinks of herself as her maid appears in front of him, Shiu-mo is still a little sad in his heart. Think of it as playing games with Brantish. However, you still have to get a vaccination. In private, little Brantish can be my maid. But when someone else is around, you're my sister, you know. This is to prevent others from suspecting that they are a person with ulterior motives after seeing that they have a maid of such a young age. Although it is not uncommon for this world to hire children as maids, Shiu-mo does not want to let his image in the eyes of others become like this. "Okay, brother master." Seeing that Humor was willing to let him be his maid, Brantish was very happy. Agreed to Shiu-mo's request, looking very innocent and cute. At this moment, Shiu-mo didn't know what kind of trouble this little girl with a cute and innocent face would bring him. "P.S. When I get home, I'll rush faster."